trend is going to impact us. How many donors respond to this is going to affect us. What I can say is that, while we have had really significant limitations on our ability to collect, and particularly for, say, high school and college campuses, where we generally have collected a tremendous amount of blood, those places have been closed, and we have seen a 62% decrease in our high school and college collections. So that's had a huge impact on us. Now, if campuses open, that will be open to us, but we don't know. So much has changed over the course of the pandemic, with restrictions being placed and then lifted, and we're just in step with whatever is going on in the communities. So it's hard for us to predict. We're really just encouraging people to donate when they can, as often as they can.
And with that being said, I know that I've done stories with the Red Cross before. You always hear of those people who had been longtime donors and didn't know that someday their kid might need something, or they might have a spouse, or themselves might need blood transfusion. Is there any stories like that you wanted to share too, just to kind of give that one more a touch of inspiration if people are on the cusp of possibly or maybe not donating?
Sure. We have the requests from hospitals are coming in day and night, hour by hour. The medical office is evaluating orders really on a case-by-case basis, and it might be a triple car crash. It might be a woman who is hemorrhaging during delivery. It might be a cancer patient. It might be a patient who's having a heart surgery, and it's a difficult case, and they're now requiring unexpected amount of blood, and the patient is in the operating room requiring blood. We have sickle cell patients who, throughout the pandemic, we have struggled to maintain adequate blood supply. And so there are as many patients and as many individuals. We have patient stories that we hear about, and we would like to be able to provide. This is what we do. We provide blood, and to be limited in being able to provide for our patients is really scary. I just want to encourage people. I don't know if people really realize just how important and how critical the blood supply is to the maintenance of the healthcare system. If people are hesitant, I would encourage them to check out our website, redcrossblood.org, or our Red Cross Blood Donor app to learn more about eligibility, about the donation process. They can find sites near them where they can donate, whether it's a mobile drive or at one of our donor centers. But really just remember, as people are anxious to return to normal, to please remember the people in the hospital. It could be a relative, it could be you, it could be your child, it could be your friend that needs that blood today. And it's really the blood that's on the shelves today that's going to save lives. And that's every day we wake up needing blood. And so I really would encourage people. We need all blood types. We also need platelets, and we need it so badly right now.
I have to ask, if things continue to trend this way, our COVID cases continue to rise, people aren't bringing those events back quite yet, what's going to be kind of the outcome if we continue to see a downward trend in donors in these events?
If this continues, we will not have enough blood to transfuse to patients. And the hospitals, the Red Cross medical office has had ongoing and frequent communication with our hospital partners to help guide best practices for transfusion. I know I have been meeting with my hospitals with their cardiac transplant group, with their orthopedic group, with their liver transplant group, with their ethics board. Now, the Red Cross does not dictate to hospitals how to manage their patients, but we do help guide or provide guidance we help provide guidance regarding best practices for transfusion to be able to stretch that blood as far as possible. But there are limits to how far that can be stretched. And we just hope that no patient has to be denied treatment.
Yeah, I think a lot of people optimistic that we can come out of this, especially when there is a need for action like this. So once again, we do appreciate you shining some light, giving us some insight on what's going on with the Red Cross. And once more, if people want to donate, they could probably make sure that they look up the closest clinic to them.
Absolutely. And thanks so much for featuring us. This is so important.
Yes. All right. Dr. Bialaski here joining us again with the Red Cross. She is the medical director. We appreciate your time today.
Thanks so much. You too.
Okay, so very important information there. We thank Christy Larson with that interview with that representative from the American Red Cross. They say there is a 34% decline in new donors due to the pandemic, and they say that centers around the country have reported less than a day's supply of certain blood types. So the crisis is real there. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Wednesday afternoon. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Then we're going to head out to California, hear from Governor Gavin Newsom out there. We also have this beautiful live look in the Bay Area right at the moment. Very, very beautiful there. So news out of California after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to hear now from California Governor Gavin Newsom. Earlier today, he visited a COVID-19 testing site, talking about his COVID-19 emergency response plan. Here are these remarks.
7 in the morning, 7 at night, 7 days a week. Recognizing the need to expand these hours of operation, expand access to the opportunity to get tested. We deployed recently the National Guard. You'll see a number of National Guards, men and women, behind me as well, assisting in this operation to make things more efficient and to make sure data is collected more effectively. We have distributed across the state of California to support these 50 sites 200 National Guardsmen and women. We have 80 more going out the rest of this week, and 80 represents the number of OptumServe sites that will also be set up as the number of total sites goes from 50 to 80 across the state. It's important to note, to the extent it matters, perhaps less so to people in more dense parts of the state like LA County, but rural and remote parts of California are also being served. And this is an important point that needs to be emphasized. 90% of the population in the nation's largest state, 90% of the population is within 30 miles or 30-minute rather drive of an OptumServe site. And while that's impressive, we recognize it's not good enough. Nor is the fact that there are lines appearing in sites like this all across the state. That said, I think it's important that you understand what this state has done in terms of testing. 6,288 sites. 6,288 sites are existing, or rather persist, and are providing access to testing in the state of California. That's roughly 31% of all of the national testing sites, at least as of a week or so ago. It's not insignificant. So it shows what's been done, but it also shows where the gaps remain. We don't want to see these lines. We don't want to see folks have to line up, particularly on this side of the bus, and those are walk-ins versus those that have appointments. And so we continue to provide more support to expand these sites, more personnel, more expertise, and more testing locations throughout the state of California, though, as Supervisor noted, perhaps none more important than our public schools. It's interesting, and we're grateful that the President of the United States, the administration today, announced a goal nationwide of providing 10 million tests a month to our schools. 10 million a month for the country. And while that's impressive, I want to impress upon you that we just provided 10.9 million tests in the last 30 days just here in California for our public schools. And while that's impressive in many respects, it also gives you, I think, a perspective of what we are up against nationwide in terms of the scarcity, particularly of over-the-counter tests. The fact that California was able to do that is because we're California. It's because we spent the holidays, Dr. Galley and his team and our Office of Emergency Service, quite literally at warehouses, the ports, airports, making sure that those tests actually arrived and weren't rerouted in other parts of the country. We, yes, competed against the federal government for those tests. That's not the way things should be this far into the pandemic. I'm not suggesting otherwise, but I am suggesting we are able to punch above our weight because we're California. In order to continue to punch above our weight and to address the waits and the lines at sites like this and all over the state of California, we recognize we have to do more. And today we want to lay out with a little more detail our $2.7 billion COVID plan that I introduced just 48 hours ago to the legislature. It includes early action, sense of urgency. When we introduce a budget, months of deliberation, give and take. We don't want to wait months. You can't wait another minute in line. Folks are frustrated, so we are working, not calling on, because our legislative leaders have been extraordinary, but we're working with our legislative leaders to calendar early action of $1.4 billion that would include hundreds of millions of dollars for more staff, hundreds of millions of dollars more tests, hundreds of millions of dollars more for more sites to do the most important thing we continue to have work to do, and that's get boosted and to get vaccinated if indeed you have not gotten vaccinated. So we're here to highlight that early action, $1.4 billion of a $2.7 billion budgetary request, highlight the work that is being done, acknowledge the work that needs to be done and the gaps that need to be closed, and reinforce the need to continue to support the federal government's effort at scale to procure the hundreds of millions, no, billions of tests that are necessary to move us out of this phase and into a new phase. As we turn the page to a new phase, let me just acknowledge the phase we're in briefly. This is going to be a challenging period. It is a challenging period for so many folks that we're hoping, after what we experienced in the last few surges, that we would not be experiencing yet another variant, particularly one that is so ubiquitous in our lives with the Omicron variant. And while it's absolutely true, you don't need to hear from me. You've heard from everybody else as it relates to the nature of this variant. We all know two things. One is that it is easily transmitted, but we also know that it is less severe than previous variants. That said, the total number in the aggregate puts enormous pressure ultimately on our healthcare system, and that is demonstrated and demonstrable across this country, and not least of which here in California, particularly as it relates to staffing needs in our healthcare system. And that's why the state of California, over the course of the last many weeks, we're not reacting to this, we in many ways were anticipating this. We have brought in out-of-state contract staff, 2,363 contract staff that we brought into the state of California over the course of the last many weeks. 1,250 more that we'll be bringing in to help support our healthcare system and to support our healthcare workers. We are providing flexibility, which we provided in 2020 and 2021 to facilities as it relates to how they utilize that staff. And we recognize how weary those staff are. You have someone, a remarkable young woman, operating this site. She's a NICU, basically works in the ICU for kids. That's her real job. And she's here working to test because she's filling a need. And she put her head down and said, I'm exhausted. And if we kept talking, I would have started to break down a little bit. And her physiology said all you need to know. She didn't even need to share the words. We're just exhausted, emotionally, physically. We're all exhausted. Every single one of you are exhausted by this. And all I'm going to say is we're going to get through this. Just a few more weeks. You're starting to see not just parts of the globe, South Africa, UK, but even parts of this country where we're starting to see in the last 3 or 4 days some case leveling. That's going to happen here in the state of California as well. And while we've outperformed other large states, let me be specific. If you lived in Florida, we would have roughly 40,000 more deaths if per capita death rate was equivalent here in California. We actually have 50% lower per capita death rate in the state of California, 35% lower than the state of Texas. We have a 50% lower positivity rate than that state, those states today. That's not to impress upon anything. I'm not impressed by any of that, except to say we continue to lean in. We're not shy. And we continue to try to lead across the spectrum of supports. But yes, we have more work to do. So on issues of the healthcare system, and finally on the issue of schools, I recognize that we have challenges that we're facing in the next few weeks there as well. And that's why yesterday we put out an executive order allowing more flexibility for our public educators to bring in substitutes, more retirees, to allow the opportunity to help address the workforce constraints as well, because so many members of staff, our educators, paraprofessionals, not just teachers, are testing positive as well. We need to keep our kids in person instruction safely in school. That is our priority. It will continue to be. And the staffing flexibility EO I put out yesterday, executive order, we hope helps in that effort, as well as the number. And Dr. Galley, remind me, how many N95 masks we've sent to our schools?
9 million.
9 million.
Oh, wow.
This is important. 9 million, not cloth masks, not 900,000, not a million, 9 million. In the last few weeks, we've sent out to our public schools. We have a website Salesforce put up in the Office of Emergency Services on demand. We've done 1 billion units to cities, counties, school districts, and local health offices all across the state. 9 million specifically to public schools, N95s, in addition to the billions and billions of dollars to support their other efforts. So, again, no one's trying to impress anybody here. I know how hard this is and how pressed we all are with the pressure that we're all experiencing, particularly parents out there. And I just want folks to know we're doing what we can. credible leadership at the local level, partners at the state and federal level here to assist, trying to be creative, trying to be flexible, and moving as conditions change in real time to adapt to those changing conditions. So with all of that, I'm here to answer any questions, and if you're wondering why I'm dressed up for this occasion, we were down in San Diego cleaning up encampments, and that's a way of saying this: we can do many things at the same time, and don't think we're taking our eye off the ball around the most important and pressing issues in this state. But right now, the most important and pressing issue is getting this pandemic behind us once and for all. Happy to answer any questions.
Governor, why was it important for you to come to this particular testing site? Why was it important for you to come to this particular testing site of all the sites in the state?
Because I was here not too long ago with Speaker Rendon, and Speaker Rendon talked to me about the importance of not forgetting the visit, because the folks here need not only the visibility but the support. You look at the socioeconomics, you look at the demographics in this district, they're uniquely deserving of our time and attention. And so I wanted to fulfill the commitment I made to the Speaker. I want to acknowledge the work of the Mayor, and wanted to always acknowledge the good work and advocacy of Supervisor Hahn.
Does that go with the vaccination of the
Yeah, this also highlights areas where we have to do more. And that's what I'm specifically want to highlight as it relates to what we refer to as HPIs. That's where we lose everybody. And that's these healthy place index. We were one of the first states, if not the first state, to put out an equity metric. In fact, we were, as it relates to our testing and vaccine sites. And we were very transparent about where we were weak and where we had strength. And so we are in an HPI that requires us, a quadrant in the state of California, to do more and supplement the testing and vaccination access. That's exactly why this mobile site was supposed to be moved and hasn't been moved in order to fulfill that obligation to continue to do the job and continue to close those gaps, equity gaps in particular. Thank you.
Regarding universal health care, how it's funded, can you explain the difference between universal and the legislature's version on funding?
Yeah, well, there's a legislative proposal that has nothing to do with the universal health care program I put out. I've seen some reporting, and I want to hopefully make that crystal clear. Ours is funded. Ours is budgeted. Ours allows us to not only balance the budget this year, but to be able to balance the budget 3 years out. We are ready to move with a $614 million appropriation this year that will allow us to become the first state in the country to provide universal health access to all low-income Medi-Cal eligible Californians, regardless of pre-existing conditions, ability to pay, or their immigration status. We do it because it's the right thing to do. We do it because it's long overdue. We do it because politicians have been talking about this for decades. And we do it because it's cheaper to get everybody covered than to cover them on the back end in the emergency rooms and the emergency departments. So we use common sense and fiscal discipline to do the right thing, to keep families safer, communities healthier, and the economy moving.
So you're saying no new tax?
No need to. In fact, we have significant tax cuts in this year's budget. We did the biggest tax rebate in American history, $12 billion last year. And we expect in the May revise, language few people understand, when I update the budget in a few months, that we are likely to have an additional rebate to the taxpayers. No new taxes in our budget.
Thank you. Governor Anthony Fauci today said that Omicron's going to find, and I quote him, will ultimately find just enough.
Yeah. Are you looking at me? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So you've been at this for some time. I'd be interested in your gut. Kind of made a reference to it. Viruses mutate so that they're less deadly but more transmissible. That's what's happened here. The Spanish flu became part of the background flu 100 years ago. So is it your gut that once February hits, we hit the peak, we start to slide down, that is the moment where this is going to tail off? And before you answer, when you look at my camera and not at me.
Oh, yeah. Where's your camera? It's nice to see you. So one thing I've learned is the things I regret most in my political professional life are when I answer from the gut, particularly when I have someone that can answer from not just the heart but the head, and his name is Dr. Galley, who's going to come up first, and then I'll respond to you in camera about my gut response. But first, let's have more of an intellectual response from Dr. Galley.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And as we've seen throughout this pandemic, each wave, each surge, we handle differently. This one has certainly been one where we have a variant that is so much more transmissible. Dr. Fauci, many others, right, we're going to see so many Californians infected by this virus. The good news is, because of our great success with vaccinations, even those who maybe have been infected before, the level, the severity of disease that we're seeing with this particular variant is a lot lower. Yes, some people are getting infected, many fewer are getting hospitalized, and certainly many fewer are dying. And our hope is that as we get through the next few weeks, people are exposed, people recover, people find out that they didn't have that many symptoms, that our baseline immunity to the COVID-19 virus and its variants that we have seen already and the ones that are yet to come will be strong enough to prevent such an immense overwhelm of people's health, the healthcare delivery system, and we start to move into a bit of a new normal. That said, and the governor has said this many times, humility has been the word of the last 2 years. We face this virus with a great deal of humility, a great deal of flexibility. It moves. We try to be prepared and sometimes have to react, and we will keep doing that no matter what it throws our way. But yes, we hope as we get to the tail end of this surge that future challenges with COVID and its variants will be more manageable for our state, and we can get into phases of a new normal.
Let me build on what Dr. Galley said, because I think it's illustrative of the challenges we're having with testing. There was gut feeling in this country that the testing wasn't necessarily needed. So a lot of the testing facilities or companies rather started reducing their supply and manufacturing rate, only to find out a few months later that all of that supply was needed. And so, look, critical to be prepared. When we came into this pandemic, we didn't have ventilators, we didn't have PPE, no one even knew what PPE meant. We have been able to push stockpiles all throughout the state, create redundancy in terms of our surveillance programs, our testing protocols. We want to build out some permanent infrastructure moving forward so that if our gut is wrong or the modeling is wrong, that we're prepared to move in real time as it relates to a new consciousness around infectious diseases. But my sense is, on the basis of the ubiquity and the fact that Dr. Fauci and others have suggested so many of us are likely to get this new variant, that we are in a different phase in a few months or a month in this pandemic. And that's why we are concurrently not only dealing with the crisis at hand, but we are doing exactly what Dr. Emanuel and others have suggested federally needs to be done, and that is preparing for not the pandemic phase of this reality, but the endemic phase of this reality, and how we live with future variants. And that is being conducted, those efforts conducted in real time, and we'll be making public those detailed strategies over the course of the next many weeks.
So should the focus be focused on vaccinations? Why not partner with people like Donald Trump, who said he got the vaccine, got boosted? He's actually condemned Republicans who refused to say whether they got boosted. I know you focused on vaccinations, but that seems to be most critical when it comes to Omicron.
Yeah, and that's
We've got red counties in this state with very low vaccination rates.
That's why I spend the vast majority of my time reminding people about getting boosted. That's why this early action has hundreds of millions of dollars for vaccines and boosters. In fact, the majority, or rather plurality of the funding in the $1.4 billion early action is for vaccines and boosters. There's still no more important thing we can do, because it mitigates the side effects and the direct results of this variant, and obviously had more impact with previous variants, and I would assume more still into the future. So there's still no substitutes for vaccines, and I would note that 95% of Californians 18 and over, 95% now have received at least one vaccine dose. We have among the highest vaccine rates of large states in the country, but we still have work to do on boosters. Just 10.9 million boosters have been administered. It's only 51% of those eligible, and we have more work to do for those kids my age, 5 to 11, where we're outperforming the nation, which has a 17.2% average fully vaccinated population. 5 to 11, we're a little over 20%. We have more work to do in that space as well.
Thanks, Dr. Talked a lot about misinformation. There's 1.9 million LA residents who are eligible to get vaccinated, still have not been vaccinated. We're seeing these lines for testing everywhere. We're not seeing the lines for boosters and for vaccination. So are you worried at all that in terms of misinformation, the damage is done? How do you break that down?
We just keep pounding. Don't give up. We're averaging about 180,000 tests, or rather vaccine doses a day. Averaging 180,000 vaccine doses a day. We still have a lot more work to do. We continue to push back. We have a team of folks that work for Dr. Ghaly that quite literally day in and day out are battling out social media and online against that misinformation. So we're not just dialing that in. We're quite literally going toe-to-toe with those that are generating all of these falsehoods. I mean, I had folks out there saying that when I had my booster, I had some side effect. One guy offered me $5 million. Personally, if I can prove him wrong, I'm waiting for the $5 million. I'm happy to accept it and happy to redistribute every penny of it. You owe me $5 million. I mean, just the rank wrote lies. A famous family member, was out there guaranteeing that, this nonsense they're spewing, lies. They're just outright lies, and they're able to sell books and sell advertisement, sell their contracts to generate even more successful careers, and we'll just have to keep pushing back. I still do want that $5 million. Why don't you guys do a little investigative report on that? That's an interesting investigative report. They'll show you. I'm sure you call him. I'm not even kidding. We'll have some fun with this, and we can give the money away to charity together.
Governor Alex Michelson talks about it. How do you determine when the endemic begins? Because now, when you look at hospitalization rates, there's so many people that are hospitalized not because of COVID, but they get to the hospital and they find out that they have COVID, they won't be there. Anyways, do you change now the metrics when it comes to hospitalization? And do you think that Omicron is the last bad big wave of...
No,
Where's the crystal ball?
I'll repeat what Dr. Ghaly said. I told you guys, you all heard this so many times, for good reason you heard it, that my word of the year was humility. That was last year's word, and I'm starting out. That's top of my word list this year as well. We don't know what we don't know, except we're more prepared to move more quickly to address the nature of change. That said, look, the point you made around hospitalizations is important. What matters to me, the total number of people hospitalized, because of our capacity to address the needs of people across the panoply that have all kinds of related issues. Let me be specific. We are just 1,000 census away from peak hospitalizations compared to last year. We have just we have 51,400 or so? 52,400 that are hospitalized today. We will likely break last year's peak record in the next few days. That being said, you're correct. Less than 12,400 are hospitalized for COVID. 52,000 total hospital census, just 12,000 or so for COVID. At the end of the day, COVID or not, we have to support our healthcare delivery system. And the staff is overwhelmed, and we want to make sure there's access, particularly in the emergency departments, and ultimately to preventative care and acute care needs across the spectrum. So if nothing else, the after action on this pandemic is a reevaluation of our healthcare system as a nation and our capacity to flex and surge in real time. And that is going to be a stubborn and challenging issue, as it's been for decades. It's one of the reasons we're prioritizing universal health care as a foundational predicate to advancing that effort. But absolutely, the flexibility and designing a system for surges, regardless of this pandemic, future pandemics, is front and center in any endemic framework that ultimately we will advance.
People are hospitalized
Yeah.
restrictions.
Dr. Galley's we've been having so many conversations on this. Let me answer.
The thing is that if they're in there for COVID, they give different care, right?
Yeah.
If they're not hospitalized because of COVID,
Yeah, but they do it as a byproduct.
trying to change the mask mandate or other COVID restrictions, and people aren't going to the hospital because of COVID.
Well, there's a couple of things we have to really work through on this. But the bottom line is we have to make sure we have capacity in our hospitals to serve people who need care, whether it's COVID directly, indirectly because of COVID. I mean, we're already starting to see that higher than in the community number of patients are coming to the hospital, not with COVID respiratory disease, but potentially the impacts of COVID on other chronic diseases, whether that's diabetes or heart disease. So the long-term implications of COVID is something we absolutely need to think through. But right now, we're laser focused on making sure those hospitals, those staff that are weary, those staff that are tired, have the kind of support they need, and everything we can do as a community to make sure that capacity is there for people sick with COVID, for people in car accidents who need acute care, for people with strokes or diabetes or heart attacks. We need to do all that we can. So the day will come when we're going to have a different conversation. But right now, today, making sure that 52,400 admissions in the hospital doesn't keep increasing, making sure the staff that put their lives and families on the line every single day have all of our support and backing, I think is the clear metric that we're focused on right now.
Just remember, it's not just those that are in the hospitals with COVID. It's so many staff with COVID that can't go into work in the hospitals, and that's why masking is so important and vaccinations remain critical. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. We'll keep going. I mean, yeah, look, we got, I don't, maybe Omicron will wake folks up. I mean, there's not a one of us that doesn't know more than a handful of folks that have gotten COVID in the last few weeks. Maybe that will finally wake folks up. And remember, 4.5%.
Okay, so we have been listening in to Governor Gavin Newsom there in Los Angeles from earlier. He was visiting a COVID-19 outdoor testing site. He's deploying 200 members of the California National Guard to support coronavirus testing, and more National Guard could be called up in the following days and weeks. And you heard from the governor there as he was taking questions. We also learned that he will be making a decision possibly tomorrow on the parole recommendation for Sirhan Sirhan. Of course, he is the assassin who killed Robert F. Kennedy back in 1968. And we'll have full coverage of that tomorrow if that does indeed happen. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. The governor was also in San Diego, like he mentioned as well, cleaning up a homeless encampment site, talking about the homelessness crisis there in California. We do have a lot of really cool live looks right now on this Wednesday afternoon. Of course, we were just showing you that one in the Bay Area right there, San Francisco, and a beautiful one in Midtown Manhattan. It's almost 6 o'clock there. And you can see the Empire State Building. And, of course, here in Phoenix, you can see Sky Harbor Airport, all the planes taxiing on the tarmac there. So we'll have more news, top headlines when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just another Live Now look out of Sky Harbor Airport here in Phoenix, Arizona. We have a lot more headlines and top stories left to get to on this Wednesday afternoon. Thank you for being with us. Well, fentanyl kills more adults 18 to 45 than anything else in the United States, according to the CDC. And the pandemic has likely been making the problem worse. Joining me now live from Columbia, South Carolina, is Fox's Austin Westfall with how this is impacting especially teens. It becomes more and more accessible. Austin, good to see you. What have you learned?
Andrew, it's gotten to the point where fentanyl is not only killing people that are in the substance abuse community, it's now killing people that are unaware that they're even taking the drug in the first place. And sadly, that is including school kids. Take a listen.
I walked into my son's room at 8 o'clock in the morning and found him dead.
Jaime Puerta's only child, Daniel, was 16 when he died after taking a pill containing a lethal dose of fentanyl. The Santa Clarita, California resident is now dedicating his life to keeping the drug out of the hands of young people.
Never see him get married or have a family of his own. I will never be a grandfather.
Last month, police confiscated vape pens laced with fentanyl from students at least 2 American high schools, one in Madisonville, Tennessee, and another in Norwalk, Connecticut. But 19-year-old Johan Playtez of El Monte, California, says the problem is common. He's in rehab after overdosing on fentanyl.
I'm a youngster myself, so I know a lot of people that do that at school, you know, and it's bad. They don't know what they're smoking anymore.
Too many children are dying, and there should be no reason for this.
Puerta says his son Daniel bought the fatal pill on Snapchat, thinking that it was oxycodone.
He consumed half a pill and it took his life.
You're looking at a baggie of blue pills that look exactly like oxycodone.
Sarah Goldsby is with South Carolina Drug Abuse Services.
You can see this is like an actual one pill press. It's making these.
She says there's growing concern about fentanyl use in middle, high school, and college students.
These drugs look like Adderall, which is a very commonly misused drug, prescription drug by our college students.
Although Goldsby says the U.S. has never seen a drug this threatening before, she says it's important to remember that there is always hope.
There's no shame in asking for help. Help is available, and lots of people are recovering from opioid use disorder.
And those seeking treatment can call the National Substance Abuse Crisis Line. That can be reached at 1-800-662-HELP. In Columbia, South Carolina, Austin Westfall, back to you, Andrew.
You know, Austin, what are some of the warning signs that officials are telling, especially parents of teens, but also teens and young adults to look for when they, unfortunately, a lot of this happens on social media. Are there any warning signs to look out for?
Yeah, so with Jaime in particular, the man I spoke to for that piece, he could not speak enough about the how easy it is to get some of these substances from social media, especially certain platforms where messages get erased, pictures get erased after a certain amount of time. Some apps have settings where a lot of these drug deals can be completely wiped away from your device's memory after the transaction's completed. Other than the social media use, Jaime also said that his son did have some prior experience. He had been in substance abuse treatment programs before for things like oxycodone. Speaking with the health officials here in South Carolina, they said that a lot of times kids are not trying to use fentanyl. They're trying to use Xanax or oxycodone, things of that nature, and then it just turns out that it's really just, unfortunately, not what they're buying. It turns into something where it's only fentanyl that's in this pill. It's not even a lot of times oxycodone laced with fentanyl. They say a lot of times these pills are just straight up fentanyl. It's incredibly deadly. The case with Daniel on that piece, all it took was half a pill. So advice for parents as far as what some of these officials are saying is, if you know that any of your children are perhaps dabbling in any of these substances, perhaps buying things through applications like Snapchat, Instagram, things of that nature, might just want to keep a closer eye on them.
All right, Fox's Austin Westfall there live for us in Columbia, South Carolina. Definitely a scary, scary story for teens and parents. We'll talk to you again.
Andrew, thank you.
Right now, though, we do want to go on to some of these other headlines. We heard from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He was meeting with Houston law enforcement officials And he has been very outspoken, especially about the border crisis down there in Texas. Of course, we've been getting data, getting numbers as well, that there have been an increasing number of fentanyl seizures at the southern border as well. So let's just hear from Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Hey, Governor, how are you? Richard Jankowski, President, GPS. Good to see you, Richard. Good to see you, sir.
All right, you ready to get started? Everybody good? Okay. My name is Doug Griffith, and I'm the president of the Houston Police Officers Union. And I want to thank everyone for coming today on behalf of the 5,100 members of the Houston Police Officers Union. It is a great honor to host this group of men and women here with an important announcement for Governor Abbott. As most of y'all know, Governor Abbott's been a lifelong public servant, serving at the Texas Supreme Court as a justice. He's been the Texas Attorney General, and he is now the 48th elected governor of the great state of Texas. So we want to thank you for coming, and know our home is always welcome you. You've been here several times, and we greatly appreciate that.
Thank you.
From day one, Governor Abbott has supported law enforcement. In 2016, he announced a plan to lobby for the Police Protection Act here in the state of Texas. He also extended hate crimes protections for law enforcement officers who are victims of crime for just doing their job as a police officer. In 2018, Governor Abbott provided $23 million in rifle-resistant vests for law enforcement officers across the state. A lot of the folks here today were here when you had that announcement, and it's been a great project, and I know it's protected several of our officers out there. In 2020, Governor Abbott announced the 2021 legislative session that there would be a priority on police funding. We know how that happened in Austin. It did not go well. During the session, he was all in with law enforcement and called to and supported legislation that would punish cities that defunded their law enforcement agencies. Again, Austin has went downhill quick after they defunded, and it's really sad to see what that has turned into. Hopefully they'll be able to come back from that at some point. We'll see how it goes. But we know that the Capitol is well protected. He's done a great job with the DPS. In fact, gave him a raise. And you notice there's no issues at the Capitol. You've taken care of that. A huge legislative victory happened with Senate Bill 22, in which the governor fully supported that bill. That bill made it presumptive for law enforcement officers who contracted COVID that it was done on the job. This is a big relief for our officers, and across the state, I think we've seen that. We've lost a lot of officers to COVID, and it's helped us, when I leave my home at night, knowing that my family's going to be protected should I contract this virus. So it has been a big win for us, a big win for the government, for the governor, as well as law enforcement across the state to see our brothers and sisters fallen victim to this disease, or this virus. In October of 2021, Governor Abbott announced his public safety office would administer $305 million in grants for public safety. That's big. That gets us boots on the ground out there to help protect our communities. It's very important. As every officer here today knows, it's a trying time to be a police officer, trying time to be in law enforcement. But it's comforting to know that Governor Abbott, the Lieutenant Governor, and most of our legislators are on our side, and they do what they need to do to help us to keep the citizens of Houston and Harris County and the state of Texas safe, and we greatly appreciate that. Governor Abbott doesn't just make promises during his campaign speeches. He follows through with them. He has always supported law enforcement, and for that reason, the Houston Police Officers Union is proud to support Governor Greg Abbott for his re-election this year as governor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. And we're going to go ahead and turn it over to Mitch Landry now.
Mitch Landry, Deputy Executive Director with Texas Municipal Police Association. This is actually probably one of the easiest endorsements that we can make every year. Governor, going back 21 years ago, 2001, we first met with you when he was running for Attorney General. He made the commitment then that he would support law enforcement. We were the first association to endorse you during that campaign. And since then, while he was an AG, while he's been governor, he has been a man of his word. He has stood behind us, been on the front lines with us, and we really appreciate that. Back during the defund the police, the governor was the first one to reach out to law enforcement and have a meeting and say, how can we fight this? This is wrong. And so he's the first one to the table. And as Doug said, he talks the talk and he walks the walk. And Governor, we are proud to endorse you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you.
My name is Lieutenant Richard Jankowski. I'm a state trooper and I am president of the Texas Department of Public Safety Officers Association. Since 1974, DPSOA has been working to advocate on behalf of troopers, special agents, Texas Rangers, DPS communications operators, and forensic scientists of the Texas DPS. DPSOA is one of the largest organizations representing commissioned law enforcement officers in Texas and includes approximately 4,700 men and women who daily pledge their lives to protect Texans across the state. DPSOA is proud to endorse Governor Abbott for re-election. Governor Abbott has given us his unwavering support and understands the importance of the work we do to protect Texans each and every day, whether it's along our southern border or in our local communities. In an era where some cities are trying to defund law enforcement, he backed the blue by signing laws that punish communities that make these reckless decisions. Governor Abbott has taken direct action along our southern border, curtailing human trafficking, combating the smuggling of deadly illegal drugs like fentanyl, and building a wall, doing the jobs that Washington, D.C. won't. Texas is a law and order state, and with Governor Abbott's continued leadership and proven results, we can ensure a safer future for all Texans. I hope all voters will join us in supporting Greg Abbott for 4 more years as our governor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Domingo Garcia. I'm the president of the Organization of Spanish-Speaking Officers. We are the largest independent Spanish-speaking organization in the state of Texas. Governor Abbott has been a tireless advocate for the law enforcement community. We are proud of the work he has done to help us curtail crime on the streets of Houston. Fighting to seize drugs at the borders lessens the amount that reach the neighborhoods we patrol each and every day. The Houston Police Organization of Spanish-Speaking Officers is proud to support Governor Abbott for governor, and we always will, and we'll bring other organizations to you. And now it's your turn.
Thank you very much. Well, Domingo, thank you. Doug, I want to thank you and HPOU as usual, and Mitch, thank you for your support. Richard, thank you, and DPSOA for the support of your great organization. Listen, the people I'm side by side with here today are some of the premier law enforcement officials and leaders in the United States of America. Standing behind them and the members of their organizations are some of the elite law enforcement and the best Texas has to offer. And they go to work every single day, putting their lives on the line to keep our community safer. I want to thank all law enforcement across the entire state of Texas for what they do to serve and to protect our communities. But I'll be candid with you. Even though a few days ago on Sunday we celebrated Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, we need to understand that showing our gratitude for law enforcement officers for one single day is good, but not enough. Because they put their lives on the line, because when they leave the office and go answer a call, they don't know, and their family does not know if they will ever return. We need to do more than just express our gratitude for our law enforcement officers. It is essential that we as a state, that local communities, that we as a people of this state do more to actually support our law enforcement officers. And as you heard up here, that's exactly what we've done through legislative session after legislative session, because we in the Capitol, we know the vital role that these law enforcement officers play. One thing that was talked about that I have to emphasize, and that is, we have seen chaos across the United States in city after city after city that has used this defund the police approach. And it's led to higher crime, more dangerous cities, and a diminishment of the role that law enforcement plays. And I promised that I would not allow defund police laws to take place in the state of Texas, and that's exactly why we passed a law that will defund any city that defunds law enforcement. As Doug was mentioning, we did see a city in Texas defund their police, and it was the city of Austin. And so what do you think happened after that? What happened after that this past year? Austin set an all-time record for the number of murders. So many people lost their lives because of the catastrophic way in which the city of Austin went about policing. That's wrong, and because of it, the city of Austin now, because we passed this law, is having to refund their law enforcement efforts. I am running for re-election to ensure that no leftist radical liberal will take over the office of governor like Beto O'Rourke and be dangerous and defund our police. Let me be clear about the position that Beto O'Rourke has taken. Not only has he been supportive of the defund police movement, it's far worse than that. He talked about actually dismantling some police departments, and even worse, he said that law enforcement is now the new Jim Crow. Beto O'Rourke is dangerous to the communities and to the safety of the public and the people in this state, and he is not fitting to serve as governor because of his antagonism to the men and women who wear the uniform, who keep our community safe. The same applies with regard to another law that we have passed this past session to make Texas a safer place that actually had the city of Houston at the center of it, and that is bail reform. We have seen over the past couple of years more than 100 people in the Harris County area lose their lives because of people who were released on bail, dangerous people who were released on bail. That is inexcusable. It had to stop, and that is why we passed bail reform to try to stem or stop the effort of releasing dangerous criminals back out on the street, causing people to lose their lives. But Beto was sympathetic with the type of approach that Harris County was using. Beto, once again, would be extraordinarily dangerous to the men and women in this community, as well as across the state of Texas, if he were elected and allowed the type of reckless bail reform policies that Harris County was implementing to go back into place. I also signed laws to protect our law enforcement from dangerous rioters.
Okay, so we've been listening to Texas Governor Greg Abbott there, and he is meeting with members of Houston law enforcement officials there, offering their endorsement to the Republican incumbent. Remember, he's up for re-election later this year. Just yesterday, remember, we were watching a similar type event in San Antonio where he was meeting with sheriffs from all across the state who were also offering their endorsement. And you heard some of his policy proposals on he wants to be tough on crime, tough on illegal immigration, going into possibly another 4-year term as Texas governor. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're just a little bit after the top of the hour here on this Wednesday night. Thanks for being with us. When we come back, we'll be talking about all the drama that is playing out down under in Melbourne, Australia, as the world's #1 tennis player, Novak Djokovic, the saga continues with his visa, with his anti-vaccine status, and with his COVID-19 positive history. So more on that in just a moment.
Tennis star Novak Djokovic now admits he didn't immediately isolate after testing positive for COVID. The Serbian world #1, who is unvaccinated, says he knew he was infected when he met with 2 journalists for an interview and photo shoot last month. In a statement published to social media, Djokovic apologized for not isolating and for a false travel declaration given to Australian authorities, saying it was submitted on his behalf by his agent and was simply, quote, human error.
I've seen his statements, and it does seem that he's been telling a few fibs too. So I think he should just probably go back.
Australian residents have mixed reactions to Djokovic's statement.
I think we should give him the chance to correct that human error or mistake, whoever he has committed. But I think it's good for every one of us to see him playing on the court.
On Monday, an Australian federal court dismissed the government's decision to cancel Djokovic's visa. They did so on procedural grounds, ending his detention and appearing to clear the path for him to play in the Australian Open. But the country's immigration minister is reviewing the case and could still revoke the star's visa. The 2022 Australian Open is set to begin on Monday, with or without the world's #1 player. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Jonathan, thanks so much for that update there. Joining us now to go a little bit deeper into this whole debacle right now is sports legal expert Dan Lust, a friend of the program. Dan, thanks for being with us. These problems are not going away. The Open begins on Monday. What do you make of the situation on where it stands right now?
Yeah, I think it's very ground that way. We have about a day away from the draw. We have about less than a week from the tournament starting. And Andrew, you mentioned it, right? The immigration minister can institute his personal discretion to revoke Novak Djokovic's visa. And that can be done any day. That could be done before the draw. That can be done before the tournament. And here's the crazy thing. It can be done during the tournament. So that's where we stand now. I don't think anyone can tell you one way or the other what will happen. But, 1 minute hold the cards here. A man by the name of Alex Hawke, the immigration minister in Australia.
Dan, I want to read from some of that statement as well, because he's kind of shifting the blame to his team. But he did admit, and he did come out with this quite long statement on Instagram. He said that the next day he attended a tennis event in Belgrade to present awards to children and took a rapid test before going to the event. It was negative. He was asymptomatic and felt good. He said he had not received the notification of a positive PCR test result until after that event. But then he went on to this photo shoot and this interview with a journalist. And he's saying that, he really shouldn't have done that in hindsight.
Yeah, it's funny. When I listened to some of the comments in the report that your colleague John just had, Novak is coming clean, right? He's coming clean that essentially he knew he had tested positive or believed he had tested positive. We still have interactions and went on an interview with a French journalist. So, that's number one, right? And then number two, Novak is essentially admitting fault on this form. So Novak is admitting to doing a lot of things wrong here. You have to just kind of ask yourself from a big perspective, why is Novak coming clean now? And I think his common sense will tell you he's feeling the pressure from the Australian government that he might actually be kicked out of the country. That's the only incentive someone would have, like a criminal defendant, let's say, right? Would have to be telling their side of the story. If they're worried that if they don't tell it, something bad might happen. So Novak is admitting, right, to going out in public when he's likely tested positive. He's kind of acknowledging a little bit of when that PCR test was taken. And then I think most importantly, right, he's admitting to kind of what amounts to an Australian crime, having inaccurate information on a travel declaration, which, Andrew, is really punishable by up to 12 months in prison under Australian law. So I don't know if they're going to enforce it to the full extent of the law, but certainly they have the power to. Novak is admitting that information was incorrect that made its way into the declaration. Human error, not human error. He's admitting that it's wrong.
And Dan, in that story from Jonathan Hunt, we had kind of gotten two sides from Australians about what they think about this whole matter. I'd be curious to poll Australians about, what they think of Novak Djokovic's behavior in light of all this, but we're showing video from Monday, and this was the melee. This was the crowd after that judge's decision on Novak's visa, and so many tennis fans, so many Serbian nationals who are there in Melbourne for the tournament coming out and really rallying on his behalf. And this is really stunning scenes from Monday. But of course, this is still all up in the air, even more so than Monday, like you've been saying.
Yeah, I mean, this thing I saw, I don't know if we're going to see the footage, but there's, protesters being hit, or I don't know if it's protesters, supporters being hit with pepper spray, right? I believe that car, at least the supporters were the Novak was in the car, so they were celebrating him, right? But the situation is a little crazy right now because you and I are both thinking that there's a real chance that Novak is kicked out of the country. Right now, you have all these people from Serbia that are in Australia for the Australian Open. And imagine, right, if their hero, right, he's Novak Djokovic is a god in Serbia. He's their top athlete. He's competing and winning competitions across the country, across the world, right? So if they were to kick him out, imagine those people wouldn't be too happy in Serbia. They're not getting refunded, right? And they got a lot of time to do that. And if you're listening on the ground in Australia, I think it's pretty much split. I think you're right. And I put polls up on that are indicative of that. Some people, want him kicked out of the country, and the other one want to see the top player in the world play. So, yeah, it's setting up for some fireworks here. And let's say, Andrew, he's not kicked out of the country. Rest assured, his matches will be full of booze, right? They'll be raining down on him wherever he plays. There's really a ton of pressure on Novak to perform. I had a fun poll up, Andrew, which I think you could appreciate. What's more likely, Novak to get kicked out of the country or win the Australian Open, right? And 75% of respondents said kicked out of the country, for what it's worth.
Wow, Dan, and of course, he was the winner of the Open last year. We also just got some new information just about an hour ago. An alert came through that apparently Netflix is in the works making a docuseries about this whole vaccine debacle that Novak is going through. And so it doesn't look like the story is going away anytime soon. Of course, we'll have to see if immigration authorities in Australia make a decision before Monday. All eyes will be on that. What will you be looking for in the next couple of days?
Yeah, I mean, just on the Netflix point, right? I know they're basing it off of Drive to Survive, which is a Netflix documentary on Formula One. Behind the scenes, everything, all access. Andrew, if you're asking me why Novak felt the need to come clean, it's probably because cameras, we now know, have been on him, in the making of a documentary. They didn't know what was explosive. So now I'm looking for what more truth scenes Novak's going to put out there. I don't think he did himself any favors by acknowledging that what was put on the form was inaccurate and blaming his agent. At the end of the day, his name is on that travel declaration. So I think under Australian law, they have the power to deport him. It's just a matter of whether or not they want to enforce that law. And, there's a lot of political climate in Australia, whether how intense they want to enforce this border law. We're going to find out. This is the strongest test case we're going to have. So I think it's just a matter of whether or not Australia wants to press that button, but it's there for the taking.
All right, Dan Lust, as always, we appreciate your time. Have a great night.
My pleasure.
All right, right now we do want to take just a quick commercial break. We'll have more top stories and headlines on this Wednesday after the break. Apologize there, my mic was not up. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are moving on to some of these other top headlines and stories throughout this Wednesday. Of course, everyone's talking about voting rights on Capitol Hill. Members of the Congressional Black Caucus held an event today speaking about voting rights, speaking about the need for election reform. And so we'll have more guests on this throughout the night talking about what will Senate Democrats do with the filibuster? Will they get through the John Lewis Voting Rights Act? This is all up in the air at the moment. But first, let's hear from the Congressional Black Caucus.
Leaders, advocates, legislators, lawyers, we stand here fighting for the people. And so today, I'm going to bring several members up. And we're going to do something a little different. We're going to do the floor house 1 minute for you, with the exception of our leader and majority whip, Clyburn. And then I'm going to ask my members to join me. Birthday lady, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, will join me at the podium. Former chair of the CBC, and good to have our good friend Ifume back, will join us to help address questions. With that, Congressman James Clyburn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to surprise you with this. I don't think there is any issue more emotional with members of the Congressional Black Caucus and our constituents than the issue of voting. I don't believe there's any group of people other than the Congressional Black Caucus and our constituents that are really practical when it comes to the political process. No group is any more practical than we are. And that is why when we sent the For the People Act, H.R. 1, and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act, H.R. 4, over to the Senate, and we saw significant reticence on the part of various senators, when Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia expressed support for the People Act, except that he had some misgivings about parts of it. So when he decided that he could put together legislation that he thought would be bipartisan, and he proposed what he called the Freedom to Vote Act, every member of this caucus lined up in support of it, demonstrating the practicality of the political process. So the Freedom to Vote Act is not our bill. We agreed to support Senator Joe Manchin's bill. So that's what this bill is. And we're finding some real issues trying to figure out why is it that when we decided to support his bill, he seems to be supporting a filibuster of his own bill. That to us is very disconcerting. Finally, I think that all of us in the Congressional Black Caucus are very understanding of our history. The 13th Amendment freed the slaves. The 14th Amendment gave us rights of due process and equal access. But it was the 15th Amendment. It took another amendment to the Constitution to give the newly freed slaves the right to vote. That amendment passed on a straight party line vote.
Yes.
So we take exception, grave exception, when anybody tells us that legislation cannot have credibility unless it is bipartisan, you're saying to us that the 15th Amendment is without credibility. So we're asking all of our friends, inside and outside the Congress, to be careful with that. That's not what history teaches us. And I'm pleased to yield to Chairman Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Whip. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership, to all the members of the Congressional Black Caucus. The right to vote is precious. The right to vote is sacred. The right to vote is central to the very integrity of our democracy. You can't have a government of the people, by the people, and for the people unless every single American has the unfettered ability to choose their representatives and fully participate in American democracy. The voter suppression epidemic that has been unleashed by the radical right is unacceptable, unreasonable, unfathomable, unconscionable, and un-American. We must crush it, and we will crush it. That is why it's essential, it's important, it's necessary, with the fierce urgency of now, to pass the Joe Manchin Freedom to Vote Act and the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. By any means necessary, including reforming a filibuster rule that is dripping in racist history in defense of slavery and Jim Crow. On this issue, make no mistake, when it comes to the protection of the voting rights of every single American, we shall overcome.
Last week, we marked 1 year since insurrectionists stormed the U.S. Capitol to overturn a Democratic election. In the weeks before the attack, some Republicans made despicable false claims against voters in my state of Nevada. But they failed. Their insurrection failed. And in the years since, Nevada has made protecting voting rights our sacred mission. Today, the Congressional Black Caucus is here to use our power and our message to call on our Senate colleagues to protect the freedom to vote. Seize this moment. Pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Pass the Joe Manchin Freedom to Vote Act. Guarantee safe, secure, and free elections for all Americans. The world is watching us, and now is the time to stand up for our democracy.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Terry Sewell, and I proudly represent Alabama's 7th Congressional District, which includes the historic civil rights cities of Birmingham, Selma, and Montgomery. It was in my hometown of Selma 56 years ago where John Lewis and the foot soldiers shed blood on a bridge for the equal right of all Americans to vote. But as we know, old battles have become new again as state legislatures across this country erect deliberate barriers to the ballot box, trying to silence a certain group of people. These new laws may not require us to count how many jelly beans are in a jar, but modern-day voter suppression is no less pernicious. Yesterday, I was honored to join President Biden and Vice President Harris and our Madam Leader of the Congressional Black Caucus, Joyce Beatty, as the President spoke of an urgent need to protect the sacred right to vote. I applaud the President for being unequivocal in his statement that by any means necessary, we must change the rules of the Senate and pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Act. Our nation is at an inflection point. Voting right legislation will go to the Senate floor and it must pass. You know, we're on the anniversary, the cusp of the Martin Luther King celebration day, Monday. But there can be no celebration without liberation without freedom, without the right to vote. As we prepare to observe the birthday of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, let us remember that justice delayed can be justice denied. The time to act is now. Nothing is more fundamental to our democracy than the sacred right to vote. The time to talk is over. It's now time to act.
My name is Colin Allred, represent Texas's 32nd District. I'm proud to be here with my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus, but I'm also a former voting rights lawyer. I can tell you, we knew when we'd go into court, there'd be some judges that we weren't going to get a good ruling from. We knew that the courts might not be on our side, but we always had the law. We had the Voting Rights Act. We don't have that protection right now. And we know that it's not going to be the courts that are going to protect our rights right now. It's going to have to be us in the Congress. And so the Congressional Black Caucus is coming together today to say to the United States Senate that there is nothing more important. After our Capitol was attacked by people trying to overthrow our democracy, after a rash of laws have passed across this country to try and make it harder for certain Americans to vote, in the state of Texas, where it was already the hardest state in the country to vote, they just went and made it harder. That now is the time to act. That believe us when we tell you, I've spoken to voters who've been disenfranchised. I can see the light go out of their eyes, the belief in our democracy leave them. We have to restore our democracy, and this is the time. We cannot let a Senate rule that is based and was used almost exclusively to prevent civil rights, prevent us from rising to this moment. I know all of us in the Congressional Black Caucus will do everything we can, but we're calling on the United States Senate, and we're calling on a few senators in particular to rise to this moment. Pass your own bill, Senator Manchin. Pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Give us the tools to rescue our democracy, and let the chips fall where they may in the next elections. Thank you.
I'm Val Demings, representing Florida's 10th Congressional District. We are the home of the brave, land of the free, the greatest nation in the world. But we are here today to hold America to its promise. I stand today remembering my parents. My father was a janitor and my mother a maid. My dad used to go to work 7 days a week to make ends meet for our family, but I cannot remember a time that my parents did not cast their vote. They saw it as their civic duty. My parents understood that their vote, while they didn't have a lot of money, their name was on no buildings, their name wasn't famous, people didn't rise when they walked into the room, that their vote mattered. And it mattered just as much as the richest man or woman in town. We can talk about health care, we can talk about civil rights, we can talk about women's rights, we can talk about Social Security, Medicare, education. But all of it is at risk. All of it. Everything that you care about, regardless of your party, and everything that we care about is at risk if we do not protect the right to vote. We're not going anywhere. We're dang on sure not going back. We will use every tool within our power to protect the precious, sacred right to vote.
Good afternoon. Joe Neguse, representing the great state of Colorado. And as Representative Sewell reminds us, in just a few days, tens of millions of Americans will commemorate Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. And of all of the insightful things that Martin Luther King imparted us with here in his time as Earth, there's one quote that's always resonated with me, and I suspect some of my colleagues, which is that the time is always right to do what is right. The time to safeguard voting rights, to protect voting rights and to advance voting rights is now. Not next year, not next month, not next week, here and now. And in the face of over 400 laws that have been introduced in the last year to restrict voting rights in Florida and in Texas, in Iowa and in Georgia, all across the country, we know the stakes couldn't be higher. So to our colleagues in the Senate, we simply say that the eyes of the world are on you. The world is watching. The country is watching. And the Congressional Black Caucus is watching. We hope you will do the right thing.
Good afternoon. I'm Mondaire Jones, representing New York's 17th Congressional District. Our democracy is in crisis. The insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th of 2021 told us so. And now the same party that incited that violent attempted overthrow of the federal government because of the deep unpopularity of its policies is seeking to disenfranchise large swaths of the American electorate, chief among them black and brown voters. There is a way to stop that from happening. We must pass Joe Manchin's Freedom to Vote Act and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. We are faced with an existential question about whether we will have representative government for we, the people, moving into this upcoming year. And the answer can be yes, but only if we use the limited time we have available to us, only if we use the power that the American people have given to us to secure the fundamental right to vote. We know that voting rights are preservative of all other rights, and nothing comes close to being as important, certainly not a filibuster of accidental origin that has been weaponized to block the same kinds of civil rights legislation that we are simply trying to enact into law today. This is legislation that was previously non-controversial in the early 2000s. I remember marching with the NAACP in Washington, D.C. as a young activist to reauthorize the original Voting Rights Act, which was done unanimously in the Senate. When does that ever happen? And nearly unanimously in this chamber. And so we have got to do the right thing, and we have got to prevail upon, with the help of the President of the United States, who has endorsed filibuster reform, Senators Manchin and Sinema, to rise to this occasion and to make an exception for the purpose of saving our ailing democracy. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester. I represent the state of Delaware. I'm the last of the 1 minute. And it's really hard. It is unbelievable that we are standing here. Today, the Congressional Black Caucus is here to say the time is now. I was fortunate yesterday to travel with the Georgia delegation, so many members of the Congressional Black Caucus, Terry Sewell, and our chairwoman, Joyce Beatty, who has exhibited incredible leadership and has shown the country that the CBC, all of us, will stand up and fight, even go to jail for voting rights. I was honored to hear our president and our vice president, the first woman, the first African American and Asian American, speak about the urgency of now, but as unequivocally talk about January, how they did with January 6th, talk about how high the stakes are. And I think everybody here pretty much summed it up. It is about access, people having access to the ballot, which Martin Luther King talked about. Give us the ballot. It's about suppression and trying to stop people from getting water on a voting line when they're just trying to exercise that right. And it's about subversion, stealing elections. We are the conscience of the Congress. the Congressional Black Caucus. And many of you have seen, I carried this scarf on day one. I carried it the day of the insurrection. I carried it to Atlanta. It is from Georgia. It was the oath that allowed my ancestor to have the right to vote. It took brave people to stand up and vote to end slavery. The reality is, had there not been courage before, we would not be standing here. And so today, we say to the members of the Senate to pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, to know that this is not just about a policy, this is about our entire democracy, our way of life. I'm proud to be a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, and I'm proud to say this is our power and this is our message to the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of my colleagues. We will take a few questions, but let me just say thank you to my colleagues. It's always the right time to do what's right. The fierce urgency of now. And one last one from Martin Luther King. Doesn't matter where you stand in the time of comfort and convenience, but it is the actions that you take during a time of challenges and controversy. It is the time now, Senate, to take that action. Elected officials, don't hide. Don't not support voting rights and then dare to celebrate King's birthday. Stand with us. We'll take questions as I ask Sheila Jackson Lee and Kwesi Fume to join me at the podium. Are there any questions? And we'll ask you to monitor the questions for a time.
Madam Chair, thank you. Just as a caucus as a whole, what are you doing? Have you had any direct conversations with Senators Manchin or Sinema? Are you doing anything as a caucus to put additional pressure on them? And then secondly, obviously President Biden will be here tomorrow. Do you think that can change hearts and minds beyond his speech earlier this week? And if these bills fail again, what is the plan B?
Well, first of all, let me say yes, yes, and yes. Yes, that on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, and you heard our majority whip say he has met with Manchin and talked with those senators. I have met with Sinema, a colleague of mine, when I came in as a freshman to Congress and a friend. So we've had a number of conversations. I've had a conversation with Senator Manchin, too many to count with Senator Schumer. And let me just say, the Congressional Black Caucus brought Senator Schumer into our official caucus meeting where we've had a dialogue. He was most gracious yesterday in taking time from his meetings to talk with me multiple times. So we are conversing. They know where we stand, and we've seen progress. You know, we brought him into the caucus, and we started talking about it had to happen now, before the King's breakfast. We wanted to see action. Within 48 hours, he was talking to the media using by January the 17th, or the King's birthday. And I take great pleasure in saying that happens because of us. We've not been silent. So to your questions, we've met with the president, the vice president, as Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester said, we flew out on the plane with them. And I assure you, going and coming back, one conversation, voting rights. Being more engaged and taking the debate, making the debate, and taking the vote.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, who's back there?
No, I'll go to you and then I'll go
Thank
back.
you. Do you wish then the Senate, you mentioned your conversation with Senator Schumer, do you wish the Senate moved sooner on this? Like, they spent a lot of time on the Build Back Better agenda. Was this something that should have been taken up last fall when this first got started with John Lewis Wright's voting rights bill was first introduced and stuff?
Well, clearly, we want voting rights. We can't look back to what didn't happen before. Certainly, when you work hard, the House has done their job. We voted on it. We passed it in the House. We would have liked that continuum to have taken place. It didn't, so here we are now wanting the voting rights. Do you want to add anything to that, Sheila?
I know my colleague will as well. Let me just combine the two questions that have been asked. And I think you need to take a clear look at us. We love our fellow members, but you're looking at black faces. You're looking at faces that are the direct target of the lack of voting protection. I stand here, I believe, as the first member who lost her district in redistricting that was pointedly attempting to eliminate 2 black members who happen to be members of the Congressional Black Caucus. I am not imagining, I am speaking. So here's what I think in terms of both your questions. There is no doubt that we have lived and breathed and constantly been involved in discussing from the very minute that Terry Sewell introduced this bill and before. I was here for the reauthorization and back in the 2000s, helped write it, and it was everybody together. You have to ask the question, why when the size of the numbers of votes in 2020 was so large and so full of color that you had the big lie and the insurrection. And so I don't want this to be looking this way at the Congressional Black Caucus, or do we wish that they had done it earlier? There are 2 obstacles. Members in the Senate who are willing publicly to say that they're opposed, that happen to be Democrats, and then the new Dixiecrats, the Republicans, who have race as a blinder that they can't see. So I simply want you to say, and I think the answer is, we are here now today. Let us have the courage of our convictions today. I sent this 5-page letter to Senator Manchin. I've given him enough time to respond. I will make it public now. And it only suggests if he could have the courage of West Virginia that succeeded from Virginia because they did not want to support slavery. So just simply end by, we have done everything we could. We are very grateful to the President and Vice President, grateful to Majority Leader Schumer and to our chair. But I want it to be looked out. The question needs to be asked of those who are stopping the vote in the Senate, can you understand Dr. King's words that I will close with? And he said, we shall overcome. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice.
Thank you.
If we get that done, if he thinks that way, if he's courageous, all of this will be for naught to get rid of the filibuster.
Thanks. We'll go there, there, and there, and then we'll probably have to close out for votes. Okay?
Thank you, Chairwoman. There's been some new reporting about potentially using a NASA bill as a shell to move it back to the Senate, the Freedom to Vote Act, to speed it up, avoid some sort of procedural hurdles. But inevitably, it still seems like it's heading towards a filibuster in the Senate. Do you have any reaction to some of this new legislative maneuvering as a procedure? Is it sufficient, do you think?
I don't know that it's new. Certainly, if you look back to history, we have done all kinds of things. We do what we want to do. Certainly, there has always been an opportunity in our process that you can bring a process to procedure vote to the floor. You can also have a bill in the House and put a bill in it and send it back then to the Senate, which you're making reference to the NASA bill. We've done that throughout our history. For us, we're very clear. We want to vote, and we want to send it to the president now. So however it can happen, I think Mr. Clyburn set the history out well when we're not going to hold ourselves to whether it's bipartisan or the process. I don't want to be flippant. I want a bill. I want it passed. It is the Senate's process for however they get it done. We want it signed by the president. Next.
What do you say to your constituents and voting rights advocates who are growing concerned if either bill isn't passed as we approach the 2022 midterm elections?
I feel sorry for those on the other side who didn't support this. You know, we're very clear. Our constituents understand where we are. Our constituents understand at all levels. They understand victory. They saw a black president elected because they voted and they stood in line for 5 to 7 hours to vote. You have heard the president himself.
Okay, so we have been listening in to members of the Congressional Black Caucus, their talk about the need for filibuster reform, for an overhaul of the nation's elections having to do with voting rights, etc. Right now, let's hear from Fox 13 in Tampa. Their political director, Craig Patrick, has a really great breakdown of these two pieces of legislation that are before the Senate right now. And that, of course, is the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. Of course, President Biden was in Atlanta just yesterday with the vice president trying to shore up support for this and for a carve-out of the filibuster to try and get this through the Senate. Here's kind of a recap of that from yesterday.
Biden just made his case for changing voting laws and for suspending the Senate filibuster rule to get that bill that would do that to a vote. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick joining us now again to explain, Craig, the proposal and the challenges it will face in getting passed.
Oh, sure, Chris. This is a very, very steep challenge for President Biden, and he's caught in the same kind of squeeze that he was over the Build Back Better plan, in the same sense that even within his own party, there are moderates who say that the president is trying to do too much or more than they are comfortable with by trying to suspend or temporarily suspend the filibuster rule in order to get it to a vote. At the same time, you have progressives within the Democratic Conference who are saying that the president is not pushing for enough and they want much more than what he's proposing. And for that reason, a number of advocates, progressive groups, actually did not show up for the president's remarks in Atlanta for that reason. But let's start with exactly what the president is calling for.
Last year alone, 19 states not proposed, but enacted 34 laws attacking voting rights. And now, Republican legislators in several states have already announced plans to escalate the onslaught this year. Jim Crow 2.0 is about two insidious things: voter suppression and election subversion.
The Voting Rights Act of 1965 banned racial discrimination in voting. And among other things, states that had a history of discrimination had to get approval from the feds before making any changes to their voting laws to ensure those changes don't discriminate. But in 2013, the Supreme Court ruled that unfairly punished states based on what happened in their past, and with that weakened that federal oversight. Well, President Biden now wants to restore that oversight with a different formula that he expects to hold up in court. But only one Senate Republican, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, supports this. The other Republicans say it gives the federal government too much power over the states. And that means mathematically they have more than enough votes to defeat this through a filibuster. That rule requires 60 votes instead of a simple majority to advance most legislation to a floor vote. They've made exceptions for spending bills and judicial confirmations. And now President Biden and leading Democrats want to make a one-time exception to restore that federal anti-discrimination oversight when states change their voting laws.
When we were in power, 34 Democrats expressed opposition to doing away with a legislative filibuster. So what has changed? They're in power now.
Yes, each party tends to change their position on the filibuster based on when each party is in power at any given time. And that's because both parties use the filibuster to their advantage. Now that Republicans are using it to hold up Democrats' priorities, Democrats now want to suspend it. And when Democrats used it to hold up Republican priorities, Republicans wanted to suspend it.
We have to get rid of what's called the filibuster rule.
Well, those efforts to suspend the filibuster from both parties have mostly failed through the years because of holdouts from the party in power who want to keep the filibuster. And this time, Arizona Democrat Kyrsten Sinema and West Virginia Democrat Joe Manchin are two of the key holdouts.
The filibuster is what makes the Senate hopefully work when it's supposed to work.
So Manchin hasn't ruled it out, but publicly he keeps reiterating his strong support of maintaining the filibuster, which is one reason why this is a very heavy lift. Another, you have Sinema and Manchin drawing so much attention, but they're not the only ones. Democrat Mark Kelly of Arizona also says he is undecided on whether or not to suspend the filibuster rule. John Tester has raised some concerns about this as well, as have some other Democrats. So they have a lot to work through here. So just the possibility of getting beyond a filibuster, and suspending it may be a very steep challenge for President Biden, and then trying to pass it, and specifically what does pass, that's another question altogether that one way or the other will likely be answered within the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, sounds like it. Craig, what other changes are progressives trying to make to our voting and election laws?
Progressives want to change a number of things. For example, there's something called the Freedom to Vote Act, which would also make Election Day a federal holiday. It would mandate mail-in voting across the nation, automatic voter registration, a number of other protections against gerrymandering, many things that Florida already has, but other states do not. Biden is supportive of that and gave indication he may be amenable to having the filibuster suspended for twin bills going through, not just the plan to update the Voting Rights Act and what he said just a short time ago. That is part of the progressive push for more than what is currently in the Voting Rights Act update. There's also a plan to address the Electoral Count Act, to update it in such a way that a future vice president couldn't overrule or refuse to count votes, as Pence did not do that last year, but it did come up as a possible issue, so something that could be addressed, and that actually has bipartisan support.
Okay, but the other stuff, very controversial, would come down to a split Senate, and that's why they're looking at suspending or trying to suspend this filibuster rule to possibly get all of this stuff up for a vote. All right, Craig Patrick.
Yeah, not impossible, but very hard to do.
Very hard to do. Thanks, Craig.
Okay, we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there for all of that. We're going to talk about all of this a little bit deeper right now. I'm bringing in Loyola Marymount Law Professor Jessica Levinson to the program. Jessica, always good to see you. And there's been so much reaction now to President Biden's speech in Atlanta from yesterday from both sides of the aisle. Let's first start with some of the Republican opposition to some of these election reform and voting reform bills. They say they would essentially federalize elections in the country, stripping power from the states. What say you?
I don't think that's right. If we look at the history of the Voting Rights Act, for instance, if we look what has happened since 1965, when we had that Federal Voting Rights Act. And sorry, I'm just going to try and turn down my audio. So what the Congress really, I think, is trying to do is to create another federal floor of protection. And in this case, what they're trying to do is kind of put back some of what the Supreme Court had taken away in its decision in Shelby County almost a decade ago. So it is absolutely true that under the Constitution, states determine the time, place, and manner of elections, but it is also absolutely true that the federal government has a role to play in at least, again, providing that floor of protection.
You know, some of these proposals in some of these pieces of legislation include automatic voter registration, making Election Day a federal national holiday, and making mail-in voting more and more permanent, kind of enshrining some of these COVID-19 laws that were put in place during the height of the pandemic and kind of codifying them more and more into law. You know, and I just want to play devil's advocate because in 2020, we saw the highest voter turnout nationally since the year 1900. And so Republicans would say, you know, what is the matter with voting? You know, they would say there is no voter suppression. There is no, efforts to try to overturn votes because so many people voted in the last election. Is that valid?
I don't want to say that it's invalid, but I think a lot of people voted despite the fact that it was much harder than it should have been. And what we're talking about with respect to this federal law is to try and ensure that states can't go further in making it more difficult to vote. I would offer for you that the question is really, why would states not make it easy to vote? I think the main reason would be to try and prevent fraud. But we know that fraud doesn't exist on the federal level in any meaningful way. So I think the question really should be, why should states be allowed to make it more difficult to exercise your right to vote? And what is the problem with lowering the barriers, making sure that everybody who is eligible has a meaningful ability to vote? And I understand that we should look at the numbers of participation and say, yes, that does make a difference. But it shouldn't be that people in America are having to stand in line wrapped around the block, wait for hours to make sure that they can vote in what was a very charged election. There's really no reason why you can't just vote for 2 weeks from the comfort of your kitchen table, send in that ballot, and really reduce the pressure on the election system on that election day.
Now, Jessica, you and I both know that Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema are really the most pronounced holdouts in the Senate Democratic caucus. And that is why there's so much talk about making a carve-out for some of these pieces of legislation in the filibuster. Of course, you need 60 votes in the Senate to get some of these items to the floor. Democrats don't have that. Do you think they'll be successful in making that carve-out for the filibuster?
I don't think so. I mean, it does not look like Manchin and Sinema have the desire to say, yes, let's create this carve-out for the filibuster. I think politically it was important for President Biden to have this speech. I think it was a speech that would have frankly been very well founded about a year ago. And I think there are a lot of reasons why we should have federal protection when it comes to voting rights. We have a history in our country of indicating that we need that federal protection. But do I think that we're going to eliminate the filibuster or have a carve out for the filibuster for this reason and pass meaningful voting rights reform? No, I don't. I don't think that's in the cards.
And you heard there, I don't know if you did, but we were listening to Craig Patrick at Fox 13 Tampa saying that, filibuster carve-outs or, softening the rules of the filibuster really just depends on what party is in power. We've been hearing from Senate Republicans all week going, list by list, line by line of instances where, not only Chuck Schumer, but other prominent Senate Democrats have in the past called for upholding the filibuster. And of course, former President Trump did the same when he was president, calling on Mitch McConnell to do away with the filibuster to get some of his priorities through the Senate. So this is a political tool. What do Americans need to know about it? Why is it so unique, and why is it so brought up right now in the conversation?
I think the way you laid that out is exactly right, which is who likes the filibuster? It's the party in the minority because it allows them to exert power. And it's really one of the only tools in the toolkit, depending on whether or not they have control of the Oval Office or of the House. So this is something that really tends to cross party lines in terms of your views of the filibuster. If you're in the minority, you love it. If you're in the majority, you hate it. I'm being a little too general here, but that's the general sense. Now, why are we talking about it so much? I think in part because we're all seeing how important it is. There's a Democrat in the Oval Office. Democrats control the House. Democrats, by the slimmest of majorities, control the Senate. And yet so much is not happening. So many of President Biden's legislative goals are not passing. Why not? Because of the filibuster. So that's why we're having the conversation about why do we need this supermajority? Now, what should Americans know? That it is an anti-majoritarian tool. The Senate is an anti-majoritarian body, and the filibuster allows a few people who might represent, frankly, a fairly small sliver of the American people to really hold up an entire legislative agenda. You might think that's great because you hate the legislative agenda, or you might think that's horrible, but we're seeing very clearly how important that is.
Yeah, and of course, that harkens back to the line President Biden used yesterday in his speech in Atlanta, saying that essentially there are 51 presidents, meaning the majority there in his own party, who any one of them can put a stop to some of his major legislative agenda items. I want to talk about especially some of these proposals in these pieces of legislation that go after state election boards, states' autonomy to administer their own elections, because that is one of the main concerns, especially Republican candidates for secretaries of state in some of these battleground states that don't like what happened in 2020 and are solely running on the fact that they want to be there for 2024 in the event of something happening having to do with if former President Trump runs again. And so that is what Democrats are trying to be a bulwark against. But does it infringe on the state's own rights to administer their own elections?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So I think what we need to focus on is that the proposed federal legislation would really try and ensure that either nonpartisan secretaries of state or election administration officials, or Republican or Democratic state election administration officials, have the authority to certify their results, have the authority to, frankly, do what we saw happen in 2020, which is we saw secretaries of state, election administration officials throughout the country who are members of either the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, or who were nonpartisan officials, act to certify the results. And what the federal legislation really tries to do is make sure that they are not subject to too much partisan overreach and or power, to make sure that when the people go to the polls, that their votes are counted and certified, and to try and take partisan political pressure out of it. Frankly, this is something that, in my mind, we should all agree on, that we should fight it out about the policy. We should fight it out about our rules on our worldview on a whole lot of different issues, but not about on whether our vote should count and on whether our state election administration officials should be free of partisan political pressure to certify the results.
And Jessica, just lastly, because this has also been brought up a lot in the past week on Capitol Hill, and that is this arcane 1887 law called the Electoral Count Act. And a lot of conservatives, they say they want to reform this. We heard from Mitch McConnell yesterday on the floor. Senator Chuck Schumer says, sure, he's kind of considering it, but it can't be a standalone thing. It would have to be wrapped up into all of the other electoral reform priorities Democrats have. What do you make of it? I know you study a lot of these arcane laws in your professional life, especially regarding elections. Would that matter? Should we strengthen that very old law?
Yes, and honestly, it's not something that I used to talk about all the time when we talk about election law, because the day that the the electoral college votes are certified, it's supposed to be the most uninteresting day, where everybody just goes and they say, okay, let's count up the numbers. Yes, the vice president basically checks a box. It's entirely ministerial, and we move on with our lives. And the Electoral Count Act, yes, it should be strengthened. And of course, it's become a partisan political football, because I think that Mitch McConnell is saying, sure, let's do something. Let's strengthen the Electoral Count Act. And what the Democrats are saying is, okay, but don't say that's the end of the road. Don't say, look, I did something about the Electoral Count Act. It was fairly minor, depending on your perspective. And then say, we've engaged in electoral reform. That's not meaningful reform. But yes, we're seeing in so many ways that these older laws, like any older law, let's make sure that it fits the times, and let's make sure that it protects the people who vote.
All right, well, we covered a lot there. Jessica Levinson, as always, we appreciate your time and your insight into all of these issues.
Thanks for having me.
And we are going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, speaking of filibuster reform, we're going to go out to an event at the Capitol today in the Rotunda. Former Democratic Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid lying in state there. So many of his former colleagues coming to pay their respects. And speaking of filibuster reform, you'll remember back when Obama was president, he deployed the nuclear option, getting rid of the filibuster for some presidential appointees. It was quite controversial at the time, and it has upheld since then. So all that and more here on Live Now from Fox in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to go out now to the rotunda at the U.S. Capitol today, where many of the late Senator Harry Reid's former colleagues remembered him, paid their respects today in a ceremony as his coffin, American flag-draped coffin, lied in state. Of course, we showed you live on Saturday his funeral in Las Vegas, Nevada. Now, congressional members and the public taking the moment to honor their former colleague and pay their respects.
Good morning. It is such an honor to speak today about my dear friend and mentor, Harry Reid of Searchlight, Nevada, as he would proudly refer to himself. Let me first say to Harry's family, and particularly to Landra, the love of Harry's life for 62 years, who he called his rock. The only time I ever saw Harry cry was when he told me Landra had an awful car accident and had broken so many bones. He said over and over again as tears streamed down his cheeks, "My poor little Landra, my poor little Landra." A couple of months ago, as you know, I lost my father, Abe, but I still feel his spirit is with me every single day. Just as I know that Harry is still with you, Landra, and your family, and with all of us today, and for many of us forevermore. To celebrate the life of Harry Reid under the dome of the Capitol is to partake in an exercise of contradictions. On the one hand, anyone who knew Harry could count on a few things. He rarely said goodbye on the phone, and it almost became a ritual in the first 3 months of any new session that each freshman would call me up and say, "Why is Harry mad at me?" I said, no, I didn't even have to tell, they didn't have to explain why. He doesn't say goodbye, just hung up, he's not mad at you. And certainly Harry would have been deeply embarrassed and probably a little annoyed at our holding not one, but multiple ceremonies in his honor. I can hear him now. You guys organized an entire ceremony in Nevada, invited former and current presidents and senators, and you even had the front man from the Killers sing, and still that wasn't enough for all of you? On the other hand, even though Harry might not want this pomp and circumstance, I know part of him would enjoy it. He was sort of like Sid Caesar when Sid Caesar gave a good line. No more applause, please. My friends, we celebrate Harry Mason Reid's final return to the Capitol because we must. Few have shaped the workings of this building like our dear friend from Nevada. Few have dedicated their lives to the work of the people quite like Harry did. And today, our feelings of both loss and gratitude are immense. I got to know Harry when I came to the Senate in 1999. We couldn't have been more different. There was me, a brash Jewish kid out of Brooklyn, and there was Harry, a soft-spoken Mormon from Searchlight. We were a match made in heaven. I quickly learned that even though Harry talked softly, what he said carried the force of thunder. He was honest, he was direct, and he was original. I love the story. Back in 2012, during the Democratic National Convention in Charlotte, Harry summoned me to his hotel room late night. I rushed over and I saw Landra in the room, but before I could say anything, Harry pulled me aside into the small little bathroom. We were right on top of each other, and he lowered his voice. He said, "Chuck, I want to take care of something very important," he said. And he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, and he peeled off 4 $100 bills. "You've been working hard and doing the right things to become leader," he said, "but you need to dress the part. Go buy some shoes, for goodness sakes." Later on, I asked why he'd be in the bathroom for that conversation. His answer, so he wouldn't embarrass me in front of Landra. That was Harry Reid to a T. If you were lucky enough to be someone Harry cared about and called his friend, then he cared with you with every fiber in his being. And his generosity extended far beyond things sartorial. A few years ago, Harry called up my wife Iris and told her, "I've sent you and Chuck a special gift. It's the greatest thing. You're going to love it. It's a month's subscription to Netflix." Iris didn't have the heart to tell him we had subscribed for 4 years already. Clearly, Harry wasn't big on new technology. He didn't text. He didn't mail. And as you know, whenever he called you, he'd hang up the phone so quickly that you'd think he was allergic to telecommunications. But what Harry was really allergic to was the artifice of politics that he considered a distraction from his true passion: getting good things done in this capital. Harry never forgot where he came from, nor did he forget the people, his childhood friends and neighbors who, just like Harry early on, struggled to get by, and he kept up with so many of them. We remember hearing all the stories. In Harry's view, the government had a moral obligation to see to it that these people had every opportunity to secure a better life for themselves and their families. Harry was tough as nails, a fighter to his core, but one of the most compassionate individuals you could ever imagine. In short, he was one of the most incredible and generous individuals I've ever met, the sort of person you come across only a handful of times in your life. When you lose someone as special as Harry, they're never gone. They're always with you. For those of us in the Senate Democratic Caucus, I think that was especially true last week as we observed the anniversary of the violent insurrection against our U.S. Capitol. That day, we saw so many acts of selflessness and heroism by our U.S. Capitol Police, who once counted among their esteemed ranks a young Harry, who served as an officer while studying at GW Law School. In so many ways, Harry was a guardian and a steward of the Senate, literally and figuratively. He took great care of the Senate as an institution, but he also knew that the Senate had to adapt to changing times. As we confront the challenges of the coming weeks and months, I take comfort knowing that Harry is with us in spirit, walking alongside us as we continue the work he dedicated himself to for so many years. May God rest his immortal soul, and may his memory be a blessing to us all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
Good morning, Madam Vice President, distinguished congressional leaders, and our special guest, the family of Harry Reid. Today, as Speaker of the House, it is my solemn and official honor to welcome back to the United States Capitol a legendary leader of great integrity, a pioneering patriot, and our dear friend, Harry Mason Reid. On behalf of the Congress, I extend a special welcome to his loving and wife, his rock, Londra, with whom he shared a beautiful love and happiness. Their happiness was a source of joy to all of us who love them. His dear children, Lana, Rory, Josh, Key, and Leaf, all of whom, and his grandchildren, of all of whom he was very, very proud. On Saturday, we gathered in Nevada for a celebration of Harry's life. Listening to the leadership of his church and the adoring comments of his children, it is clear that Harry's strength sprang from his faith and his family, and his patriotism springs from his love of our country and his commitment to its future. It is fitting that we pay final tribute to Harry here in the United States Capitol. It is here that he stood as a sentinel of democracy on the Capitol Police Force as he worked his way through law school. It is here where he served for more than 3 decades representing his beloved home state of Nevada, including 2 terms in the House of Representatives. Chuck always says he was decades in the Senate, and you're talking about that. It is here where his portrait hangs in these hallowed halls, offering a source of strength and inspiration to us all. From his humble roots in Searchlight to the spotlight of Capitol Hill, his entire life was defined by defying long odds. The 12 years that he and I served together as leaders in our respective houses, it allowed me the privilege of watching him defy those odds every day. Indeed, to see him lead and legislate was to see a master at work. With a brilliant strategic mind, command of the rules, and respect for his senators. And despite long odds, with his leadership in the Congress, working together with President Obama and then Vice President Biden, we forged great progress for American families. The American Recovery Act, the Dodd-Frank reforms, and the Affordable Care Act, to name a few. And as we all know, Harry truly loved his home state of Nevada. Over his entire career, he fought tirelessly for Nevada in every possible way for its working families, whether preserving its natural environment or protecting its political environment, including its coveted role in the presidential selection process. As one who served for more than 12 years, there's much more I want to say about Harry. But as you all know, he was a man of a few words, and he would want us all to be of a few words. As has been referenced by Leader Schumer and others who knew him, when we spoke on the phone nearly every day, legislative day, and sometimes more than once a day. So I probably hold the record for being hung up on more than anybody. Many times I would call him back and say, Harry, I was only beginning to thank you and praise you for what you had done. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. He was so modest. As he came and referenced his retirement, announced his retirement, I said, Harry, we're going to have a big dinner calling all your friends from around the country and certainly from Nevada, starting with your family, to pay tribute to you. I don't want you to spend the money. Spend it on feeding the poor. I don't want to hear any praise. That's how he was. Needless to say, his humility made him, some would say, unique in the political arena. It also made him truly beloved by so many who work in these halls, whether his colleagues, whether his friends in the House and the Senate, whether maintenance people, Capitol Police, those who uphold the institution of the Congress of the United States. Everyone loved Harry. Chuck talked about gifts. I had at the end of his term, he came over to my office and said, I have something for you I want you to remember me by. I thought it might be a note or a photo or something, right? Instead, he brought in and unwrapped a bald eagle, an American symbol, a bald eagle, stuffed, but still with the wind, the breeze fluttering its wings. I said, Harry, what happened? Did you go hunting and accidentally shoot a bald eagle, an endangered species? He said, no. He flew into a live wire, so I call him Sparky. I said, okay, well, except it's then Sparky, but with his permission, and appropriately, we have named him Harry. Sparky flew from the leader's office to the speaker's office now Harry. As we know, before Harry entered the political arena, he could hold his own in the boxing ring. So it is fitting to close, I think, by quoting Muhammad Ali, whom Harry admired and whose immortal words capture Harry's fighting spirit. Muhammad Ali said, "Impossible is not a declaration, it is a dare." Harry would be the first to admit that he wasn't the biggest, the loudest, or the strongest, but he was tough and relentless. He conquered the impossible, and he made the world a better place. Harry Reid made the world a better place. History will remember him as one of the most consequential Senate Majority Leaders of all time. But those of us fortunate enough to know him and love him will remember also his character and compassion, his goodness. His goodness. To his many loved ones, thank you for sharing Harry Reid with the country and with the Congress. May it be a comfort to you, Landra, to your beloved children and grandchildren and great-grandchild, and the great state of Nevada, that grateful nation mourns your loss, that so many people are praying for you at this sad time. God truly blessed America with the life and leadership of Harry Reid. Leader Harry Reid, may he rest in peace. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. Army Chorus.
Going home, I'm a-going home. Quiet like some still day, I'm just going home. It's not far, just close by, the open door. Work done, carried by, going to fear no more. Mothers there expecting me, fathers waiting too. Lots of folk gathered there, all the friends I knew, all the friends I knew. Morning star lights the way, restless dream all done. Shadows wake of day, real life just living wide awake with a smile, going on and on, going on and on. I'm just going home. It's not far, just close
Okay, so we just wanted to show you some of these sights and sounds from earlier today in the Capitol Rotunda as lawmakers gathered to remember their colleague, former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, who died several days ago at the age of 82. His funeral was held on Saturday in Las Vegas, in the state he served for so long. Just heard from Senator Schumer, Speaker Pelosi. Vice President Harris was there with the second gentleman today. We also saw President Biden come to the rotunda as well to pay his respects at the American flag-draped coffin of his friend. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you so much for being with us on your Wednesday night. We have a lot more headlines, where that came from, including an update on that helicopter crash in Pennsylvania yesterday. Also, what's going on with Britain's Prince Andrew. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. To the bottom of the hour, 6:30 in Phoenix, Arizona, 8:30 on the East Coast. We have some beautiful Live Now looks at the moment. This one out of New York City. Beautiful skyline there in Midtown Manhattan. We also have the beautiful skyline as well out in San Francisco. And it is about 5:30 there on this Wednesday night. And of course, we were just showing you the Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol at the moment. But we do want to hit some of these other major headlines from this Wednesday. We got the sad news earlier today that singer and music legend Ronnie Spector has died at the age of 78, and there she is. Her family says the singer, best known as the leader of the girl group, the Ronettes, passed away today after a brief battle with cancer. Spector, alongside her sister and her cousin, scored hits with iconic pop songs in the mid-'60s, such as Be My Baby and I Can Hear Music and Baby, I Love You. The group broke up in 1967. The New York City-born singer was born Veronica Bennett. She married the troubled music producer Phil Spector back in 1968. And of course, they divorced in 1974. She also scored a late career hit in 1986 when she sang part of the chorus for Be My Baby in rocker Eddie Money's smash hit Take Me Home Tonight. She continued to release records over the next 3 decades, and she is survived by her husband, Jonathan Greenfield, and 2 sons. Ronnie Spector was 78 years old. Right now, though, I want to read in part from the statement her family put out on her website. They say, our beloved Earth Angel Ronnie peacefully left this world today after a brief battle with cancer. She was with family and in the arms of her husband, Jonathan. She lived her life with a twinkle in her eye, a spunky attitude, a wicked sense of humor, and a smile on her face. She was filled with love and gratitude. Her joyful sound, playful nature, and magical presence will live on in all who knew, heard, or saw her. And they are saying that in lieu of flowers, she requested donations be made to your local women's shelter or to the American Indian College Fund. And so, sad news today. We're losing a lot of greats, a lot of icons, a lot of giants, it seems, lately. Well, right now, we do want to make you up to date on a case involving Prince Andrew of Great Britain. Of course, he was ensnared in the Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking saga. Well, a judge in New York is allowing a civil lawsuit to move forward with a accuser of his who claims that when she was underage, she was sexually assaulted by Prince Andrew. Here's that conversation with Daytona Everett, my colleague, and Fox 5 New York's Mike Sachs.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from New York City, the Empire State Building looking beautiful on this Wednesday night. But we're going to stay in New York City because we have some pretty interesting news coming in. A judge has for now refused to dismiss a lawsuit against Britain's Prince Andrew by an American woman who says he sexually abused her when she was 17 years old. We want to bring in Fox 5's Mike Sachs, who is tracking this story and has tracked the Ghislaine Maxwell trial for a while now. Mike, thanks for being with us here on the show. So what is this development and why is it coming now, this timeline?
So this comes from one of the main accusers, the most prominent accusers of Epstein. Her name is Virginia Giuffre. She was known as Virginia Roberts when she was mixed up with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, you've probably seen the photo every time we talk about Ghislaine Maxwell. There's a picture also of a young blonde woman standing next to a younger royal man, Prince Andrew, with his arm around her waist. That picture and Ghislaine Maxwell's in the background. Now, that picture has become synonymous, really, with the Epstein scandal, but also with Virginia Giuffre's own pursuit of justice. Now, she brought her suit against Prince Andrew, saying that photo was part of one of the times that she herself had been trafficked to Andrew for sex via Epstein and Maxwell. She brought suit in the federal court here in Manhattan back in August. This was 2 decades after the accusations, the alleged events took place. But she was able to bring her suit under New York law, accusing him of battery and intentional infliction of emotional distress under New York's Child Victim Protection Act, which permits people who, under the age of 18, had certain violations of law against them under New York state law, but otherwise the statute of limitations would have run. It now opens the door for them to then come forward and sue past that statute of limitations. That's exactly what Giuffre did here. But now what happened today was that the judge presiding over the case, his name is Judge Lewis Kaplan, he had to consider whether to dismiss the case. Prince Andrew had moved to dismiss the case, saying that a settlement that Giuffre signed with Epstein when she sued him back in 2009 in Florida also precluded her from suing any potential defendants in the future for events related to her involvement with Epstein. Now, this was an under seal document. No one had seen it. Not even Prince Andrew had seen it until it was put forward in this case. And Andrew had argued that this meant that Giuffre could not sue him. He was, after all, according to his reading of the document, a potential defendant. But the judge, after hearing oral argument over the issue last week, today in a 46-page ruling said that is not the case, or at least I don't know yet, because Giuffre says she didn't believe she was agreeing to such a thing, and there are 2 plausible readings of that provision, both that each side can argue. The only way that the judge could have thrown out the case at this point was if there was no other plausible reading to read it other than how Andrew presented it to the court. Again, the judge said it was too ambiguous for him to decide. It's for a jury to decide. So that means the case survived a motion to dismiss. It is now headed to trial.
Right, Mike, and again, the judge saying that this wasn't a ruling on the allegations, wasn't saying that he is guilty or not guilty, just simply that they're going to toss out that motion from his lawyer. So what does that mean for her? So they're now moving into a case, a trial.
Yeah, so this is, part of any lawsuit, really. There's always a motion to dismiss from the defendant, and it doesn't take much for a plaintiff to clear those motions to dismiss. So this wasn't all that out of the ordinary. And now that it's moving to trial, that means that each side can begin collecting evidence, taking depositions. Now, this may not work out very well for Prince Andrew. He, in public, in a interview with the BBC, said that there's no way that Giuffre is telling the truth. She said he was sweating profusely at the time, and he says he can't really sweat anymore because of a war injury he had in the Falklands back in the 1980s. Now, Giuffre can now get his medical records to find out if that is the truth. She can also get all sorts of other documentation that will air all sorts of other dirty laundry, not only on him, but ways that could embarrass perhaps the royal family. Is that something that Prince Andrew wants? Does he want to be spending the hundreds upon thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, to continue with his own discovery actions and his own representation? Or does he want to settle? Now, before all this happened, he was saying he was never going to settle. Giuffre had offered to settle. Now the roles have been slightly reversed. Giuffre says she'll only settle with an admission of liability and an apology from him. And he's starting to move towards the possibility, his lawyers have started moving towards the possibility that maybe there could be a settlement. But we don't know that yet. They're moving towards settlement, and they're moving towards either discovery of evidence and taking of depositions. Prince Andrew can't avoid that deposition lest he then have the case thrown out in court, or rather default from judgment in the court, and then the U.S. could come after him to pay Giuffre. These are all bad options for Andrew. None of them are good. So will he settle before all the due dates for the deposition and discovery in July and a trial by the end of the year or early next year? We don't know, but I'm sure those discussions are going to be beginning soon.
Right, and I know it's hard to say, but in the wake of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial and the guilty verdict, from your reporting, do you feel like this has possibly been spurred on because of that?
You know, that's hard to say. I think the Ghislaine Maxwell verdict certainly changed the dynamic a bit. It made it perhaps could spook Prince Andrew and his lawyers, knowing that a jury in a federal prosecution, a criminal federal prosecution, found Maxwell guilty, and there's photographic evidence of Maxwell and Andrew with Giuffre, and that could maybe have a jury which isn't held to finding something beyond a reasonable doubt, but a much lower percentage of proof, siding with Giuffre in this civil case. It's daunting for Prince Andrew at this point. Giuffre and her lawyers, of course, must be heartened by the development that the trial can go on. And of course, though, there is a new Maxwell development also, with a jurors giving interviews saying that he may have lied or misrepresented his own history of sexual abuse to the court in order to get onto the jury and convince the other jurors to convict Maxwell. And we'll know in the coming weeks, if not month or so, whether Maxwell will get a new trial. So the whole saga remains ongoing, remains in flux, and perhaps the next time I talk to you, it'll once again not be with this drab background from the newsroom behind me, but in front of the federal court.
Right, and the thing about this one is, you know, we didn't have cameras in the courtroom. Federal case for Ghislaine Maxwell. This one could have cameras in the courtroom.
It's a federal case also, so unfortunately not. So long as the federal court hasn't permitted cameras and the New York federal courts have not, then you're going to be stuck with me telling you what happened on the outside, on the inside, from a live shot on the outside of the court.
Right. Well, things could be worse. Things could be worse. Thank you so much, Fox 5's Mike Sachs, coming live to us from New York. We'll definitely be following this alongside you.
All right, Daytona. Bye-bye.
All right, really great information there. Right now, though, we want to move on to some of these other headlines as well. You'll remember we were covering all yesterday that medevac helicopter crash in Delaware County in Pennsylvania. Miraculously, all 4 people on board are safe, including the infant that they were transporting who needed medical attention. Right now, let's hear from Fox 29 reporters about the latest in this case as authorities removed the wreckage of that helicopter off that church's lawn today.
The stricken helicopter rests on its side at the door of Drexel Hills United Methodist Church. Investigators pore over the EC-135 medical copter, and Xavier Ramos remembers.
I'm just delivering the package as usual. I'm getting a signature, and I hear a bang. And at the moment, I'm shocked. I'm like, whoa, the helicopter just crashed.
Ramos, a FedEx driver delivering in the area Tuesday, who appears to have been captured in a photo of the crash, races to the aircraft.
We just start pulling out the pilot. And we're just seeing the fuel dropping all over the ground. And I'm being We're just thinking about not blowing up. You know what I mean?
Ramos's story is one of many emerging a day after the copter heading to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia with 4 on board, including an infant, fell out of the sky in this Delco neighborhood. The pilot, Daniel Moore, who grew up in a suburb of Minneapolis in a military family, was the only one injured with a back ailment. Federal investigators are confident they'll learn what went wrong.
How much of this is airmanship? How much, to what degree he had control over the aircraft? That's what we're here to find out.
Home video shows the copter fighting to stay aloft. It was 30 feet off your roof.
Probably. I mean, like, it was really. I knew that it was either crashing or landing right here. I mean, it was that low.
Adam Ryson says the big bird shook his family's insurance agency as it thundered overhead. 10-year-old Autumn Hammond heard the thump of the crash.
I just felt so shocked, and like to be on this street, it was crazy, especially since it was the main street. Like cars could have been coming by fast.
Air Methods, the Denver owner of the copter, had no comment.
I'm very grateful that the occupants were relatively unhurt.
Investigators say they'll truck the aircraft off-site for a detailed probe, while some want to shake the hand of pilot Daniel Moore.
Can't wait to meet this gentleman, shake his hand, and thank him for all the lives and potential danger that could have occurred here last night.
All right, we thank Fox 29 Philadelphia for their incredible reporting on this miraculous story. Of course, we watched live as crews and authorities removed the wreckage from that front lawn of that Methodist church there in Delaware County. And of course, they'll be investigating it. The NTSB are involved. The FAA is involved as well into trying to figure out what went wrong. Let's hear from officials at that press conference earlier today.
All right, I guess I don't know if I need to shout over the aircraft noise, or is that better? Can you all hear me? All right. I can't understand what you're saying, dear. A little louder? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Rayner. I'm a senior air safety investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board. We're here in response to a helicopter accident that occurred yesterday afternoon, approximately 12:55, involving the Eurocopter EC-135. The registration is November 531, Lima, November. There were 4 occupants on board. 3 were uninjured. The pilot was seriously injured. I had a very brief meeting with the pilot today. His medical condition precludes him from speaking to us at any time in the immediate future. He's doing well. His prognosis is good, but he's very uncomfortable, and I'll just leave it at that. We've documented the airplane today as much as we can where it sits. Its aircraft's in remarkably good shape. We've documented a lot of valuable information, but everything we need from the airplane going forward, we need to do off-site. What you see going on behind me is a recovery by a specialty company. They do aircraft recovery. That's what they do, and they're very, very good. And so they're able to recover the airplane, but at the same time preserve evidence. That'll be completed tonight. The aircraft will be stored in Delaware, where the rest of my team will meet tomorrow, and we'll begin a more detailed examination, if you will. There are electronic components on board that we'll be able to download on site. There are components we'll have to remove and ship to other places here in the United States. And then there are potentially components that we may have to remove and ship to Europe, because the manufacturer has proprietary equipment that can do the testing on those items that preliminarily we're interested in, but we haven't made a decision on those things. The witness information is being gathered by local authorities. That information will be given to me, either contact information or the transcribed statements that were provided. We'll review those interview summaries and see if we need to drill down a little further. perhaps do a follow-on telephone interview, that sort of thing. Air traffic information has already been archived and captured by our air traffic specialists, so I'm not worried about that. We'll have communication with air traffic to the degree that it was conducted. I'm not sure exactly where the aircraft was and what kind of airspace and what the communication requirements were at the time, but if he was in communication, it'll be captured and I'll have it. I've already got weather from one of our staff meteorologists. I'm very pleased with our progress so far. I mean, considering this is really the first day of the investigation. I can answer a couple of your questions for you. Let me start with him, and then I'll come to you.
When was the last inspection of this particular helicopter?
I don't know. What I do have are all the maintenance records, so I'll be able to figure that out. And we've got, you know, the required scheduled maintenance, and then all of the discrepancies that were written up by flight crews. They experienced this, saw this, this was broken, whatever. I have all those write-ups, but I haven't had an opportunity to look at them yet. It's too early.
What can you share with us about your visit with the pilot? Did he seem in good spirits? Did he talk about, you know, how he was able to get this chopper down?
No, I'd rather not speak to that. He's uncomfortable. He's medicated, and you know, he's just not prepared to speak to us right now.
How long does an investigation like this generally take? What's an average of an incident like
Okay, I typically average about a year before I present my report and all the supporting documentation to my supervisory chain. Once it goes into the supervisory chain, it goes through writing and editing, quality control, and it has to be approved at supervisory levels, and I have no control over how long that takes. An investigation like this, especially if I end up having to perform testing and downloading at other locations, potentially around the globe, just adds time on the back end. It also increases the number of people involved, and they have a workload. I have a case backlog, and so you have to schedule all these things. It's a juggling act. So I try for a year, and then beyond that, I can't predict.
Did anything jump out at you preliminarily?
I'm sorry?
Did anything jump out at you preliminarily?
No, ma'am.
You looked at the helicopter as you surveyed the scene?
No, ma'am. As I explained this morning, I'm in a data gathering phase. I try not to apply any value to the data that we gather or the information or the analogy I used earlier was that it doesn't become information until I compare it to data that's collected from air traffic, collected from the maintenance records, collected from witness statements, and then when these lines all start to intersect, then it becomes information, then it becomes knowledge. Right now I just got a big net out. I have, you know, a big job to do. I got to give these streets back to the township. I got to give these people their houses back. And I have to preserve evidence. That's my only priority right now.
Have you urologists said, like, have you interviewed, you may have said this, I apologize. Did you interview any members of the flight crew yet?
No, the flight crew members that were uninjured have already gone back to their homes. And so, but they're perfectly healthy, thank God. And they're preparing statements that their employer will forward to me. And then again, I'll review the statements, and if there's enough information, if there's enough fidelity to the details, then I'll be fine with the written statement. But if there's something that piques my interest or something that appears incomplete, I'll reach out to them for a telephone interview and potentially an in-person interview.
You mentioned you have a meteorologist. You mentioned you have a meteorologist on staff, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at the winds from yesterday, pattern.
Oh, I have all that. I haven't looked at it. I just know I have it. Again, I'm gathering stuff, so I'm filling up my grocery cart, but I'm not cooking anything yet. Yes, sir.
Dual-engine helicopter? Is it a dual-engine helicopter?
Yes, I believe it is.
And it was made by Euro Helicopter or
No, it was manufactured by Eurocopter in 2006, and now the parent company is Airbus.
Concerning the data, does this helicopter have a black box? Is that data live stream?
No, it does. It has neither a flight data recorder nor does it have a cockpit voice recorder. But as I explained earlier, there are components on board that contain valuable data that we hope to capture and download. So, and then we'll see what that gives us. It'll be primarily engine performance parameters.
To be clear, you said the pilot is doing well, good prognosis, but uncomfortable and medicated.
Yeah, and that's my amateur opinion. I'm not a doctor, but he was well enough to speak to me for a moment, and but again, uncomfortable. He's being treated. He's got work to do, and I think that should be his priority, and I'll worry about my investigation later. Anybody else? Thank you. I'll give the microphone over to the superintendent. Thank you.
I don't have much to update anybody. I mean, again, we're still here assisting them with the scene, and once they're done, this helicopter's out of here, we'll open up the street, we'll get the public works to clean up the debris here, and then we'll be finished here with their assistance. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but that's all that we have had.
Superintendent, they're not releasing any names at this point, correct?
We are not, correct.
We understand that the other two flight crew members, the medic and the nurse, they've left the hospital, they're home. Is the baby still in the hospital in shock?
I can't speak to that right now. Anybody else? We good? All right.
Okay, so you heard there from officials, and we have been reiterating just how miraculous this helicopter crash and the rescue was, that no one was seriously injured and everyone came out of that alive there. And so they're gathering evidence. They're hopefully investigating to see what went wrong, but they were lauding the pilot's efforts as heroic as well. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We have one more top headline left to get to on this Wednesday. And earlier today, we learned the status of the Oxford High School shooter, alleged, I should say. Well, he appeared virtually in court in an arraignment today and chose to plead not guilty. We're going to show you that virtual court hearing right now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Appearances for the record. When you give your appearance, please indicate whether or not you consent to proceed via Zoom this afternoon.
Thank you. Mark Heast on behalf of the people. We consent.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Kelly Collins, appearing on behalf of the people, and I too consent to Zoom.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Paulette Michelle Lawson on behalf of Mr. Crumbly. We are consenting to proceeding by Zoom.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Amy Happ on behalf of Ethan Crumley. I consent to Zoom as well.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Deborah H. McKelvey, court-appointed guardian ad litem for Ethan Crumbley, and I have no objections to proceeding with this matter on Zoom this afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all counsel. Good afternoon, Mr. Crumbley. Mr. Crumbley, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have a right to be present in court today. Are you okay with proceeding via Zoom just for the purposes of this arraignment?
Yes.
Thank you. Prior to calling this case, the court did have a brief breakout room with the attorneys. I did discuss the issue of any potential conflict. As all attorneys on the call are aware, I am was a former assistant prosecuting attorney at the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office. Upon talking to counsel, I do not believe there's going to be any conflict with me presiding over this case. Is that correct, Ms. Lofton?
That is correct.
Okay. Any objection from any attorney on the case of me presiding over it?
Not from the people, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And with that being said, the court is comfortable with proceeding in this matter, and I don't believe there to be a conflict in this case. Today's date and time set for an arraignment. Ms. Lofton?
Yes, Your Honor. I would waive the formal reading, stand my client mute, ask that a not guilty plea be entered.
Thank you. The court will accept jurisdiction, enter a not guilty plea on behalf of your client. It's my understanding that according to the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act, that a hearing must be held before January 21st of 2022 regarding the placement of the defendant. However, because of the pandemic, we cannot effectuate an in-person hearing, which I believe it would be appropriate in this case because of the high number of COVID cases, a positivity rate in Oakland County. Because the number of COVID cases are so high at this time, the court is finding good cause to extend those 30 days because we cannot effectuate an in-person hearing at this time due to the positivity rates. It's my understanding that defense is requesting in person, and I believe that is absolutely appropriate in this matter. And so what I am going to require the attorneys to do is to submit briefs on this issue. Briefs are to be submitted on the issue of placement on or before January 19th, 2022 by 2 p.m. And we will also have a status conference on January 19th, 2022 at 2 p.m. And that status conference is only with the attorneys. And the purpose of that status conference is just to set a new date for the hearing under the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act. And I will note, because of the high number of victims in this case, that this recording will be posted for 24 hours after today's date. The last issue I believe that we need to address is the issue of appointing LGAL. I did have an opportunity to speak to counsel. This court is reappointing Ms. Deborah McKelvey as LGAL for Mr. Crumbly throughout this matter. Is there anything else from either party?
Yes, Judge, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Lofton did acknowledge receipt of the general information.
Yes, I have the general information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from either party?
Not from the people. Thank you, Judge.
Nothing from defense, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much. I will see you all on January 19th at 2 p.m. And again, that's only the attorneys. Mr. Crumbly, you will not be present for that hearing. We're just setting that so we can set a new date. If there's nothing else, everyone is all set. Everyone have a great day.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so there you heard the virtual court hearing with the alleged Oxford High School shooter, Ethan Crumbly, pleading not guilty. His lawyer taking on their behalf to make the plea for him. This comes 6 weeks after the massacre that killed 4 students. Crumbly's being charged as an adult. He remains locked up with no bond. You saw him there make that brief video court appearance. And that was in Oakland County Circuit Court. A judge there scheduled another status conference for January the 19th. But this story keeps on going. We also, remember earlier this week, saw his parents, James and Jennifer Crumbly, also in court. They had asked a judge to reduce their bond commitments. Their bond is $500,000 each. That judge denying that request. So we're going to be on top of all of that, all those developments in that story as well. We do have some breaking news right now out of the Los Angeles area. And take a look at this fire at the moment. You can see that is really burning out of control here. This is in Adelanto, California. This huge building fire is ongoing at the moment. Crews are trying to work and extinguish and put out this blaze here. But we just got these pictures in, and you can see just the extent of the flames. You can see the emergency crews there on scene trying to extinguish this. We're going to leave this up for now. We're going to try to get more information for you as we work to see exactly how this started, if evacuations are in place for any of the surrounding areas, and what exactly this type of building was. Bear with us here. All right, and we are just a little bit after the top of the hour here, and we just got these aerial pictures over this very, very large fire in Adelanto, California, in Los Angeles County right now. Crews working to extinguish that. We don't have much information at this point in time. Hopefully we'll get some more information as to what might have caused this, if any of the surrounding areas are under threat from this very, very big fire. Actually, we are getting more information right now, and this, like I said, is in Adelanto, California, where firefighters are working to put out a massive fire that's quickly spreading across a commercial building here. It's happening at a commercial courtyard just east of Highway 395. San Bernardino County Fire Department has crews on the scene surrounding the area. This has knocked out power to the surrounding area as well. So drivers and residents are urged to steer clear of the area. So we'll keep an eye on this. This is a developing story for those of you who are just joining us. We're about 3 minutes past the top of the hour here. We have a lot more headlines coming up, though. All right, and of course, we are still over this very, very large commercial fire in Adelanto, California, and I misspoke. This is in San Bernardino County. This is not in Los Angeles County, but crews are on the scene. They're trying to put this out as fast as possible. So we're going to move away from this right now. If we get any more updates on what might have caused this, we'll bring this to you, but definitely a really compelling scene there in Adelanto. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. When we come back from commercial, we have a lot of top headlines coming out of the White House. We'll hear from Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy with the latest, and then we'll go into it a little bit deeper. More reaction from the president's speech in Atlanta just yesterday. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
it worldwide is not slowing up very much.
COVID cases in this country climbing higher. 1.5 million new positive tests Monday, a new world record. Still,
But I'm confident we're on the right track.
so President Biden is looking for a dual track.
I'm tired of being quiet.
Perfect.
Pivoting from the pandemic to voting rights.
For the right to vote and to have that vote counted is democracy's threshold liberty. Without it, nothing is possible. But with it, anything is possible.
The president has failed to contain the pandemic as promised, and he's failed so far to advance his Build Back Better plan. So Democrats will try instead to focus on voting rights.
The Senate is going to act as soon as tomorrow.
Democratic leaders are looking to change Senate rules, doing away with the filibuster to try and pass voting rights legislation with fewer than 60 votes.
Let the majority prevail. And if that bare minimum is blocked, we have no option but to change the Senate rules, including getting rid of the filibuster for this.
Progressive voting rights activists boycotted Biden.
We don't need another speech. We don't need him to come to Georgia and use us as a prop. What we need is work.
The most prominent liberal voting rights activist in the country, who lives in the city Biden spoke in, also a no-show, citing a scheduling conflict. Stacey Abrams.
I spoke with Stacey this morning. We have a great relationship. We got our scheduling mixed up.
Long lines in this country this month haven't been at polling places, but instead COVID testing sites.
Well, I think it's obvious that the administration has failed the American people on getting enough tests.
Now, the feds can't snap their fingers and make tests appear, but they can update guidance, according to the Washington Post, to recommend N95 or KN95 masks, something that even the most pro-mask politicians struggle with.
This looks stupid.
The president made a quick off-script comment tonight that it seems like yesterday, the first time he was arrested. He's previously made comments where he claimed to have been arrested in South Africa and at the University of Delaware and at the U.S. Capitol, but later walked all those stories back. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Peter, thanks for that update right there. Joining me right now to discuss all of this a little bit further is Christian Daytok, White House reporter for the Washington Examiner. Christian, thanks so much for being with us tonight. My first question, though, because we've been kind of following this Biden-McConnell back and forth today in kind of following the reaction to his speech there in Atlanta. McConnell calling it unpresidential, but a member of Biden's own party, Senator Dick Durbin, saying that maybe the president went a little overboard in his rhetoric. Was this brought up at the White House today?
That's right, Andrew. It was brought up during the press briefing with Jen Psaki earlier today, and I think the White House is trying to push back on the idea that President Biden is going beyond the pale. Now, let's not forget, during that speech down in Atlanta, he basically said, if you don't side with us on these voting rights bills, you're no better than George Wallace, you're no better than Bull Connor, you're the next Jefferson Davis. And we didn't only hear it from Dick Durbin, we heard from Mitt Romney, who's about the closest thing to a Republican ally the president can count on right now, say that this was wholly inappropriate and below the office of the president. What's perhaps more interesting, though, and we heard Peter talk about this just a little while ago, is the reaction that the president is getting from some liberal voting rights groups themselves. We saw a number boycott the president's address on the grounds that this is political platitudes, and it's not necessarily something that the Democrats in the Senate can get done with the current math if you count on Joe Biden and Kyrsten Sinema to tank the filibuster reform efforts.
Yeah, so this will be interesting to see, especially since Senator Chuck Schumer has said that he wants all of this done either on Martin Luther King Day or before, which, of course, is Monday. Also, Christian, the White House has been plagued with a lot of criticism over a lot of these testing capacity, these commitments they have made, 500 million at-home rapid tests to the American people. What is the White House responding to all this criticism with?
Well, the White House isn't necessarily responding to the criticism of the 500 million test backlog itself at this point in time. We've been told to sit tight and wait and expect those first tests to roll off assembly lines and be prepared for delivery starting next week. Now, the White House is a little having their feathers ruffled, I guess you could say, at the idea that they aren't doing everything they can do in regard to testing to make sure that schools are open across the country. And we saw the teachers union in Chicago walk out this past week. That was a big issue for the White House, given the president's long-term standing relationships with unions. But we got another announcement today from Jeff Zients that they've tapped a new testing czar who should smooth this rollout, and they've allocated an additional 10 million tests to go out to some of these schools to make sure that they can stay open and resume in-person classes to begin the start of the spring semester.
And Christian, of course, the White House was touting the jobs numbers just on Friday. We now know the unemployment rate is 3.9%, although the jobs forecast wasn't as large as predictors had thought it would be. And then, of course, we got these inflation numbers today. How's the White House responding? 7% in the month of December over last year. Not great.
Well, they're trying to respond the same way that they did on Friday, Andrew. And like you said, there was a positive signal and a negative signal. Today, it showed that year-over-year inflation rate, the CPI index, registered at 7% in December. That's the highest rate we've seen in over 40 years. That being said, this also marked the second consecutive month that the month-over-month rate decreased. So we are seeing some easing of these supply chain bottlenecks, but this is a very stark problem for the White House at this point in time. It's clear that these are not transitory problems. And today, during the press briefing, Brian Deese, the National Economic Council director, was asked by reporters, what are you guys doing specifically to help people pay for food or to help people acquire food where there are these nationwide shortages? And he said, look, we're doing the best that we can, but in reality, the best way to address this is by passing the president's Build Back Better spending package. Now, that sounds all great, but that being said, it doesn't offer any immediate need to people who, again, literally can't find food for their families right now, or can't afford to pay for the food that they can find.
And Christian, just last topic for you. We learned earlier today that former White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany sat for an interview before the House Select Committee investigating January the 6th. They also issued a statement, and we're going to move to some Capitol Hill news right now, and they are requesting that House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy also speak to the committee. That is quite a move by the committee. I want to read in part from the statement that was put out today by Chair Benny Thompson, saying that McCarthy was reportedly in communication with White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows in the days prior to the 6th. Chairman Thompson wrote in his letter, quote, "We also must learn about how the president's plans for the 6th came together and all the other ways he attempted to alter the results of the election." Clearly, they think McCarthy can offer some information to that light.
Yeah, this is big news, Andrew, and there are two specific points that I think we need to be wary of. First of all, obviously, Kevin McCarthy would be the highest ranking Republican to cooperate with the Select Committee should he agree to come in and speak with them. Now, the second point is perhaps a little bit more important to Kevin McCarthy, and that's that he has not been subpoenaed like a lot of these former Trump administration officials. He's been asked to voluntarily come in and speak. That being said, when pressed by reporters on it today, he said he would have no problem testifying. So again, we don't know exactly if McCarthy will cooperate with this quasi-summons, but this could mean that the January 6th Select Committee is starting to wrap their investigation if they're calling the highest ranking sitting Republican official to come speak with them.
All right, Christian Daytok, thanks so much for being with us. What will you be looking for in the weeks and the days ahead when you're in the briefing room?
Well, we talked about this already, but the biggest news to me is what is the White House going to do to immediately combat these rising prices, and how quickly can they get those 500 million tests out the door? How soon will people be able to go online and say, yes, I do want tests sent directly to my home? And then, of course, given the supply chain and shipping problems we've seen over the past several months, how quickly will it take for those tests to arrive on your doorstep? It's going to be a very busy week here in Washington, and I'm expecting a lot more headlines to come out over the next couple of days.
Christian, thanks so much. We'll talk to you again. Okay, and right now we do want to head back out to California as we continue to monitor this fire here. You can see we still have aerial live pictures over it as crews are continuing to battle it at this point in time. You can see just the huge presence of emergency management officials on the ground there in this commercial fire. And so we're going to keep on with this. We have a lot more headlines and big stories to get to on this Wednesday night, but you can see there it does not look like they're making too much progress on trying to extinguish this at the moment. We don't know exactly what this building commercially is used for. We don't know exactly, and it looks like our chopper might be repositioning itself here, so bear with us. So we don't know what might have caused this, and we don't even know if there are any injuries or if anyone was inside the building at the time. Sometimes a lot of these commercial buildings that do catch on fire, they are vacant or they happen in the middle of the night. So while our chopper kind of repositions itself here, we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We did just have some breaking news. Remember, we just reported this news earlier today that the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot has requested to speak with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Well, his office just seconds ago put out a statement saying that he will not speak to the committee. I'm going to read in part from the statement. It goes as such. Quote, this committee is not conducting a legitimate investigation as Speaker Pelosi took the unprecedented action of rejecting the Republican members I named to serve on the committee. It is not serving any legislative purpose. The committee's only objective is to attempt to damage its political opponents, acting like the Democrat Congressional Campaign Committee one day and the DOJ the next. He goes on to say, as a representative and the leader of the minority party, it is with neither regret nor satisfaction that I have concluded to not participate with this select committee's abuse of power that stains this institution today and will harm it going forward. So, interesting breaking news there tonight on the January 6th committee. House Minority Leader McCarthy said he has no plans to speak to the committee. In the meantime, we want to stay on Capitol Hill for some of this other news that we were just talking to some of our really great guests that we brought on tonight. And just want to play out some of the remarks from Mitch McConnell today on the Senate floor as he really went after President Biden in his speech in Atlanta yesterday about voting rights. McConnell called some of the speech unpresidential. Here are those remarks from earlier this morning.
12 months ago, a newly inaugurated President Biden stood on the west front of the Capitol, and here's what he had to say. My whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, and uniting our nation. Yesterday, that very same man delivered a deliberately divisive speech that was designed to pull our country further apart. 12 months ago, this president said we should see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. Yesterday, he called millions of Americans his domestic enemies. 12 months ago, the president called on Americans to join forces, stop the shouting, lower the temperature. But yesterday, he shouted that if you disagree with him, you're George Wallace. George Wallace. If you don't pass the laws he wants, you're Bull Connor. And if you oppose giving Democrats untrammeled one-party control of the country, well, you're Jefferson Davis. 12 months ago, this president said disagreement must not lead to disunion. But yesterday he invoked the bloody disunion of the Civil War, to demonize Americans who disagree with him. He compared, listen to this, a bipartisan majority of senators to literal traitors. How profoundly unpresidential. Look, I've known, liked, and personally respected Joe Biden for many years. I did not recognize the man at the podium yesterday. American voters did not give President Biden a mandate for very much. He got a tied Senate, negative coattails in the House, the narrowest majorities in over a century. The president did not get a mandate to transform America or reshape society. But he did arguably get a mandate to do just one central thing that he campaigned on. Here's what that was. Bridge a divided country, lower the temperature, dial down the perpetual air of crisis in our politics. That is the one central promise that Joe Biden made. It is the one job citizens actually hired him to do. It is the one project that would have actually been consistent with the Congress the voters elected. But President Biden has chosen to fail his own test. The president's rant yesterday was incoherent, incorrect, and beneath his office. He used the phrase Jim Crow 2.0 to demagogue a law that makes the franchise more accessible than in his own state of Delaware. He blasted Georgia's procedures regarding local elections officials while pushing national legislation with almost identical language on that issue. The president implied things like widely popular voting ID laws to be, quote, listen to this, totalitarian? Totalitarian? Ironically, on the same day, the Washington, D.C.'s Democratic mayor told citizens to bring both a photo ID and a vaccine card anytime they leave the house. The president repeatedly invoked the January 6th riot, while himself using irresponsible, delegitimizing rhetoric that undermines our democracy. The sitting president of the United States compared American states to totalitarian states. He said our country will be an autocracy if he does not get his way. If he does not get his way. So the world saw our commander-in-chief propagandize against his own country to a degree that would have made Pravda blush. There was no consistent standard behind anything the president said. He trampled through some of the most sensitive and sacred parts of our nation's past. He invoked times when activists bled and when soldiers died, all to demagogue voting laws that are more expansive than what Democrats have on the books in his own home state. Georgia has more days of early voting than Delaware or New York. Georgia has no excuse absentee voting, which Delaware and New York do not have. If Georgia or Texas present Jim Crow emergencies, then so do a whole lot of Democratic-run states. The Senate Democratic leaders going on cable TV and saying Georgia is greatly restricting or eliminating early voting. That's a lie. Provably false. Georgia has more early voting than New York. The Democratic leader has tried to fearmonger about one rural Georgia county that condensed multiple voting locations into one rural Georgia county. Well, the county's overwhelmingly red. They were clearly not involved in trying to suppress Democratic votes. 70% Republican in that one county in 2020. So take a step back for a minute. President Biden's story is that democracy is on death's door. But he spent 9 months chasing a reckless taxing and spending spree before addressing it. Must not be that much of an emergency. Citizens are meant to believe a return of Jim Crow is on the table. But this was only President Biden's 6th priority after he was blocked from spending $5 trillion on windmills and welfare. Democrats' own behavior refutes their false hysteria. 12 months ago, the president said that politics need not be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. That was just 12 months ago. But yesterday, he poured a giant can of gasoline on the fire. 12 months ago, the president said every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. But yesterday, he said anyone who opposes smashing the Senate and letting Democrats rewrite election law is a domestic enemy, and listen to this, a traitor like Jefferson Davis. 1 week ago, President Biden gave a January 6th lecture about not stoking political violence. 1 week ago. Yesterday, with the world's largest megaphone, he invoked the literal civil war and said we are on the doorstep of autocracy. Talked about domestic enemies. Rhetoric unbecoming of a president of the United States. In less than a year, restoring the soul of America has become this: agree with me or you're a bigot. Agree with me or you're a bigot. From lowering the temperature to invoking totalitarian states and the Civil War. So this inflammatory rhetoric was not an attempt to persuade skeptical Democrat or Republican senators. This whole display in fact, you could not invent a better advertisement for the legislative filibuster than a president abandoning rational persuasion for pure demagoguery. You could not invent a better advertisement for the legislative filibuster than what we've just seen. A president abandoning rational persuasion for pure demagoguery. A president shouting that 52 senators and millions of Americans are racist unless he gets whatever he wants is proving exactly why the framers built the Senate to check his power. This whole display is the best possible argument for preserving the Senate rules that extend deliberation, force bipartisan compromise, and let cooler heads prevail. Nothing proves it better than this episode. It offers a perfect case study in why Senator Biden was right about the filibuster and President Biden is wrong. One respected scholar explained it this way: the smallest majority we've ever seen in our politics is trying to change the rules for how people get elected in every single state. That's just about the best argument for the filibuster you could possibly imagine. So, Mr. President, the citizens of the greatest country in the world deserve for their elected officials to treat them like grown-ups. The adults of America deserve to hear from the adults in Washington, D.C. So I'll close with some basic truths. Obviously, our country is more divided than it should be, no doubt. In recent years, I have vocally criticized people across the political spectrum who have sought to legitimize elections when they win and delegitimize democracy when they're polling badly or when they lose. I criticized top Democrats' hysteria after 2016 when their rhetoric had 66% of Democrats across America falsely convinced that Russia had hacked our voting machines and changed the tallies. 66% of Democrats thought that after 2016. I criticized Speaker Pelosi and House Democrats who spent the run-up to 2020 hyping conspiracy theories and suggesting the election would presumptively be illegitimate if their side lost. In December 2020 and January of last year, our side of the aisle defended our constitutional process despite political pressure, and we had, of course, a literal mob. But now it is President Biden and Leader Schumer and other Washington Democrats who don't like their poll numbers, so they're reversing their tune yet again. The people who spent November 2020 through January 21 preaching sermons about the strength and the sanctity of our democracy are now undertaking to delegitimize the next election in case they lose it. We have a sitting president invoking the Civil War, shouting about totalitarianism, and labeling millions of Americans his domestic enemies. We have a Senate Democratic leader who now frequently calls American elections, quote, a rigged game. Look, this will not be repaired with more lies, more outrage, and more rule breaking. Unfortunately, President Biden has rejected the better angels of our nature. So it is the Senate's responsibility to protect the country. This institution was constructed as a firewall against exactly the kind of rage and false hysteria we saw on full display yesterday. It falls to the Senate.
Okay, fiery words there from Senator Mitch McConnell, really going after President Biden and his speech he made in Atlanta on voting rights just yesterday. So we wanted to let you hear that in case you might have missed that from earlier on the Senate floor. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more tonight for these big stories and top headlines, including what is going on with these inflation numbers. We got the numbers for last month for December, 7% increase over December 2020. That's the highest inflation rate in 40 years. We'll have more on that in just a moment.
Consumers are paying more to fill up their shopping carts. A new report showing the surge in inflation year over year for December at 7%, putting it at a 40-year high. It was so high, in fact, that millennials and anyone younger have never faced such a big jump.
The numbers that came out today only confirms what the American public already knows. It's more expensive to fill up your car at the gas pump. It's more expensive at the grocery store.
The rising inflation eating away at strong gains in wages and salaries American workers have seen in recent months.
It functions like a tax on all Americans, and that's what working everyday Americans are feeling every day.
President Biden touting a decline in month-over-month inflation. It was down slightly from November. Wall Street seeming to shrug off the red-hot report.
This is a market that's looking right through Omicron, looking through inflation, seeing that the economy is in rebound mode.
Meanwhile, on Tuesday, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell telling Congress the Fed is prepared to accelerate the interest rate hikes it plans to begin this year if it deems necessary to curb high inflation.
The market understands that the Fed, even if it starts delivering rate hikes faster, it's not going to remove so much stimulus as to derail what is, I think, a sense that this is a riskless time to be investing. It isn't.
Today marks the 7th month in a row the gauge has been above 5%. At the White House, Edward Lawrence, Fox News.
Edward, thanks so much for that update there. We're going to continue to talk about not only inflation, but these supply chain issues that persist. Joining me right now is a supply chain expert and a financial expert, Tom Maioli. Tom, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. There's a lot to talk about, but I just wanted your first reactions to this 7% figure that we got today about inflation. It's the highest in 40 years. What does it mean for the American consumer?
Well, listen, the consumer right now is on its back right now. They're crushed. And you know what? Here's the interesting part about it is 7% is not going to become 14%. At some point, there's a saturation rate of inflation. And I think we're getting close to it. I think the consumer is not going to bear the brunt of any future increases. It may be de minimis, it may be 0.5%, 2%, 1%, but it's not going to be another 7%.
And so I just want to read what these percentages are in a lot of these goods and commodities that so many of us purchase on a day-to-day basis. Motor fuel, Tom, is up 50%. Fuel oil, 41%. Crazy. Used cars and trucks, 37%. Car and truck rentals, 36%. Hotels and motels, 28%. And so, with this inflation number, is the supply chain issues, are they concurrent issues? Are they happening at once?
Oh, no, they're all happening at once. Clearly, the supply chain issues are driving all of this process. It's all about supply and demand. It's economics 101. Listen, at some point during this year, it may be late 2022, maybe into 23, supply chain issues are going to start easing up. But I have to tell you, right now we're in a crunch. There are no supplies, demand is high, and that's what's causing the inflation. But we're not going to get 7 and then 14 and 21. We're going to get 7, 7.5, 8, 8.5. So I think we're at the peak right now. I think what you're seeing right now is what, the peak of what consumers are going to have to absorb. And I understand the Fed's desire to hedge inflation by increasing interest rates, but I don't think you're going to see 4 increases this year. I think you may see 3. I think they may be an 8th, not a quarter.
Tom, I just want to read from a statement that Lael Brainerd will be making in front of the Senate tomorrow. She's the nominee for vice chair of the Fed. She says inflation is too high.
Yeah, by the way, she's a friend of mine, and yeah, absolutely. Tell me what she has to say.
No, her statement in her prepared remarks she'll give tomorrow, she says inflation is too high and working people around the country are concerned about how far their paychecks will go. She says our monetary policy is focused on getting inflation back down to 2% while sustaining a recovery that includes everyone. She says this is our most important task. She says that is the Fed's most important task at this hour.
Yes. And it is. You know what? Listen, the Fed's focused exactly where they need to be focused. But the reality of it is this is not a Fed issue. This is not an interest rate issue. This is a supply chain issue. As soon as the supply chain eases up and we can get product through the ports and we can start manufacturing products so that we can produce things like cars and televisions and computers, pricing power is going to go down. The people who are selling these products are not going to have the pricing power that they have today, and things are going to level out.
Tom, speaking of supply chain issues, the members of the Biden administration, including the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, yesterday was at the Port of Long Beach. She says that issues are easing up. But then, of course, we're getting news out of China. And, of course, they have this COVID zero mentality, COVID zero philosophy, if you will, putting entire cities on lockdown. And, of course, some of these cities are port cities. What do you make of that? Will that increase some of these problems over the long haul?
Well, listen, clearly there's a dichotomy and a diversity versus what the U.S. thinks and what China thinks. China is clearly into shutting everything down because they want to control the U.S. They want to shut down our operations. They want to shut down our ports. They want to shut down our manufacturing. They want to shut down the consumer. The U.S. is obviously clearly on a different path, but the reality of it is it's somewhere in the middle. China can't shut us down because if they shut us down, they're going to have no economy. we're 80% of their GDP. We buy 80% of the products that the U.S. produces from China. So they have to keep it going, but they want to squeeze us is what they want to do, and they're doing it. They're doing it as we speak. But in at the end of 2022, early 2023, you're going to see a release of this. The U.S. is gearing up right now, and thank God for President Trump. He put these things in place. Obviously, I'm not a Biden supporter, but I'm a President Trump supporter. He put these things in place. We're creating manufacturing of chips and things that we need to produce our own products. We're bringing it back to the U.S. And in 2023, you're going to see some of that break loose. And as that breaks loose, you're going to create competition, and you're going to create support. The supply is going to increase. The demand is going to stay in place because clearly the U.S. economy is strong, right? That's why we're talking about inflation and interest rates rising. But you're going to see production continue to increase, which is going to drive down pricing, and we're going to be back to normalization.
Tom, last question for you. I want to talk about jobs. We got the jobs numbers on Friday. The unemployment rate now down
Yes.
to 3.9%.
Yes.
Help me figure this out. The job market is flush with openings.
Yes.
The unemployment
Yes.
rate is down to really almost pre-pandemic levels, yet inflation persists. Help me make sense of that.
Well, listen, honestly, it's quite simple. It's economics 101. I'm not a Harvard grad, but it's pretty economics 101. It's pretty simple. Right now, what's going on is corporations don't want to hire, even though there's jobs available. They don't want to hire because they don't have demand. And they don't have the demand because the supply's not there. If the supply starts kicking in, the demand is there. We'll be able to fill the demand, and we'll be able to fill the jobs. Right now, what's going on is the demand is there, but the supply is not there. So we don't want to hire and have this expense that has no value to our corporation because we can't get a return on investment.
All right. Lots to cover on this Wednesday night. Tom Maioli, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
Yes. Thanks for having me. Good to see you.
All right. And of course, we do want to take the opportunity now to play parts of the White House press briefing. We heard from the National Economic Center director, Brian Deese. He was talking about these inflation numbers. Let's have a listen to that from earlier today.
Questions that you have. So 4 quick points. First is the context on our economic recovery. We've learned based on data that we received over the last several days that in 2021, our economy experienced the largest single drop in the unemployment rate on record in the history of the country, down to 3.9%. The most jobs created in any year on record, 6.4 million. The strongest economic growth of any year in nearly 4 decades, coming in between 5 and 6% over the course of 2021 in all likelihood, and real household income that is taking into account of price increases increased in 2021. So just to repeat that context, the largest decline in unemployment, the most jobs created, and the strongest economic growth in nearly 40 years. The second point is we got December price data today, and I would note that we saw a welcome deceleration in the rate of price increases in a number of respects. In the headline price increase data, we saw a decline month to month to 0.5%, down from 0.8% in the month before. It's still too high, but a moving in the right direction. As I think I say every time here, and if I don't, it's a mistake. We never index too heavily on any individual 1 month of data in any direction, but I would note that we saw in prices from November to December a decline in the rate of growth of the prices for food at home, which is a technical way of saying food that people buy in the grocery store. And we saw a drop in the price of energy, both at the gas pump, but also natural gas and winter heating costs. Many of you focused on the annual 7% rate. If we are trying to look at where we are headed, the month-to-month changes are more instructive. And most independent forecasters continue to project that we will see moderation in price increases over the course of 2022. Third point is the global context for this data, both on prices and on economic growth writ large. What we're seeing right now is these price increases are a global phenomenon, and that reflects the nature of the global challenge of coming through a pandemic crisis and a pandemic-affected recovery. Over the past 6 months, price increases in the United States and Europe have basically run neck and neck. In December, the EU saw its highest recorded inflation on record. Germany saw its highest inflation in December since reunification. And so while there are differences but country by country, this is a global phenomenon and driven by these global issues, which comes to the fourth point, which is given the unique strength of the United States economic recovery, overall growth, as well as the labor market, we are well positioned to attack the challenges of prices and costs head on. And that's exactly what the president and this administration are doing. And it's his principal focus when it comes to the economy. As he laid out on Friday, his approach to attacking prices and costs are grounded in the premise that the right way to do this is to build on the economic successes that we have seen, not to abandon them. And that really means, with respect to what we in the administration and Congress can do, is to focus on how we can expand the productive capacity of the economy, how we can make sure that our economy can produce more goods and services more cheaply and easily across the country, get more people working, and get to the strong, sustainable growth that we are beginning to see. And if we can address these present challenges, we'll hopefully see going forward. The president's outlined a very specific three-part plan to do that around unsticking supply chains, protecting consumers, and promoting competition, and trying to actually reduce directly some of the most significant costs that Americans' families face. And obviously, key elements of the Build Back Better framework go directly at that issue. And so I'm happy to talk about the policy details behind that plan in general, but I think just to summarize, we have historically strong economic growth and labor market outcomes. We saw some welcome deceleration, but price increases that are still too high. Decidedly a global phenomenon happening everywhere, but we in the United States are uniquely well positioned against that challenge, and that's the president's focus.
All right, Brian, thanks for coming today. The White House and other economists last spring and fall were talking about inflation being transitory, and I think at least the expectation when we were talking about it last spring was that it was going to be well taken care of by now. What did you get wrong? What did economists writ large get wrong? And why should Americans be confident when you say prices are going to get better later this year?
So I think that if we look at the situation earlier in the year, a number of projections and forecasts have come out differently than we anticipated. If you look at employment, for example, virtually nobody was projecting that we would see unemployment fall as quickly as it has, and get to 3.9% by the end of this year. That's 4 years faster than the median forecaster. And so I think we've seen a number of unanticipated outcomes. When it comes to prices, what we have said consistently, focused consistently, is that this is a global phenomenon. It is connected to the pandemic and the issues that that has raised. Certainly the supply chain challenges that have evolved over the course of time through the Delta variant and over the course of the fall have been issues that we've had to go and tackle head on. But I think that the nomenclature aside, we find ourselves in a position now where we're looking forward, and most forecasters are projecting that the price increases will moderate. Our focus here is looking at what are the concrete, practical steps that we can take to try to help ensure that outcome and try to help accelerate relief where we can, where we appropriately can. So when it comes to something like the supply chain challenges, those manifested more significantly than people were anticipating over the course of the summer and early fall, both because of COVID factors, but also buying behavior of major retailers and major freight movers. And so we went into action over the course of the fall to try to help address those issues and the bottlenecking we were seeing at ports. Made very significant progress on that, 40% decline in the amount of time that a container is sitting at the dock. And at the same time, we still have work to do on that front, which is why even this month we're going to take additional steps with ports across the country to set up inland locations to move products and impose new fees on empty containers that are sitting idle at our ports. So we're going to stay at that and other issues, and we believe that that's the best way that we can, again, help to expand the economy's capacity to deliver goods and services to the American people.
But is it the supply chain then essentially that is the reason for the incorrect forecast 10 months ago?
Look, I think that our focus now is on assessing where we are and trying to address the issues in front of us in an effort to try to accelerate the course of the recovery. As I said, this has been a unique year on a lot of accounts. And so we find ourselves in a uniquely strong economic position on a number of counts, and we've got price increases that we need to tackle, and that's our focus.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Brian, for being here. I have a quick question on some of the practical matters that you've talked about. Are you taking any steps to help people afford food, despite the figure that you mentioned that month to month the prices have gone down? My colleagues are reporting about how people are finding shortages on the shelves, how the stuff that is there is more expensive. Is there anything you can do to help families pay for that food?
Well, I would say a number of things. One is when the president came into office, he prioritized early passing the American Rescue Plan. The American Rescue Plan has historic investments in actually addressing food insecurity for people who couldn't afford food. As a result, we saw hunger in the United States decline in 2021. It also included the child tax credit, another resource that are going directly to families to help address the typical costs that they face on a monthly basis. And as a result, we saw child poverty fall by 35 to 40% in America over the course of 2021. We saw, as I mentioned, we saw some welcome deceleration in the increase in the cost of food this month, and we're going to keep focused on those ways that we can address the typical pocketbook issues that the American people face. And this is one of the issues why the core economic logic behind the president's, behind the Build Back Better plan is important in this context, because for working Americans who are benefiting from a strong labor market and more job opportunities, but also struggling with costs not only of food, but costs of child care or the costs of health care. The components of the Build Back Better plan would directly address those issues by providing a tax cut to families directly in their pocketbook, and then reducing other of their most salient costs. So for a lot of the families that you're talking about, if they only had to pay 7% of their income in child care, that would free up a lot of resources to invest in other monthly needs. So,
short of that passing, and separate from what you have already done, the measures you mentioned, is there anything new you can do to help the food situation?
Well, I would say first, what we have done is historic and has made a big difference. Number two, our central economic legislative priority is getting those elements of Build Back Better in place. And part of the urgency of that is to address precisely the challenges that you are identifying. And beyond that, we are looking at ways that we can unstick elements of the supply chain that may be getting in the way of, for example, physical product getting to market. And certainly we have seen over the course of this fall, we've seen concerns about product shortages in particular categories and otherwise. What we've seen overall, if you look at retail inventories, including grocery store inventories, they're actually higher now than they were pre-pandemic, so in a pretty healthy place. But that doesn't mean that there's logistical challenges at bottlenecks that may be localized. And to the degree that we can work with private sector companies and help, ease the challenges in their private sector supply chain, certainly we will remain open to doing that.
One question on the global challenge, since you mentioned it, the president mentioned it today. Can you talk about how much you believe China's latest round of lockdowns and its zero case doctrine is having an impact on inflation, since obviously it's impacting the global manufacturing? And has the administration had any conversations with China about the factory workers, about the lockdowns?
So there's no question that the global nature of the pandemic affects global supply chains and has affected the flow of goods across economies. One of the things that we did earlier this fall was actually set up what we call an early warning system, working with a number of our American companies that rely on sourcing input components or products from Southeast Asian countries to identify where there might be COVID outbreaks in those countries. And work with the State Department and USAID and the CDC on the ground in those countries to do what we can to actually help to stabilize the situation and reduce the potential impact of a shutdown or a lockdown or otherwise. With respect to China specifically and the current moment, we're monitoring it very closely as we assess the issue today. The lockdowns are most likely to have the effect isolated in China because the production facilities in those geographies are principally suppliers to the Chinese market. But the situation is fluid and ongoing and something that we're monitoring in real time and working across the interagency, including the State Department and the CDC, to try to keep a handle on.
Brian, respecting that you said that prices are expected to moderate in the months ahead, Americans right now at the start of 2022 are setting their budgets. They're trying to figure out how much things are going to cost them for themselves and for their families. How much longer should Americans expect that they'll be paying these inflated prices?
So what I can say is that in the context of a strong economy, most independent forecasters expect these prices to moderate over the course of 2022, and that's consistent with the administration's view. You have a president and an administration that's waking up every day and thinking about the practical actions we can take to try to help accelerate that, protecting, unsticking supply chains, protecting consumers, make sure that consumers aren't being taken advantage of in a moment of uncertainty.
So for clarity, that means by the end of 22, it's moderated, or we're kind of back to where we were before this by those projections?
Well, if you look at the projections by independent forecasters, then you see moderation over the course of 22, and you get back to you get back to levels that are closer to pre-pandemic normal. But I think that in the short term, in the immediate term, I think we'll focus on the practical steps that we can take. Working with Congress, encouraging Congress to take practical steps that would have real concrete impact for those families in their lives right now, and delivering in practical concrete ways. And I think that as we have seen with what we were able to get done in 2021 to deliver that type of relief directly to families, that can make all the difference, and that can really help to bridge this gap for families, and also help to get more people to work, that we continue to face real challenges where parents and other caregivers in this economy want to get back to work but are held back because of the cost of actually finding a quality way to take care of a kid or take care of an elderly parent That's compounded by the pandemic, and us acting now to help address those costs for families would not only provide some peace of mind to those families. If every American family with kids knew they weren't going to pay more than 7% of their income in childcare, that would be a big weight off their shoulders. It'd also be a big benefit to the labor market by allowing more people to work as productively as they choose to.
Thank you. Thank you. You mentioned the port measures you're taking, setting up these off-site areas. Can you talk a little bit more about that and the dwell fees? They've had that on hold for weeks at Port of Long Beach and Port of LA. Are you talking about imposing a dwell fee on other ports? In other words, can you give a little more detail on what you're talking about?
Sure. Sure. We're going to go a little deep on ports, but this is exciting for me. No, it's good. I'm thrilled. The first issue of the inland ports, and the idea here is relatively simple, which is if you're having to offload all of the containers at one location, it creates a bottleneck. It means fewer things moving through. If you can push that product out to facilities inland, then you can increase the throughput. We've taken steps at the Port of Savannah to open multiple ports, and we've seen real progress there, reduction in the backlog coming into the Port of Savannah quite noticeably. So we're going to take action at the Port of Oakland, finalizing inland port opportunities there, basically running the same play there as well. And we're working through the national port associations to basically work with any port that sees that as an opportunity to try to deploy that. And we have money that we have been able to deploy associated with the president's infrastructure legislation to try to help move that as quickly as possible. On the dwell fees, there's the issue around the fees on import containers that they have identified and said they're willing to impose. Just the threat of doing that was actually quite effective at getting the ocean carriers to move on their own and provide incentives, carrots and sticks to move that through. Now, this month, they are focused on a fee on export containers, basically the empty containers that are sitting idle that need to be moved off and shipped off in order to create more space. And they have announced that they will impose those fees by the end of the month. But as you know, part of the announcement of those fees is to give everybody an opportunity to figure out, is there a more efficient way to solve this than the imposition of those fees? But that's where things stand.
Forgive me, both you and Jen, for asking about the Fed. On December 1st, you said that the president would be making choices in the coming days on the 1st. And you said that part of the reason to make those picks was so people could, quote, face squarely head on the economic challenges that we face, the governors can. So at the time, we're talking about imminent picks that would help the central bank, who the president is now banking on to help fight inflation, see around corners and address crises. 6 weeks later, we don't have picks. So I guess my question is, what's the holdup? What changed? And do you think that 6-week delay is having an impact? I mean, you're relying on the Fed to be able to help curb inflation, and they don't have a full bench.
So in your last question, no, I don't think it's having an impact. I think that the most immediate issue on that score is that the president's two nominees to be the chair and the vice chair of the Fed are now up in front of the Senate. One had his confirmation hearing yesterday. The other will have her confirmation hearing tomorrow. And Senate moving expeditiously to confirm both of those nominees is important, and we are grateful to the leadership, the committee leadership of Chairman Brown and others in the Senate for moving quickly, and that is important. At the same time, we are working closely with congressional leadership to finalize those additional nominees, and are confident that we can move them on a schedule that will mean that they will be in place at the appropriate cadence. So I don't have any news for you today about that personal announcement, but
is inflation like a ball game when you're making these considerations in terms of considering particular candidates one against the other, or is it part of a range of factors?
So I think the president laid out his thinking relatively, in a sort of relatively detailed way in the context of announcing Chairman Powell and Governor Brainerd for the positions that he's nominated them to. And I think that basic approach extends to the other chairs as well. So obviously, expertise, independent judgment, and proximity to the range of issues that the Fed is facing. Obviously, central among them is charting a course of monetary policy that sustains the strength of recovery and achieves the dual mandate while making sure that prices are not entrenched, but also facility with other, front and center issues like financial regulation and the financial threats associated with climate change.
Mary and Sutton, and then we'll have to wrap it up. You mentioned that you expect prices to moderate over the course of the year, but how worried are you that consumers and businesses are starting to expect inflation is here to stay and will act accordingly, especially as many workers aren't feeling any increase in wages due to the increase in prices?
So it's a concern, and it's why you heard the president on Friday reinforce that that the Fed should and needs to have the independence to act to make sure that prices don't become entrenched. I would say that if you look at the market, you haven't seen a noticeable move in long-term inflation expectations as of recently, and so it's a concern, but it's also part of why we think that acting in the way that we've laid out and respecting the independence of the Fed is the right approach. And I think that for typical people who are working and thinking about their household budgets, for many of them, they've never seen a labor market that offers as many job opportunities as they have right now. For people in the bottom 40% of the income distribution, wage increases are up at historic levels, which creates new opportunities. And for many people, they are taking this opportunity to start new businesses and innovate. We've seen the rate of new applications for small businesses increase by 30%, and that's an opportunity for those people and the people that they will employ, but also a real driver of innovation and a signal of the health and the kind of economy and economic growth that we can drive if we keep at this. And the last thing I would say is that for those typical folks sitting around the kitchen table thinking about this coming year, the largest single costs that families face are healthcare, childcare, the cost of a home, and we have concrete, practical, straightforward ways to deliver relief on those costs and to do so in a way that wouldn't add to aggregate demand, wouldn't create an inflation concern, would be fully paid for across time. And in fact, the principal long-term economic impact would be to expand our economy's productive capacity by getting more people into the workforce. So that's why our focus and our work on Build Back Better continues. And I guess we will leave it there. Oh no, we have one more. Okay.
Build Back Better, with the White House support adding a work requirement like Senator Manchin has discussed to the child tax credit as part of the package?
So I think the president has spoken to the importance of the child tax credit and his views on that topic. I would say that if you look at the child tax credit itself, 97% of the recipients of the child tax credit are working.
Okay, we've been listening in to National Economic Council Director Brian Deese at the White House briefing earlier today, taking questions from the podium about all of this economics news today, especially these inflation numbers. 7% year over year in December, the highest level in 40 years. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we have more headlines and top stories in store, including an update on Darrell Brooks Jr. If you don't remember that name, well, we're going to get an update on more charges he's facing in that Christmas parade massacre in Waukesha, Wisconsin. More on that in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to thank you for being with us and for choosing Live Now from Fox as your go-to source for live, raw, nonstop news from around the country and across the world. We want to go out now to Waukesha, Wisconsin. We're going to get an update on Darrell Brooks Jr. He's facing more and more charges and that Christmas parade tragedy from just weeks ago. Joining me now to discuss all of that, Fox 6 reporter Cassidy Williams. Cassidy, good to see you tonight. What have you learned?
Well, previously, 39-year-old Darrell Brooks was only charged with 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, 1 count for each person who died in the Waukesha parade. Brooks is suspected of being the driver of the red SUV that drove through the parade. Now he faces 77 charges, including 61 related to the 61 people that were injured and survived.
It's definitely been a crazy past couple months.
17-year-old Tyler Pudliner continues to recover after he was hit while marching in the Christmas parade with the Waukesha South Band.
My body is getting a lot better after surgery and everything like that. Mentally, I'm struggling a little bit with, everything like that and the nightmares and stuff.
Wednesday, he is feeling better, knowing he is one of the victims newly listed in the criminal complaint. Darrell Brooks now faces 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, use of a dangerous weapon.
I think it's going to bring me a lot of, somewhat bring me closure and get down that road and start to get down that road.
The new complaint still includes 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide for the people killed. It also includes 6 counts of hit and run involving death, 2 counts of felony bail jumping, and 2 counts misdemeanor battery, domestic abuse for what happened just before the parade. The criminal complaint says Brooks met up with his ex-girlfriend in Frame Park around 4 p.m. that Sunday, the same woman he is accused of running over with his red SUV earlier that month. She told police they began arguing in his SUV before he started driving, and he, quote, was only driving with one hand while striking her in the face with his other hand. She eventually got out and called her friends for help. What happened next? Something Pudliner hopes keeps him behind bars for life.
I think it'll start to really give people that feeling that, he's going to be gone forever and there's no chance anymore. He's gone this time.
Now, if Brooks is found guilty of even one of those first-degree intentional homicide charges, he'll be facing a mandatory life sentence. He's due back in court on Friday.
Cassidy, do we expect him to appear in court to be read these charges anytime soon?
He's expected in court on Friday for a preliminary hearing.
All right, Fox 6's Cassidy Williams, we appreciate your time live for us in Waukesha, Wisconsin. We'll talk to you again. Okay, and right now we do want to move on to some of these other headlines we have in store, including what is happening with the Omicron surge in the COVID-19 pandemic. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri has the latest.
As the Omicron variant continues to spread across the country, COVID hospitalizations are topping a record set last January, hitting 145,000. However, many of those patients initially coming into the hospital for unrelated conditions, then testing positive for COVID-19 with mild symptoms.
It still takes quite a bit of resources because if you think about it, we still have to safeguard our team members, physicians, and other patients.
While the Omicron variant is known to cause milder symptoms in some, it is still hitting the unvaccinated population hard, leaving many hospitals overwhelmed. Health officials continuing to urge vaccinations and booster shots to help relieve the burden on the healthcare system.
I cannot stress enough the importance of vaccination, including that booster dose, to everyone in eligible age groups.
In addition to an influx of patients, hospitals are also dealing with staffing shortages as their own employees contract COVID and have to remain out of work for at least 5 days to avoid spreading the infection to their patients.
In many cases, up to 20% absenteeism in their existing staff.
Meanwhile, Pfizer's CEO saying if an Omicron-specific vaccine is needed, it could be ready by March. And as we look to the future, it's a possibility we could see an annual COVID vaccine for most of the population, much like the flu vaccine. And some positive news. Scientists say COVID cases in the U.S. could soon be on the decline as the Omicron surge reaches its peak. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Jonathan, thanks so much. Let's hear now from the White House Coronavirus Task Force, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky, and of course, Biden Senior Advisor on COVID, Jeff Zients.
With an additional $10 billion to support COVID testing in schools. These historic investments have helped schools open safely. In fact, today more than 96% of K through 12 schools are open for in-person learning. That's up from just 46% a year ago. The Omicron variant is driving unprecedented demand for testing, so we need to ensure school leaders have the support they need to meet that demand. So today we're taking additional actions, including sending 5 million free rapid tests to schools each month and providing another 5 million lab-based tests each month. These 10 million additional tests available each month will allow schools to double the volume of testing they were performing in November. The President is clear. The nation's schools can and should be open, and we have given state and local leaders the resources to ensure they can be open. With that, over to Dr. Walensky. Dr. Walensky.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning. I'd like to start by walking you through today's data. The current 7-day daily average of cases is about 751,000 cases per day, an increase of about 47% over the previous week. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 19,800 per day, an increase of about 33% over the prior week. And the 7-day average of daily deaths are about 1,600 per day, which is an increase of about 40% over the previous week. Over the past several weeks, we have seen the number of daily cases increase substantially. The magnitude of this increase is largely related to the Omicron variant, which now represents about 98% of the COVID-19 cases in the country. We continue to learn more about Omicron with each passing day, including the severity of disease caused by this variant. Just yesterday, a preprint study of data from Kaiser Permanente Southern California, analyzed by academic partners with CDC collaboration and funding, provided key insight into clinical outcomes among patients infected with the Omicron variant. This study used mathematical modeling to estimate risk of hospitalization and severe disease from a healthcare system that provides care to 4.7 million people in Southern California, 19% of the state's total population, and noted substantially reduced risk of severe clinical outcomes in patients who are infected with the Omicron variant compared with Delta. In the study, there were over 52,000 cases of Omicron compared with nearly 17,000 cases of Delta. Displayed on this slide are figures from this study. On these graphs, green represents infections with the Omicron variant, and purple represents infections with the Delta variant. When compared to Delta, infections with Omicron were associated with a 53% reduction in adjusted risk of symptomatic hospitalization, displayed in the first panel, a 74% reduction in adjusted risk of ICU admission, displayed in the middle panel, and a 91% reduction in adjusted risk of mortality, displayed on the third panel. No patients with Omicron required mechanical ventilation. Additionally, this study found that those infected with Omicron who were hospitalized had a shorter duration of hospital stay compared to those with Delta. The duration of hospital stays was approximately 70% shorter, with the median of stays being 1.5 days for Omicron compared to about 5 days for Delta. Looking at all hospital admissions for Omicron, 90% of patients were expected to be discharged from the hospital in 3 days or less. This study controlled for important key parameters such as age, sex, prior SARS-CoV-2 infection, prior vaccination, and comorbidities. The data in this study remain consistent with what we are seeing from Omicron in other countries, including South Africa and the UK, and provide some understanding of what we can expect over the coming weeks as cases are predicted to peak in this country. While we are seeing early evidence that Omicron is less severe than Delta and that those infected are less likely to require hospitalization, it's important to note that Omicron continues to be much more transmissible than Delta. The sudden and steep rise in cases due to Omicron is resulting in unprecedented daily case counts, sickness, absenteeism, and strains on our healthcare system. The risk of hospitalization remains low, especially among people who are up to date on their COVID vaccines. However, the staggering rise in cases, over 1 million new cases each day, has led to a high number of total hospitalizations. As we see hospitals and health systems caring for more and more patients, virus. As you've heard me say before, we know what works against COVID-19. This means getting vaccinated and getting boosted, wearing a mask in public indoor settings in areas of high transmission, and currently that's over 99% of our counties, and testing before you gather with others. Thank you. I'll now turn things back over to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Dr. Walensky. Before I turn to Dr. Fauci for an update on COVID treatments, I want to emphasize that we have more courses of effective treatments now than at any other point during the pandemic. This is the direct result of the Biden administration's focus from day one to stock our nation's medicine cabinet with a diverse set of treatments and the aggressive actions we have taken to expedite research, development, manufacturing, and procurement. Today, I want to provide some context specifically about actions the Biden administration took on Pfizer's antiviral pills. Last spring, the company and the administration agreed to work together to speed up both clinical research and manufacturing timelines. Originally, the company had projected that clinical trials would not conclude until the middle of this year, 2022. In cutting red tape and sourcing key supplies, the government and Pfizer collaborated to dramatically accelerate the clinical trial process, shaving about 7 months from the original timeline. So, instead of waiting for clinical trial results in mid-2022, we got those results late last year, and we were able to begin shipping the first pills in December, months ahead of schedule. At the President's direction, we also acted early and aggressively to secure significant supply of Pfizer's antiviral pills. The U.S. has now purchased 20 million treatment courses. Working closely with Pfizer, we're further accelerating the delivery of these pills so that we'll have the first 10 million by the end of June instead of the end of September. And we continue to work with Pfizer to help them further expand their manufacturing capacity, including through the Defense Production Act, if needed. As Dr. Fauci will discuss, these pills are meant for those at high risk of severe disease from COVID. We have a number of other treatment options that work against Omicron, and we're working to increase our supply of those treatments as well. Just this week, we completed the purchase of another 600,000 treatment courses of GlaxoSmithKline's monoclonal antibody treatment. That's all of GSK's available supply, and it means the U.S. will have more than 1 million total treatment courses through the end of March. And we're using every tool at our disposal, including the Defense Production Act, to accelerate delivery of these GSK doses as quickly as possible. Lastly, we're also in the process of ordering another 500,000 doses of AstraZeneca's preventive therapy for immunocompromised individuals. The federal government was instrumental in the research and development of this product, and our latest order will also bring us to over 1 million doses available through the end of March. Bottom line, we've acted aggressively to support and secure a diverse portfolio of COVID treatments, and as a result, our nation's medicine cabinet has never been more stocked, with 4 million effective treatments available in January alone. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Fauci to talk about each of these treatments and important research into future antivirals. Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Jeff. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is talk about what Jeff referred to as the Omicron medicine cabinet. First of all, before I get on to the therapy, I want to underscore the importance that the up-to-date COVID-19 vaccination with boosters prevents severe disease and keeps you out of the hospital, as underscored by Dr. Walensky. But I want to focus now, what happens if you do get sick? What are the therapies to prevent you to get disease progression? Next slide. I really want to refer people to the details of what I'll be saying over the next few minutes that can be easily found in the NIH COVID-19 treatment guidelines that are accessible online. Very briefly, this is the state-of-the-art guidance for clinicians for the treatment of patients with COVID-19, and it is a panel which includes representatives from 6 government agencies with 42 voting members from 10 professional medical societies, academia, and healthcare systems. We began it in March 24 of 2020. The first guideline was released on April 21st, and since then, we've had 44 updates in which there were 30 million plus page reviews. Next slide. So let's look at what we have there. There are 2 major pillars of therapeutics. One is to target the virus, and I'll get into those individual drugs in a moment. The other, which I won't speak about very much, but just to let you know that to moderate the immune response and the inflammatory response with late disease by the therapy shown on this slide, such as dexamethasone, tocilizumab, baricitinib. Let me show you how that goes when you look at the stages of disease. Next slide. As you can see, there is a spectrum from an infected person with no symptoms to an outpatient with mild symptoms, an inpatient not requiring oxygen, low flow, high flow, and then the ultimate, which you obviously like to avoid at all costs, is mechanical ventilation. One targets the virus early on with some overlap in the later stage with moderating the host response. Next slide. What we really want to do, among several other things, is to prevent people from progressing to serious disease. And you do that by treating people as outpatients, thereby reducing the visit to urgent care setting, to hospitalizations, and ultimately deaths. You reduce the duration of illness. You reduce, to some extent, infectivity and transmission. And importantly, particularly as we're dealing with this extraordinary situation with Omicron, you minimize the stress on the healthcare system. Now, the highest priority, as always, should be given to patients with the highest risk of progression. So let's take a look at that. Next slide. The prioritization of therapies first among Omicron for these patients with mild to moderate disease at high risk. The numbers on the right show what the clinical trials have shown is the relative risk of reduction for hospitalization or death. As you see at the top of the list is the drug that Jeff mentioned, Paxlovid, which received an EUA, 5 days of oral therapy, 89% reduction. Sotrovimab, a single infusion of a monoclonal antibody that works against Omicron, 85% relative risk reduction. Remdesivir is an already approved drug. It's used off-label with a 3-day infusion with a very high level of a relative risk reduction. And finally, molnupiravir, which is a 5-day oral drug with 30% diminution. Next slide. What about the prioritization of therapies for outpatients among limited resources? Now, I know this slide has a lot of words on it. You can easily access this if you want to focus on it in the treatment guidelines. First and foremost, the immunocompromised. Individuals who are unvaccinated at high risk. What do we mean by high risk? Anyone greater than 75 years of age or greater than 65 with a clinical risk factor. Next comes the unvaccinated at increased risk. namely anyone greater than 65 or anyone less than 65 with a clinical risk, and then vaccinated at high risk or vaccinated at increased risk. Again, may be difficult to remember quickly, but they're all in the treatment guidelines. Next slide. In addition, what about the pipeline? Where are we going? There are a number of phase 2 and phase 3 trials of potential COVID-19 therapies that are active or pending, and you can go to www.clinicaltrials.gov to see the status of that. There are selective agents in late-stage testing that are antibodies, antivirals, repurposed drugs, immunomodulators, and anticoagulants. Next slide. There is a program which we started early on called the Accelerated COVID-19 Therapeutics Interventions and Vaccines, referred to as ACTIVE, which many of you may be familiar with. Next slide. What does ACTIVE do? They have a number of trials, 6 in number, looking individually at immune modulators, outpatient monoclonal antibody therapies, inpatient monoclonal antibodies, antithrombotics, big effect trials looking at treatments for larger clinical trials to identify promising drugs, and ACTIVE 6, which is looking at repurposed drugs, the drugs that people want to know what the results are in a good trial, such as fluvoxamine, ivermectin, and fluticasone. Next slide. Finally, what's today's takeaway? First, to reemphasize, up-to-date vaccination is essential. You can go to vaccines.gov, you can text your zip code, you can call, but importantly, to reiterate what I was saying, the therapies and treatment guidelines are available on the website shown here. Back to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Dr. Fauci. So before we open it up to Q&A, a quick personnel update. We've named Dr. Tom Inglesby, who was previously director of Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, to lead our federal testing program. Dr. Inglesby is one of the world's leading infectious disease experts and is internationally recognized in the field of public health, preparedness, pandemic and emergent infectious disease, and prevention of and response to biological threats. Sorry, Tom. We continue to work across multiple fronts to increase Americans' access to testing, and we're all very, very grateful for his willingness, Tom's willingness, to lead these efforts. With that, let's open it up for some questions. Kevin?
Thanks, Jeff. We have time for a few questions. Let's go to Berkeley Lovelace at NBC News.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. During Dr. Walensky's opening remarks, she said there was a 40% increase in deaths over the previous week. Does the CDC expect that those cases are Delta-related, since deaths tend to lag cases and hospitalizations, or could it be Omicron, and just because there's a huge number of cases, there's going to be a larger portion of deaths? Thanks.
Dr. Walensky?
Yeah, that's a really important question. I believe right now that those deaths are still the lagging deaths from Omicron. From Delta, the lagging deaths from the Delta wave. We have seen, as you noted, that death rates are down from Omicron of about 91%. And we will need to follow those deaths over the next couple of weeks to see the impact of Omicron on mortality. As you note, given the sheer number of cases, we may see that deaths from Omicron, but I suspect the deaths that we're seeing now are still from Delta.
Next question, please.
Let's go to Allison Aubrey at NPR.
Allison?
Sorry about that. That was my mute button. Thanks for taking my question. I know there's a lot of focus on the quality of masks right now. My daughter's elementary school is handing out N95s. Does the U.S. have enough N95 respirators to go around if everyone were to start wearing these high quality masks, or would this put stress on or shortages needed for N95 masks for healthcare workers?
So why don't I go first, and then Dr. Walensky, if you want to add anything here. One of the first things we did when we entered office was to significantly improve our manufacturing stock and stockpile of all PPE. Today, N95 masks are widely available, and the government has a strong stockpile of over 750 million masks for healthcare workers and first responders. CDC, as Dr. Walensky can speak to, recommends Americans wear a well-fitting mask. This can include multiple layered cloth masks, N95s, K95s, or other types. Right now, we're strongly considering options to make more high-quality masks available to all Americans, and we'll continue to follow the science here. The CDC is in the lead, but this is an area that we're actively exploring. Dr. Walensky?
Yeah, maybe I'll just add that CDC continues to recommend that any mask is better than no mask, and we do encourage all Americans to wear a well-fitting mask to protect themselves and prevent the spread of COVID-19, and that recommendation is not going to change. So maybe I'll just note that we are preparing an update to the information on our mask website to best reflect the options that are available to people, as you note, and the different levels of protection different masks provide. And we want to provide Americans the best and most updated information to choose what mask is going to be right for them. Thank you.
Next question, please.
Go to Jeff Mason at Reuters.
Thanks very much, and good morning. Jeff, could you expand on what you just said about planning to or looking at more options to make sure more high-quality masks are available to all Americans? And can you also give us an update on your thinking with regard to timing in terms of asking Congress for more money to fund this effort?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. In terms of the mask, as I said, we're in the process right now of strongly considering options to make more high-quality masks available to all Americans. In terms of money, we have the money that we need to fight Omicron. As the President has always said, we'll do everything that we need to do to beat this pandemic. And if we do need more money, more funding at some point, we will request that money. Next question.
Zeke Miller, AP.
Thanks for doing this. First, there's been a lot of conversation in the last few weeks about testing. Now that starting Saturday, private insurers are going to reimburse testing, and the federal government's testing website is going to be coming online soon. Is there a new federal guidance on how and when people should be testing themselves at home? Should it be, once a week? Should it be twice a week? Should it be after an exposure? Should it be just to go to the grocery store? And then secondly, for Dr. Walensky, with that preprint study about Omicron versus Delta, how does Omicron compare to other sort of seasonal illnesses, flu, the cold, and things like that in terms of mortality and serious illnesses? And how does that change how the federal government will be thinking about Omicron and COVID-19 as it becomes endemic?
Okay. Well, why don't we turn to Dr. Walensky on both. Dr. Walensky first, when Americans should test?
Yeah, so simply put, Americans should take a test when they have symptoms that appear to be COVID-19. So fever, cough, sore throat, respiratory symptoms, muscle aches. When they're exposed, so 5 days after they've been exposed to someone who has COVID-19, and certainly if you're going to gather with family, going to a gathering where people are immunocompromised, or where they're elderly, or where you have people who might be unvaccinated or poorly protected from the vaccine, that might be an opportunity you'd want to test. And then, of course, for test to stay and other protocols. With regard to this study, actually only compared Omicron to Delta and not to other respiratory viruses. Certainly other respiratory viruses, influenza, for example, the severity varies by flu season. So this was not a direct comparison of Omicron versus other respiratory viruses. But what I can say is while we're in this Omicron surge, we are also thinking about what this looks like with endemic, when Omicron or COVID itself were to become endemic in the United States, following things such as severity of cases, hospital capacity as well. Thank you.
Next question, please.
Let's go to Sabrina Siddiqui, Wall Street Journal.
Thank you for taking the call.
I wanted to ask a follow-up about the school testing expansion. For these tests that you're making available for K-12 schools, can you clarify, would only public schools be eligible to receive those tests or private schools as well? And can you offer any other detail on where the tests are coming from? Have you already inked contracts with certain companies, or is that process still ongoing?
Well, let me just step back and say that, many schools have a dedicated supply of tests that they secured months ago, thanks to the $10 billion I talked about in my opening comments that the ARP, the American Rescue Plan, gave to schools dedicated for testing. And there is significant lab capacity in this country. So we're working with schools to take advantage of the lab capacity that is open in the country. CDC and the Department of Ed are adding resources to help schools identify testing providers and implement best practices, and the federal government is funding and strongly encouraging these testing programs. In total, the 10 million additional tests that we'll send out each month will leverage existing contracting authorities at both HHS and CDC, and this will more than double the volume of testing that took place across the nation last year. We'll follow up, Sabrina, with exactly which schools qualify for these additional 10 million tests. Next question.
Cheyenne Haslett, ABC.
Hi, thank you. My question is also on the school testing. We already saw $10 billion go out to schools for testing, and we're still seeing school closures. So I'm wondering how you expect this 10 million tests to be different, specifically how you'll get schools to use these in an effective, systematic way that keeps them open consistently.
Well, schools do have the resources through the $10 billion that went out through the American Rescue Plan, and these 10 million tests add to the testing availability for schools, and as I mentioned, is double the testing that was done in the month of November. But I think it's important to put testing in the context of the overall school strategies to keep schools open, and for that, maybe I'll turn to Dr. Walensky to overview the best practices for keeping schools open. Dr. Walensky.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. I'd just like to remind people that we had a pretty robust Delta surge in the fall, and we were able to keep 99% of schools open safely and our children with in-person learning. And I will just also highlight that that was before we had pediatric vaccination. So now here we are, we have pediatric vaccination. One of the best things that we can do is get our children and our teenagers vaccinated. And then once we do so, practicing all those layered mitigation strategies, masking, we've seen 3.5 times less likely to have schools have an outbreak if you're masking in those schools, as well as ventilation, and then of course test to stray strategies, which these resources will really be helpful for.
Next question.
A couple more questions. Let's go to Joyce Frieden at MedPage today.
Hi, yeah, thanks for taking my question. During a Senate hearing yesterday, Janet Woodcock mentioned that it was going to be difficult for people to get their head around the idea that most of us are going to get Omicron. So I wondered what the administration's thinking on that is. Are, in fact, most of us going to get Omicron, and whether they think that's going to happen now during this current wave, or is that more looking at as it becomes endemic?
Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. What Dr. Woodcock was referring to when she said most of us will ultimately get Omicron is not that most of us were ultimately going to get sick with Omicron. Remember, she was talking about in the data that we all showed about the extraordinary effect and dichotomy between people who get Omicron, who get vaccinated and boosted, how well they are protected against hospitalization and death. And even with Omicron, it appears, as the data that Dr. Walensky just showed today from the Kaiser Permanente study, that it is going to be a less severe, particularly in those who are vaccinated and boosted. So if we're going to look ahead at what happens when this peaks and it ultimately goes down. As I've said on previous pressers here from the White House, that we're not going to eradicate this. We've only done that with smallpox. We're not going to eliminate that. That only happens with massive vaccination programs like we did with measles and with vaccines, but we ultimately will control it. And if you control it in a way it's at such a low level and people are vaccinated and boosted, sooner or later, as we begin to live with it, what she was referring to is that virtually everybody is going to wind up getting exposed and likely get infected. But if you're vaccinated and if you're boosted, the chances of you getting sick are very, very low. That's what she was referring to.
Next question, please.
Last question. Let's go to Ouija at CBS.
Thanks a lot, Kevin, and thank you for having this call. I first have a follow-up for Dr. Walensky, because you said that you do not intend to change the masking guidance, but we also know now that some masks provide better protection than others. So why isn't it the case that the best mask for every American is the mask that offers the most protection? And then secondly, do we have enough data about the reinfection of Omicron? I think there's a sense out there that if I catch it, I'm not going to get it again. Is that true, or do we not know yet? Thank you.
Dr. Walensky, do you want to handle the first question and maybe Dr. Fauci the second?
Perfect. Yeah. So thank you for that question. We are updating the information on our mask website to provide information to the public. It's in need of updating right now. What I will say is the best mask that you wear is the one that you will wear, and the one you can keep on all day long, that you can tolerate in public indoor settings and tolerate where you need to wear it. We will provide information on improved filtration and that occurs with other masks, such as N95s, and information that the public needs about how to make a choice of which mask is the right one for them. But most importantly, we want to highlight that the best mask for you is the one that you can wear comfortably. Thank you.
Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, thank you for that question. There's both sides of the coin to that. We know from the South African data that if you've been previously infected, for example, with Delta or with Beta, that you have a much higher chance of getting reinfected with Omicron than you do with others. That's that side of the coin. But the question you asked is, if you get Omicron and recover, what is the chances of getting reinfected with Omicron? We don't have enough data at this point to really give you any firm indication of that. But as we get more and more experience and as we follow cohorts, we'll be able to have that information for you.
Well, thank you, everybody. We look forward to the next briefing.
And that was the latest from the World Health Organization, of course, speaking about COVID-19. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to talk about how COVID-19 is affecting parents across the country and the confusion surrounding the rules, the masks, the regulations, and all of that coming up after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Melissa Brennan. Growing concern about the safety of the nation's schools as the Omicron variant races through the country. Of course, we've been covering this for weeks, even months here on Live Now from Fox. Here's the latest from Mark Meredith.
Yesterday, talking about the Omicron surge, they said they're really overwhelmed with patients. Yes, they're not as sick as they were before, but the hospital system has more than 300.
Schools should be the first places to open and the last places to close.
While the CDC director insists America's schools are safe, the decision over whether to stay open, given the latest COVID surge, is being made on the local level.
It's so chaotic because you're in school one day and then for 2 days you're out of school.
To stay open, the CDC recommends schools require masks for both students and staff, regardless of vaccination status. It suggests districts embrace shorter quarantine periods, and it's recommending kids stay 3 feet apart. But in Arlington, Virginia, near the nation's capital, parents tell us schools often pick and choose which prevention strategies to follow. Anna Chenoweth is a parent and member of the activist group Arlington Parents for Education.
On a top level, you see the CDC implement something and you don't see your own school district implement it, and it causes great confusion, and ultimately it's the kids who are paying the price for that.
Some Republican governors have rejected the CDC's guidance, claiming their states and not the feds have a better handle on what's needed. Meantime, the White House believes more testing will solve staffing shortages. Today, it announced it'll distribute millions more rapid tests directly to schools.
These 10 million additional tests available each month will allow schools to double the volume of testing they were performing in November.
But some lawmakers wonder if the confusion impacting schools comes from Washington. Republican Senators Roy Blunt and Richard Burr are demanding Education Secretary Miguel Cardona explain what exactly his department is telling schools. They write, quote, "We have appreciated your past efforts to keep schools open, but clearly more must be done." The White House says later this week the CDC is expected to give schools more information about what they're calling test to stay protocols, which allow students to stay in class even if they've come into contact with someone who's COVID positive, as long as that student now wears a mask and undergoes regular testing. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
And as the nation deals with a huge surge in the COVID-19 pandemic, President Biden tried to divert attention to one of the issues he hopes could unite and invigorate his dwindling base. Now, of course, we're talking about voting rights. The president made an impassioned plea for reform in Atlanta earlier today. It came as one of the leading progressive advocates for change snubbed the president, electing not to show up. Now, all of this as president remains on the defensive over his response to the pandemic. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has the story.
It worldwide is not slowing up very much.
COVID cases in this country climbing higher. 1.5 million new positive tests Monday, a new world record. Still,
But I'm confident we're on the right track.
So President Biden is looking for a dual track.
I'm tired of being quiet.
Perfect. Pivoting from the pandemic to voting rights.
For the right to vote and to have that vote counted is democracy's threshold liberty. Without it, nothing is possible. But with it, anything is possible.
The president has failed to contain the pandemic as promised, and he's failed so far to advance his Build Back Better plan. So Democrats will try instead to focus on voting rights.
The Senate is going to act as soon as tomorrow.
Democratic leaders are looking to change Senate rules, doing away with the filibuster to try and pass voting rights legislation with fewer than 60 votes.
Let the majority prevail. And if that bare minimum is blocked, we have no option but to change the Senate rules, including getting rid of the filibuster for this.
Progressive voting rights activists boycotted Biden.
We don't need another speech. We don't need him to come to Georgia and use us as a prop. What we need is work.
The most prominent liberal voting rights activist in the country, who lives in the city Biden spoke in, also a no-show, citing a scheduling conflict. Stacey Abrams.
I spoke to Stacey this morning. We have a great relationship. We got our scheduling mixed up.
Long lines in this country this month haven't been at polling places, but instead COVID testing sites.
Well, I think it's obvious that the administration has failed the American people on getting enough tests.
Now, the feds can't snap their fingers and make tests appear, but they can update guidance according to the Washington Post to recommend N95 or KN95 masks, something that even the most pro-mask politicians struggle with.
Just look stupid.
The president made a quick off-script comment tonight that it seems like yesterday, the first time he was arrested. He's previously made comments where he claimed to have been arrested in South Africa and at the University of Delaware and at the U.S. Capitol, but later walked all those stories back. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
And of course, with the surge of COVID-19, we're going to talk about cruise lines. Of course, if you remember March of 2020, cruise liners were really where COVID kind of caught national attention as one of the cruise lines were shut down as hundreds of people caught COVID-19 stranded for weeks, if I remember correctly. Rebecca Castor has the latest on where cruise lines currently stand.
As of Friday, every cruise ship carrying passengers in U.S. waters is also carrying COVID-19. That's 91 ships in total. But passengers are still embarking here from Port Canaveral despite the CDC warnings. The CDC is once again sounding the alarm for cruise passengers, even those who are fully vaccinated. Cruises are currently under a level 4 health advisory, the CDC's highest, but the industry disagrees.
There's a whole suite of protective measures that are in place on board cruise ships. It's one of the most well-protected environments that you can experience right now.
Norwegian and Royal Caribbean are the first major cruise lines to cancel trips because of Omicron, but most fleets are setting sail with more than eager passengers aboard.
We're prepared. We're all vaccinated. We're all boosted. We all tested negative a couple of days ago, so we've taken the right precautions.
I think that the cruise lines are doing a fantastic job of making sure that people are tested and that they're negative, at least when they get on board. And it's more precautions than you have when you get on an airplane. So, yeah, I feel pretty safe.
And businesses at the port need the tourists coming.
So it definitely hurt when they went down the first time.
When the CDC issued a no-sail order for cruises at the start of the pandemic, Michael Schwartz says his restaurant lost at least 15% of its revenue. Now with Omicron, he hopes spring break isn't on the line.
We'll power through it. I mean, it'll be a gap that we'll have to work through, but like what the pandemic taught us, if we can deal with that, we can deal with this.
The CDC is currently monitoring every U.S. ship in the ocean, but their data shows that the number of COVID passengers is still a small percentage right now, and they're not overwhelming the medical staff on board. In Cape Canaveral, Florida, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
From cruise lines to schools across the country, the LA U.S. School District is back in session after what was a long battle between parents and school officials about what to do with the new surge of COVID-19. Here's the latest on where they currently stand.
Watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
And good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michaels.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas. Well, it was the first day back at school for LA Unified students after the holiday break. And what they found there were lines.
Yeah, long lines. Lines at high schools, lines at middle schools. This is Olive Valley Middle School in Sylmar. Students had to wait up to an hour to scan their daily pass, to get to their first class. Those passes contain vaccination, testing, health information. District officials say the problem was just the volume of check-ins. So many kids had to go through this. Still, the extra precautions making some parents feel secure, others not so much.
With them doing the testing before going to school, I think that was a great idea because they were able to eliminate most of the kids that were positive beforehand. And so I believe now the schools are pretty safe.
Are you nervous?
Extremely. I honestly did not want to bring my son to school.
Yeah, but beyond those daily pass delays are concerns about personnel shortages because of COVID and flu cases. The LAUSD says they have enough temporary staff to cover. Keep in mind, this is the second largest school district in the country. When they say they have enough staff, they have a bench, so-called bench, of about 4,000 employees. This includes substitute teachers. And they are seeing more of that shortage among teachers who are healthy enough to get in the classroom and teach those kids.
Yeah, I mean, we were joking the other day with some of the LA school board members who were suggesting they may have to be substitutes at some point just because they got to get somebody in these classrooms. But they're trying to do everything possible to not have that happen, meaning not sending the kids back for remote learning. In the meantime, they're all taking tests, even if they're asymptomatic. Everybody's got to take a test.
Right. LA County launching a program where residents can pick up free COVID test kits. They're now available without an appointment until supplies last.
Phil Schuman at one of the location. He joins us live from Pacoima, and the idea here is not everybody just test. You know, it's supposed to be a little bit more targeted. Phil.
Right, it's supposed to be for people with symptoms or people with known exposure to someone positive. You know, if you're a student or a school staffer, you can get a test. A lot of employers give out tests, but if you're just a member of the public, remember LA County was going to let you order one online. That program never got off the ground. So now this pickup test kit program, as they call it, began yesterday, and it's working pretty well, but it's not an unlimited supply. It's one of the enduring and frustrating images of the pandemic, long lines. This one for free PCR COVID tests given out by LA County.
It was very simple. You just have to go online.
In the line at Obregon Park in East LA, caregiver Irma Gonzalez, her 9-year-old third grader tested positive, which opened her eyes that had been, in a sense, closed for almost 2 years.
But honestly, before this, I thought this was all a conspiracy. It was a lie. And then my son actually tested positive in a home test kit. I was like, oh, no. And then sure enough, I took him to the school site, and it also came out positive. So I was a very, very
skeptical.
Skeptical.
And now it's real.
And now it's real.
Real enough that deaths in LA County alone are 28,000 and counting. As for this testing, it's actually Plan B, after the county's failed attempt to allow you to order tests online. It's supposed to be for people with symptoms or exposures, but we found that's not being enforced. Do you have any symptoms?
No, I haven't had symptoms for almost 10 days, I think.
At least 13 sites to be activated, some 10,000 tests daily. Again, appointments available. That is being enforced. Jonathan Enriquez made one and was able to get his PCR test. This at the Pacoima Boys and Girls Club in the San Fernando Valley.
I just made the appointment online, and then the next day I got the availability and I came in here. It was just quick and easy.
So that means without an appointment, people like Martin Olivas, who needed to test himself and his wife because their daughter's positive, was out of luck, at least for today.
Well, they told me that they run out of them, so I have to wait till tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Disappointing.
Very disappointing. You know, I had to drive from 5 miles. I'm almost out of gas. As you can.
Now, as always, Alex and Marla, we encourage people to go to our website, foxla.com. We link you to the county's COVID website. There's a wealth of information on there, including a list of all of the test pickup locations. The best information is that each site has about 500, so you can imagine they go pretty quickly. Remember, the president promised 500 million tests a couple of weeks ago. When those will start hitting shelves, we just don't know. Live in Pacoima, I'm Phil Schuman. Alex, Marla?
Well, he promised that they would start going out at the beginning of January, and it's now January 11th, and where are they? So I'm wondering, Phil, like, what's the mood for most of the people that you talk to? Are they frustrated? Are they sort of used to this at this point? Go with the flow? What do you get in the sense?
Well, as we've been talking about, everybody is so over this, hoping it goes away, dealing with this, grateful that the Omicron variant is much milder, and also grateful that these sites have popped up in many different locations around the county, very convenient for people, and they tell me that they didn't have any problems making appointments. Again, the challenge is to get there early before the supply runs out. So people like in everything else, they're just dealing with it, trying to get through it, trying to stay safe. And how about Irma Gonzalez? Until Saturday, when her son tested positive, it was all a big hoax to her.
Yeah, that hit very close to home. I don't know if you know the answer to this because it's so convoluted, Phil, but we had talked about LA County and the website that you could go to order an at-home test kit. They put that program on pause because they just didn't have the tests.
Right.
Is this to replace that, or this is something different?
Yes. No, this is to replace that because that program never got off the ground. They didn't have enough tests, and they didn't have the infrastructure set up to support all the orders. So this is an alternative, a replacement to that, if you will.
All right, Phil Schuman, thank you so much for your reporting there. We want to have more live reporting right now, Marla.
Yeah.
All right, and that was the latest out of Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Before we take a quick commercial break, I'm going to take you out to some live shots across the country. Take a look at this absolutely beautiful shot there out of New York City, of course, the Empire State Building, right in the middle of your screen. And moving now to, I'm not exactly sure where this is. I believe it is the Bay Area, San Francisco. And you'll know this one, of course. Washington, D.C., as beautiful as always. And here is another live look of another city here. I can't quite make out exactly where that is, but beautiful nonetheless. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now, of course, if you have been shopping any time recently, you may have noticed less and less essentials on grocery store shelves. Of course, that all has to do with the supply chain. What is going on? Is it COVID related? Is it weather related? Here's all those answers.
It's becoming increasingly difficult to cross items off your grocery list as the fast-spreading Omicron variant and severe weather disrupt the already troubled supply chain, leaving grocery store shelves and drugstore aisles completely empty.
Hopefully they'll stock back up. It's probably like the toilet paper thing all over again.
Every day, it's meat, produce, and packaged goods becoming harder to find. According to consumer expert Jeff Freeman, 5 to 10% of grocery store items are out of stock. Now that figure has jumped to almost 15%. The bare shelves fueled by continued supply chain struggles like truck driver shortages and shipping slowdowns, winter weather delaying deliveries, a shift to families eating at home more, and now, coast to coast, labor shortages with widespread sickouts as the Omicron variant spreads.
Companies talking about they've had more positive tests in the past 2 weeks than they had in all of 2020. It's forcing companies to shut down manufacturing lines preemptively, and it's leading to just simply not enough supply.
To combat the shortages, shoppers are stocking up on supplies. Early in the pandemic, it was toilet paper and hand sanitizer. Now, in high demand, health and wellness products like cold and flu medication.
When things are out of our control and when we're in a pandemic, we want to be as prepared as possible.
So the debate is ongoing over when these disruptions will end, but something industry leaders can agree on: shoppers should avoid panic buying. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
And with inflation spiking at the fastest pace since the early 80s, the White House is trying to ease Americans' concerns over the economy, saying things will be better by the end of the year. But for now, empty shelves and worker shortages are a problem. Fox's Madeline Rivera is in Washington with more on the Biden administration's response.
Trying to get a car over the last several months has been tough. With inventory low, prices are skyrocketing. The costs of used cars and trucks now some of the biggest drivers of inflation, rising at its fastest pace in 40 years.
I think people have to get ready for this continued surge in inflation because it's not going to come down right away. There's this momentum to it.
Economic experts say supply chain snarls and the lack of workers are contributing to that momentum. Frustrations are running high among shoppers who are shelling out more for items like beef, pork, and chicken at the grocery store. And empty shelves are making their problems worse.
Honestly, it looks like March of 2020 when everybody was stockpiling and the shelves were bare.
Rising COVID cases from the Omicron variant are intensifying the shortages.
Those positive tests are taking people off the front lines. It's forcing companies to shut down manufacturing lines preemptively, and it's leading to just simply not enough supplies.
Surging prices have put the White House on the defensive. Some say government stimulus is stoking booming demand. Still, the Biden administration believes the situation will improve over the next several months.
Independent forecasters expect these prices to moderate over the course of 2022, and that's consistent with the administration's view.
The Biden administration says it'll address the backup in ports across the country, including potentially imposing new fees on empty containers that are sitting idle. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And here are your latest top business headlines today with Jerry Willis.
Americans are paying a lot more for just about everything. Consumer prices soaring 7% in December from the same time a year ago. That's the biggest jump since way back in 1982. Households getting hit with higher costs for things like food, gas, rent, and other necessities. Investors not fazed by the inflation news. The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all closed higher Wednesday. A lot of workers want to make their own hours. A new study by the on-demand staffing company Quick shows 35% would change their entire career if it meant they could have better flexibility. 42% would even trade in their benefits package for a schedule that works for them. And speaking of flexibility, the popular trading platform Robinhood telling most workers they can stay remote permanently. The company says employees have done amazing work and built a strong workplace community during uncertain and challenging times. And they're excited to continue offering them the flexibility they've asked for. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
And of course, with business headlines, we're going to talk about the new inflation numbers. They came out today, and it is affecting consumers in a lot of different ways. Here's the latest.
Prices continue to rise for, well, just about everything. And the new federal numbers in inflation are sounding alarms in Washington. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain what's causing this and how our government could respond. Craig.
Hi there. We'll start with numbers in context. The Consumer Price Index, or the cost of prices in general, soared 7% through December of last year in 2021. You take out volatile prices like fuel and food, it still rose 5.5%. And that takes us to the highest level of inflation since 1982, which was the tail end of an era known as the Great Inflation. And what's happening now largely ties back to results and consequences of the pandemic in a couple of ways. It's caused, of course, supply shortages, which is part of the issue here. And it is also fueling more and more demand to go out and spend. Through November and December, American shoppers spent a record $204 billion. And that spending was not concentrated around Black Friday or Cyber Monday when products tend to go on sale. In fact, spending accelerated after the big promotional sale dates. And luxury car brands like Rolls-Royce and Bentley had record sales, even with a chip shortage that slowed down production. Bentley sales shot up 31%, while Rolls-Royce sales shot up 49% in 2021. This illustrates how consumers have much more spendable income than usual. It's a combination of all the money people saved up through quarantine who are now hungry to go out and spend, as well as a flood of government spending on COVID relief. When people are eager to spend and have the money to do it, that kind of demand naturally drives up prices, and stores don't feel the need to put stuff on sale. Also, when people have saved up more money than usual, some don't feel the need to go back to work right away. And that's also indirectly driving up prices.
Nationally, we're still 3 million fewer people in the labor market than was the case pre-pandemic. So, part of the solution to getting employees has been for businesses to offer higher wages and salaries. Unfortunately, that feeds into, the inflation.
At the same time, the pandemic has disrupted manufacturing and deliveries. We made progress in freeing up some of the log jams through the holidays, but the Omicron wave sweeping the world is causing more disruption in production. And when there are shortages in supply and pent-up demand to keep buying, people will and do pay more to buy what's available.
6 months into 2022, the pent-up demand from the consumer should have eased, and we should be back to a more normal situation. Unfortunately, it'll take at least another 6 months beyond that for the supply chain to catch up.
Through 2021, prices shot up 7%, the highest since 1982. For context, in the 70s and early 1980s, inflation was driven by the oil crisis and monetary policy that flooded banks with cash, making it easier to borrow and spend, and a surge in government spending from social programs of the Great Society to the Vietnam War. This time, it's the pandemic that fueled a surge in government spending and disrupted supplies and drove up spendable income. And one of the best-known economists from the 1980s says we've seen where that can lead in terms of rising prices.
Inflation is very hard to stop once it gets going because you get a little consumer price index increase, then wages have to rise to match that, wholesale prices have to rise, and it becomes a system that feeds on itself.
And that's exactly what happened in the 1970s and 80s, and economists fear may be starting to happen right now. Back then, you had sustained double-digit inflation that we're not seeing, but there certainly is a risk that we could continue to move in that direction. So how did we solve it in the early 1980s? Well, by raising interest rates. And that is what the Federal Reserve is talking about doing now to tame inflation in 2022 and beyond. But it comes at a different cost.
All right. Interested to hear that. Thanks, Craig.
Craig Patrick out there at Fox 13 in Tampa. Always great reporting out there. And of course, like we've been talking about all night, consumers across the country are seeing items out of stock left and right. Our very own Christy Larson talks with the Retail Industry Leaders Association to see exactly what's being done to address the supply chain crisis and exactly when they think it'll end.
Many consumers are seeing empty shelves when it comes to the grocery store and other retail stores as well. So what is going on with this problem? When will consumers see an end to it? What we're going to do is bring in Jess Dankert. She is the Vice President of Supply Chain for Retail Industry Leaders Association. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are wondering, is this the pandemic? Is this still ongoing issues with shipping? So what's been contributing to this problem?
Yeah, thanks. Great question. I think it's the ongoing supply chain disruption that we've been seeing throughout the pandemic, 20 plus months now at this point. And in addition to that, kind of incremental disruptions caused by holiday, it's more people needing to buy food, they're staying home, Omicron related needs to stay home, kids out of school, additional family coming over. A lot of the winter weather issues that we've seen that are disrupting a lot of travel throughout the country. So all of those things kind of on top of that baseline level have been contributing to these sporadic, isolated shortages that you may be seeing in grocery stores.
And you say isolated, is that because there's different regions who may be, affected more than others?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, it depends on kind of where you are and what weather you've been subjected to, what the demand patterns are in that area. Maybe a different circumstance in the Northeast versus Mid-Atlantic, the South, the Midwest, West. all sorts of kind of regionalized disruptions. Again, looking at weather, looking at those different patterns that you may be seeing, different things that are out of stocks. But I think, at this point, we're starting to come to the end of what we've seen of that holiday impact and getting back to a more what we think of now as normal.
So what have you been hearing from your retailers as far as these issues have been going on? Because as you said, it's been happening now for 20 plus months through this pandemic.
Yeah, I think, we saw from the beginning of the pandemic some of the same sorts of things of, out of stocks and that sort of thing. But over the last 20 plus months, retailers really have, developed that playbook to be able to navigate and deal with the, the ongoing disruption. So working together with their trading partners and navigating these supply chain disruptions, you've really seen over the, most of the pandemic, goods are still able to, get to the store shelves. They're still able to get to consumers. That's largely been, the retailers and their partners navigating the disruptions. It's really just what we've seen, kind of the isolated impact of holiday weather sorts of impacts over the past handful of weeks. And I think now we're kind of coming to the end of that and starting to see more of that restocking happen. All of the goods, primarily, the groceries, the food it's really in the supply chain. It's just taking a minute for the retailers to catch up and to be able to navigate those isolated disruption and get things back to the shelves, get the stores restocked.
So what are they saying are some of the circumstances? You said that they're trying to adjust with these. Obviously, that's what has been going on for a lot of people through these last few months. But what are some of the ways that they're trying to work around these problems?
Well, I think it's a lot of, just around the clock, working with the supply chain, finding workarounds in terms of rerouting goods, moving by different modes. If you're challenged in truck, there's, rail and other options for moving goods by different modes. And really just as, we see things work through, a storm system passes through, and then once that passes, you're able to move. So as these things continue to loosen up, again, everything's in the supply chain somewhere. It just takes that minute to catch up, find those workarounds, whatever the case may be. We see the tight truck capacity, but eventually, that works itself out. And as we come away from holiday, we're seeing less impact from those sorts of things. So it's beginning to resolve, that we see.
So how long do you think consumers have until we can kind of see those shelves kind of getting stocked back up and having to deal with maybe going to a couple stores to search for that item that you really needed?
It depends on the area. I think, we're already starting to see a resolution of the challenges of out of stocks. There maybe will continue to be kind of sporadic and isolated outages that you'll see as the retailers catch up, as the product moves through the supply chain. But I think as we see, again, the effects of holiday and some of the capacity constraints dissipate, some of the, as we get further past the surge of Omicron, all of these kind of isolated impacts that we've been seeing, the incremental effects of over the past handful of weeks, really beginning to kind of resolve themselves, and retailers continue to navigate these. They really developed a tremendous playbook of ways to work around the disruptions that we've seen flare up in various areas, and can quickly pivot, have the responsive, flexible supply chains to begin to catch up and get some of those store shelves restocked.
I know a lot of people, this is some of those problems that will be resolved over a matter of time, but what about in the future? What kind of things do we need to have established today so that, years from now, if we had another pandemic of some sort, we don't run into these same issues?
Yeah, I think it's, retailers in particular, large retailers, have really developed these adaptive supply chains that are able to respond to particular disruptions. Something that this has really, the pandemic and the related global supply chain disruptions have really thrown a spotlight on some of the underlying systemic issues that have contributed to this, or that the pandemic has kind of exacerbated. And some of those things relate to our country's freight infrastructure and the need to update and modernize the freight infrastructure and the ports. And we've seen some of that investment happening, but also the need for data standards and more visibility into the supply chain, that end-to-end supply chain, where you can identify bottlenecks or potential disruptions before they happen. And we've really seen a lot of movement on the part of the supply chain ecosystem to address those sorts of challenges so that, to your point, we don't end up in a situation of having to revisit this, but being able to better plan for the future. And that's what we see retailers doing in terms of, planning for that future, building supply chains that are adaptable and flexible enough to meet those potential uncertainties.
And as they continue to work, ahead of what's still to come here with our supply chain issues, who's hurting right now the most? Is it those retail stores? Is it some of those consumers who are out there trying to look for that one item at 3 different places? Who's impacted the most, I guess?
Well, I don't know. I think there are these isolated pockets where there have been challenges of getting groceries or particular things, but in large part, retailers are catching up to that to try to address those outages. So for the most part, you're able to return to the store or go to a different store to find the things that you need. It may take a minute longer, but there's no need to panic. The goods are coming. It just, again, it takes, sometimes a minute to catch up and adjust to these disruptions, the weather, the holiday, tighter capacity and that sort of thing. But I think we've really seen a lot of pivoting to be able to reroute inventory as needed so that we can avoid, significant outages or really widespread outages and address them quickly as they do happen.
So I'm guessing for consumers, the word you'd give them is patience. Be patient. Things are going to be continuing to be moved around to help.
Yeah, absolutely. There are outages, and you may find things that you wanted to purchase but might not be there today. Again, patience. It's coming. It is in the supply chain. It just takes a bit to catch up. But we're even beginning to see, that resolving again as we get further away from holiday impacts, and again we'll see hopefully less and less impact from weather disturbances. But retailers are addressing that and really working around the clock to keep that inventory moving and working with their supply chain partners. So we'll see that inventory restocking on a regular basis, and consumers can look forward to not having to shop around, but full shelves that they can get what they need.
I know a lot of people too have been resorting to online resources to get those products. Has that been impacting your retailers at all?
Well, we've seen really, just even from the beginning of the pandemic, just a surge in people shopping online, just across the board, grocery or otherwise. So retailers have, it's been long expected that shoppers are moving online. More e-commerce growth, certainly. We saw a surge in that at the beginning of the pandemic, but it wasn't really unplanned. It was just kind of the future came early in terms of a lot of that online shopping. So plans had already really been in place to have that, their own systems and internal infrastructure in place to meet that need of online shopping. And you've seen that just even be further honed over the last 20 months of the pandemic, so that the retailers are really attuned to the needs of the online shopper and have built that capability for fulfilling online orders in recognition of the fact that many people are shopping online, and that's going to continue as well, even as we continue to move through the pandemic and even beyond. That's a future that we kind of expected and that the retailers had been planning for.
Yeah, they continue to adapt, continue to make changes, as you've said. Anything else you think needs to be addressed when it comes to talking about supply chain issues across the nation?
Well, like I said, we've seen some of the disruptions again on a global scale, and it's been a challenge. Retailers have largely been able to work with their partners to navigate these challenges, and have really added to that skill set over the past 20 months. But it's really, as you said, shown a light on some of those underlying challenges, and that's strangely been a bit of a benefit to the pandemic, that it's really helped identify those systemic challenges, and given the entire supply chain ecosystem really a chance to work at fixing a lot of those, so that we have addressed those for the long term, and that's a positive outcome.
Yeah, a lot of things to be still continue to be changed, but at least, as you said, it's being addressed, it's being talked about. Things are continuing to move and evolve. So we do appreciate your time again, Jess Dinkert, joining us here with the Retail Industry Leaders Association. We appreciate your time here today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
A great conversation there again by my colleague Christy Larson. And speaking of inflation, speaking of supply chain, and of course the unprecedented numbers that is happening right now with where consumers are at, how this is affecting everyone. Our very own Andrew Kraft spoke with a supply chain expert about how all of this falls on the back of the consumer as wages are pretty much across the board staying the same.
And a financial expert, Tom Maioli. Tom, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. There's a lot to talk about, but I just wanted your first reactions to this 7% figure that we got today about inflation. It's the highest in 40 years. What does it mean for the American consumer?
Well, listen, the consumer right now is on his back right now. They're crushed. And you know what? Here's the interesting part about it is 7% is not going to become 14%. At some point, there's a saturation rate of inflation, and I think we're getting close to it. I think the consumer is not going to bear the brunt of any future increases. It may be de minimis, it may be 0.5%, 2%, 1%, but it's not going to be another 7%.
And so I just want to read what these percentages are in a lot of these goods and commodities that so many of us purchase on a day-to-day basis. Motor fuel, Tom, is up 50%. Fuel oil, 41%. Crazy. Used cars and trucks, 37%. Car and truck rentals, 36%. Hotels and motels, 28%. And so, with this inflation number, is the supply chain issues, are they concurrent issues? Are they happening at once?
Oh, no, they're all happening at once. Clearly, the supply chain issues are driving all of this process. It's all about supply and demand. It's economics 101. Listen, at some point during this year, it may be late 2022, maybe into 23, supply chain issues are going to start easing up. But I have to tell you, right now we're in a crunch. There are no supplies, demand is high, and that's what's causing the inflation. But we're not going to get 7 and then 14 and 21. We're going to get 7, 7.5, 8, 8.5. So I think we're at the peak right now. I think what you're seeing right now is what, the peak of what consumers are going to have to absorb. And I understand the Fed's desire to hedge inflation by increasing interest rates, but I don't think you're going to see 4 increases this year. I think you may see 3. I think they may be an 1/8, not a quarter.
Tom, I just want to read from a statement that Lael Brainerd will be making in front of the Senate tomorrow. She's the nominee for vice chair of the Fed. She says inflation is too high.
Yeah, by the way, she's a friend of mine, and yeah, absolutely. Tell me what she has to say.
No, her statement in her prepared remarks she'll give tomorrow, she says inflation is too high and working people around the country are concerned about how far their paychecks will go. She says our monetary policy is focused on getting inflation back down to 2% while sustaining a recovery that includes everyone. She says this is our most important task. She says that is the Fed's most important task at this hour.
Yes. And it is. You know what? Listen, the Fed's focused exactly where they need to be focused. But the reality of it is this is not a Fed issue. This is not an interest rate issue. This is a supply chain issue. As soon as the supply chain eases up and we can get product through the ports and we can start manufacturing products so that we can produce things like cars and televisions and computers, pricing power is going to go down. The people who are selling these products are not going to have the pricing power that they have today, and things are going to level out.
Tom, speaking of supply chain issues, the members of the Biden administration, including the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, yesterday was at the port of Long Beach. He says that issues are easing up. But then, of course, we're getting news out of China. And, of course, they have this COVID zero mentality, COVID zero philosophy, if you will, putting entire cities on lockdown. And, of course, some of these cities are port cities. What do you make of that? Will that increase some of these problems over the long haul?
Well, listen, clearly there's a dichotomy and a diversity versus what the U.S. thinks and what China thinks. China is clearly into shutting everything down because they want to control the U.S. They want to shut down our operations. They want to shut down our ports. They want to shut down our manufacturing. They want to shut down the consumer. You know, the U.S. is obviously clearly on a different path, but the reality of it is it's somewhere in the middle. You know, China can't shut us down because if they shut us down, they're going to have no economy. You know, we're 80% of their GDP. We buy 80% of the products that the U.S. produces from China. So they have to keep it going, but they want to squeeze us is what they want to do, and they're doing it. They're doing it as we speak. You know, but in at the end of 2022, early 2023, you're going to see a release of this. The U.S. is gearing up right now, and you know, thank God for President Trump. You know, he put these things in place. You know, obviously, I'm not a Biden supporter, but I'm a President Trump supporter. He put these things in place. We're creating manufacturing of chips and things that we need to produce our own products. We're bringing it back to the U.S. And in 2023, you're going to see some of that break loose. And as that breaks loose, you're going to create competition, and you're going to create the supply is going to increase. The demand is going to stay in place because clearly the U.S. economy is strong, right? That's why we're talking about inflation and interest rates rising. But you're going to see production continue to increase, which is going to drive down pricing, and we're going to be back to normalization.
Tom, last question for you. I want to talk about jobs. We got the jobs numbers on Friday. The unemployment rate now down
Yes.
to 3.9%.
Yes.
Help me figure this out. The job market is flush with openings.
Yes.
The unemployment
Yes.
rate is down to really almost pre-pandemic levels, yet inflation persists. Help me make sense of that.
Well, listen, honestly, it's quite simple. It's economics 101. I'm not a Harvard grad, but it's pretty economics 101. It's pretty simple. Right now, what's going on is corporations don't want to hire, even though there's jobs available. They don't want to hire because they don't have demand. And they don't have the demand because the supply's not there. If the supply starts kicking in, the demand is there. We'll be able to fill the demand, and we'll be able to fill the jobs. Right now, what's going on is the demand is there, but the supply is not there. So we don't want to hire and have this expense that has no value to our corporation because we can't get a return on investment.
All right. Lots to cover on this Wednesday night. Tom Maioli, we appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
Yes. Thanks for having me.
A great conversation there by my colleague Andrew Kraft. Of course, as we are talking about inflation, wages, all of that all night long, we have all week long here on Live Now from Fox. For now, here is a look at the Phoenix station. I'm Melissa Brennan. Let's take you out to some live looks across the country. Of course, one of my favorites, New York City. You can't get more beautiful than this, in my opinion. The Empire State Building there in the middle. And we'll leave you with this gorgeous shot out of Washington, D.C. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are going to cover some of the top sports headlines, including why Los Angeles is getting all the love. All the details after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Melissa Brennan. We are going to go into the top sports headlines today. Of course, when we're talking about sports, usually football comes into play, but that is not all. Now they're calling Los Angeles the decade of opportunity now for the city, because the college football championship is now going to Los Angeles, in addition to the Super Bowl and the MLB All-Star Game and so many more sports events hitting the City of Angels. All the details right here.
All right, welcome back. It is 6:23 right now. Well, you know what? Tuesday was a big day for fans of Georgia football.
You know what it was, Tony? The team was given a hero's welcome after winning college football's national championship on Monday night. Look at this. Thousands of people lined the streets of Athens, Georgia to cheer the team. Now, here's a bit of news. If Georgia hopes to repeat as champions, they will have to do it right here at SoFi.
Yeah, SoFi has been named the host of the 2023 College Football Playoff National Championship. And joining us is CEO and President of the Los Angeles Sports and Entertainment Commission, Kathy Schlossman. Kathy, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. So this is a really big deal. So let's discuss. Why is it such a big deal?
Well, we're very excited. We've been building on this decade of opportunity and bringing these major events to Los Angeles that bring the spotlight to our city, that really helps boost our tourism industry, continues legacy programs that we're doing in the community. So this is just another win for Los Angeles. We are so excited.
Well, I mean, it really comes down to money, doesn't it? And it really does deliver a lot of economic benefits to the city. Talk a little bit about that.
Sure, it is. It's about heads and beds, we call it. So bringing tourists from out of town to come here and spend money in our city. The college football playoff will use up at least 30,000 hotel room nights, which is great economic boost for our city. But more importantly, I think it's the things that they do in the community. The College Football Playoff Foundation has a big program to honor and recognize teachers, and we're going to build out on that. And we had a legacy program for the Super Bowl, which involved local diverse businesses called Business Connect. And we're going to continue that with the College Football Playoff National Championship, where we're going to engage local diverse minority-owned businesses to give them an opportunity to win business surrounding hosting this event.
You know, Kathy, a lot of people may wonder, well, how does this happen? You know, a group of people don't just get in the room and say, you know, we think we'll choose Los Angeles to host this event. I mean, I think it's a pretty competitive thing, right?
Tony, it's really competitive for these high-profile events because they bring such economic and community impact. So in 2017, we actually bid on this event. We put together a whole bid outlining all the different venues we had in Los Angeles, not just SoFi, which, by the way, was just in the process of being built, but all the other attractions and reasons that they would want to bring this event to our city, because they want to entertain. They want it to be a good guest experience, and they want it to be a good experience for their players. So it was a very competitive bid process. We were very excited to win. We do think we have a competitive advantage with SoFi Stadium and hosting in Los Angeles. There's so much here and they're very excited to be coming.
Yeah, Kathy, you mentioned the work being done in the community and the giving back. I'm reading this. I want to highlight this because this is impressive. A CFP Foundation has invested some $30 million to support K through 12 education.
Yeah, and that's a really important thing in our city because, again, these events are exciting and fun. And like I said, they bring us a spotlight to our city and the tourism industry. But unless they leave a lasting impact, it's really not that important. So I think that's the thing I want people to remember is all these events, the Super Bowl, the college football playoff, all these events, the World Cup that we're working to bring, have a lasting impact past when the event happens. And that's what's important.
Yeah.
You know what? At the beginning of this interview, Kathy, we said this was a really big deal. And thank you for coming on this morning to really show us and highlight how big a deal this is for Los Angeles, and not just Los Angeles, but the surrounding areas as well. Because if Los Angeles wins, everyone in Southern California essentially wins. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
And one of the reasons I love being in Phoenix is that Los Angeles is not that far from us. And so, because I am a huge sports fan, I always love to try to get up to LA for all of the events. And I did graduate from USC, so huge fan, as I did live there for a few years. Anyways, we're going to stick with the sports world, but we're going to go to tennis now. Will tennis star Novak Djokovic be able to defend his title? Now, that's the big question that everyone wants answered. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has more on why the star is in some more hot water.
Tennis star Novak Djokovic now admits he didn't immediately isolate after testing positive for COVID. The Serbian world number one, who is unvaccinated, says he knew he was infected when he met with two journalists for an interview and photo shoot last month. In a statement published to social media, Djokovic apologized for not isolating and for a false travel declaration given to Australian authorities, saying it was submitted on his behalf by his agent and was simply, quote, human error.
I've seen his statements, and it does seem that he's been telling a few fibs too. So I think he should just probably go back.
Australian residents have mixed reactions to Djokovic's statement.
I think we should give him the chance to correct that human error or mistake, whoever he has committed. But I think it's good for every one of us to see him playing on the court.
On Monday, an Australian federal court dismissed the government's decision to cancel Djokovic's visa. They did so on procedural grounds, ending his detention and appearing to clear the path for him to play in the Australian Open. But the country's immigration minister is reviewing the case and could still revoke the star's visa. The 2022 Australian Open is set to begin on Monday, with or without the world's number one player. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
And from tennis, we are now going to go over to the soccer field, where there's some pretty exciting news, especially in the celebrity world. Dennis Rodman's daughter is now adding to her resume because the 19-year-old Trinity Rodman has been named to the U.S. women's national team for the first time. If you're familiar with how U.S. women's soccer works, there are a lot of levels. Trust me, I did it myself. I played all throughout college, went through all the levels. This is very, very impressive. She is about 5'10". She is currently a forward for the Washington Spirit, and she was born in Newport Beach, California. And of course, Dennis Rodman's daughter, making a name for herself, coming up the chain of the U.S. women's national team. Of course, one of the best programs in the world. They have won multiple titles in multiple different countries. And it's going to be really exciting to watch her, as this is the start of her career. So very, very exciting stuff there on the pitch. But if soccer is not your thing, which it might not be, that's okay. I don't take offense to it. There are some new things that are streaming online right now on Netflix, Hulu, all of the above. What is the latest? What can we watch? Here's the latest from Fox.
New releases this week start with the question, do you like scary movies? The Scream franchise takes audiences back to Woodsboro 25 years later for Part 5, where new and legacy characters face another ghost-faced killer. Denzel Washington and Frances McDormand lead a powerful, haunting retelling of a Shakespeare classic with The Tragedy of Macbeth. Directed by Joel Cohen, the film is in theaters and now on Apple TV+. The animated Hotel Transylvania Transformania offers a final adventure in the franchise, with Drakenpack discovering an invention switching monsters and humans.
He's gonna kill Mickey.
7 seasons later, it's all led up to Reid Donovan the movie. The story, co-written by star Liev Schreiber with showrunner David Hollander, cuts between past and present, with Mickey on the run and Ray determined to stop him.
I thought not caring was a superpower.
Netflix has season 3 of Afterlife and the stop-motion animation tale The House.
Have you ever heard of a guy named Peacemaker?
On HBO Max, James Gunn writes and directs Peacemaker, with John Cena back in action as his character from the Suicide Squad, now with a new team trying to save the world. The 8-episode series starts with a 3-part debut.
You ever been shot at?
No.
3 episodes, 1 twisted ride, kicking off another binge-watching option of the week. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And of course, award season has kicked off, and the 28th Screen Actors Guild Awards has revealed its nominees. Here's Fox's Ashley Dvorkin again with highlights from this morning's big announcement. I apologize there. We are having no audio on that clip. We'll get that fixed for you and bring it back out to you, because of course, if you like award season, then you're definitely going to want to know who exactly was nominated. So we're going to go out to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will have that story for you and more, including, as you might have just seen there on your screen, how some celebrities are being sued over a cryptocurrency scam. That and a lot more coming up after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Melissa Brennan. We are still working to get you the nominees for the Screen Actors Guild Award nomination. And this is what we do here Live Now from Fox. So you can see, obviously, I'm working here on the screen. We pull up everything for you. That's pretty much how this works. So live on Unfiltered, nonstop. You kind of get to see exactly what we do here. Let's see if we can get it now. Again, this is the nominations for the Screen Actors Guild Award as award season is underway.
So excited. The Screen Actors Guild Awards, where actors honor actors in film and TV, and Oscar frontrunners take their place, announce nominees. Belfast. Among the ensembles celebrating are those for top title of Outstanding Performance by a Cast in a Motion Picture, including Kenneth Branagh's Belfast, the groundbreaking Coda, End of the World comedy Don't Look Up, Fashion Family Mayhem of House of Gucci, and biopic King Richard. Action! Individual film nods include both Nicole Kidman and Javier Bardem of Being the Ricardos for leading role trophies. Joining Kidman in Outstanding Performance by a Female Actor in a Leading Role are Jennifer Hudson for Respect, Jessica Chastain of The Eyes of Tammy Faye, Olivia Colman for The Lost Daughter, and Lady Gaga of House of Gucci. Joining Bardem in male lead nominees are Will Smith as King Richard, Benedict Cumberbatch of The Power of the Dog, Andrew Garfield in Tick, Tick, Boom, and Denzel Washington for The Tragedy of Macbeth. For those keeping score, House of Gucci and The Power of the Dog tie for the most movie nods with 3.
Let us remake Russia, my friend.
Binge-watched fan favorites in TV up for outstanding performance by an ensemble in a comedy series are The Rowdy Royals of The Great, the snappy stand-up of Hacks, the final season of The Kaminsky Method, the debut season of Only Murders in the Building, and the Believe team of Ted Lasso. On the drama side, Squid Game banked a nod, so did The Handmaid's Tale, recently renewed The Morning Show, The Roys of Succession, and The Duttons of Yellowstone.
Oh my God.
The 28th SAG Awards air on TNT and TBS, and exact setup is TBA. No host has been announced, and the show is set to go on as planned February 27th. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
So many good shows there. I have to admit, I haven't seen a lot of them. While the ones I have seen, definitely deserving of an award, if my opinion has anything to do with it, but it doesn't. But I wish all of them the best. Hopefully, award season goes off without a hitch. Of course, that wasn't the case with the Golden Globes. First time ever. It didn't really go on for the public to see, of course. It was, winners were announced via Twitter, an interesting turn of events. But nonetheless, award season is already here, if you can believe it. Well, this next story, especially, oh man, if you love treats and you love snacks, this is probably going to be your favorite story of the day. It might even be your favorite story of the year so far, and I can say that because it's January. So good news for Girl Scout cookie fans, because you can now buy your favorite box of Thin Mints on the DoorDash app. The food delivery company and the Girl Scouts of America have partnered up to help Scouts with their sales. Customers in select areas will be able to place orders on DoorDash.com or through the app for pickup or delivery. Girl Scouts will still be hosting virtual and in-person cookie booths and drive-through contactless cookie stands. But of course, if you have a smartphone, as you know, this could be the sign to get yourself some. And if you haven't stuck to any New Year's resolutions, if you didn't have any to lose weight, then I'm sure you're happy. However, if you did have some New Year's resolutions to stay away from the cookies, then maybe not the story for you. But nonetheless, I'm excited, and I will probably get some. I always say that. All right, this next story is the end of an era in some regards. So Dawn redesigns their iconic soap bottle. It's a major change to the household staple. It's the new Dawn Easy Squeeze bottle. It's an inverted bottle with patented no-flip technology that allows it to stand on its cap without leaking. Now, the company says the dispenser on the bottom has a self-sealing valve. The goal is to make it easier for customers to use one-handed without making a mess. Dawn describes the new design as one of the most researched and rigorously tested products in the company's 50-year history selling dish soap. They spent 5 years and thousands of hours testing before deciding on the new bottle. But now they'll also have the option of learning how to fulfill orders online for distribution. The partnership comes after cookie sales took a hit during the pandemic. Absolutely interesting, I guess I will say. Very interesting. There are some great case studies about Dawn dish soap and marketing. So take it for what you will. This next story, though, you can't go wrong with this. All right, General Mills is mixing two popular cereals. Yeah, check this out. So General Mills has a new limited edition cereal now available that combines Lucky Charms and Cinnamon Toast Crunch. The new Lucky Charms Cinnamon Toast Crunch Mix cereal features, quote, the delicious taste of Lucky's magical marshmallow charms and frosted oats alongside cinnadusted squares in every spoonful. I'm not in marketing, but what a tasteful sentence that is. Now, it's not the first time they've played with merging some of their cereals into one. The brand does have a line of remix flavors, combining things like Cinnamon Toast Crunch with Vanilla Chex and Crunchy Churros Bits and Golden Graham pieces with Cocoa Puffs, cereal, and marshmallows. Definitely something I'm going to have to try, although my favorite cereal of all time, people are going to judge me for it, plain Cheerios. That is right. You can't get any better than that, but a lot of people will not agree with me there. But this next story, oh, I can smell it right now, and a lot of people won't like it, but a lot of people will. Yes, grilled cheese and tomato soup candles. Can you smell it? Campbell's Soup Company has a new way for customers to enjoy the smell of its soups because the brand announced that it's partnering with retailer Camp to release these limited edition scented candles based, of course, on two of its iconic flavors, chicken noodle soup and tomato soup with grilled cheese. So you can buy them online. They're on sale at camp.com. And in some select stores in New York, New Jersey, Dallas, and Connecticut, they'll retail for $24 and, of course, replicate the smell of the Campbell's classics, giving one's home a cozy, wintry warmth. I love it. I don't even need the wintry warmth, of course, being out here in Phoenix, but I'll take it. I would also like to request the next candle that comes out, Kraft Mac and Cheese. I don't know about that. I think a lot of people would also hate that, but that is okay. All right, we're going to take another quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to hit the top headlines of the day. But before we do that, I'm going to take you out again. We have some of these live hits that I know I keep bringing you, but this beautiful, beautiful shot of New York City. Can't go wrong there. I'll leave it on this for a little bit before we head into our break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm Melissa Brennan. As you know, here on Live Now from Fox, we are live, raw, and unfiltered, and we are bringing you headlines from all across the country all day long, nonstop news. Our next story, we're going to go into how expensive are senior prescription pills. Of course, we have talked about inflation. We have talked about supply chain. We have, of course, talked about COVID-19. Where does this fall on these prescriptions for people who need it? Here's the latest.
Can benefit you. So thank you, Governor Wolf, for making this a reality. Thank you, Secretary Torres. Thank you for the entire team here at the Pace and PaceNet call center. It's now my honor to introduce Tom Sneddon, who has been the director of the Pace and PaceNet program since the very beginning. when this program was enacted into law in 1983 and launched in 1984. He's been here all 38 years, and I understand that under his leadership, there have been 1.7 million Pennsylvanians through the years that have benefited from either PACE or PACEnet. Tom Sneddon.
Wow. Thank you all for those accolades. I appreciate it. I do want to say, though, that to get the job done, you got to have a team. You got to have the horses, and we have the team. And some of them are here with me today, and these people are really the people that make the difference in people's lives every day. And they're able to do that because this staff has tremendous empathy for people. And it's hard to call here and not get help with any problem you may have. You don't have to be enrolled in the program. You don't have to be eligible for the program. We're going to help you any way we can. And we have with us today an individual who will benefit, even though she has experienced a period of disenrollment. And this help that we're able to provide comes from what we call our PACE Clearinghouse. PACE Clearinghouse is an operation that has a dedicated team of people who use funding that is provided us by the Office of Attorney General. And these monies can be used to help people who are not eligible for PACE. And today, we have with us Ms. Janice Rossi, who was a member of the PACE program, will be again in the near future, but in the meantime, we're giving her a clearinghouse card that will enable her to take care of medications that she needs during the interim.
And I'd like to thank you. There's so many things up there that need help, but they're afraid to go because they don't know where to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else?
I'd like to thank everybody for your time. I can't do it. Thank you.
We're happy to help, Janice.
Thank you.
We'll continue to do that. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to His Excellency, Governor Don Wolf.
Hi, thank you. Any questions that any of us can answer? By the way, the representatives had to get back to the floor. That's why they left early. They weren't walking out on either of us. Or any of us. Any questions?
This can go for the whole room, but I guess, can you talk just a little bit about being able to kind of help expand access to these programs at a time when you've got COVID-19 really making things difficult for seniors all throughout the state?
Yeah, well, I can start. You know, as Representative Thomas said, the funding really comes from the federal government on the expansion of PACEnet. So many of the older the programs for older Pennsylvanians comes from the lottery, which is doing quite well. By the way, if you notice, the Powerball jackpot was a record last week. So it's the lottery is doing well and able to support programs like this. The state is doing what we need to do in terms of for senior citizens and the entire population when it comes to COVID. The mitigation strategies we had to use 2 years ago, we don't need right now. Back then we didn't have a vaccine. We do now. Back then kids couldn't get it, the vaccine, even if we had had one. Now they can. We didn't even have enough personal protective equipment. Now we do. So we have things now that we don't have to do the same things we did to mitigate before. What we're doing now is to get strike teams to help hospitals from being overwhelmed, and that helps. And part of that is the healthcare continuum, which is to make sure that long-term care facilities have the staffing and the facility and the capacity they need. So we're sending strike teams not only to the healthcare systems, the acute systems, but also to the long-term care facilities. We meet, I think the Department of Health meets twice a week with the hospitals around the Commonwealth to figure out what else can we do. So for senior citizens, for older Pennsylvanians with COVID, with something else, whatever the health needs are, the state is doing everything we can to make sure that we make it through this pandemic. Tom or Secretary Torres?
Yeah, I would just add that, given that throughout COVID, older adults were the most impacted, it highlighted for us the importance of making sure that things like medication to keep them in the best health possible so that they could withstand, possibly, being exposed to COVID, was significant. The PACE call center did a ton of work outreaching to older adults, not just PACE enrollees, but other older adults who needed help. So I don't know, Tom, if you want to share any observations you had in terms of that experience that might be helpful.
Sure. So yeah, specifically at the beginning of the pandemic in March of 2020, we did a couple of things with respect to the PACE enrollment to enable them to stay home and get medications that they really needed to maintain their health and well-being. We did two things in particular. One was we lifted the early refill edit in the program so that people could get their medications sooner than they might normally be able to do so. And then we made it possible for people to get a 90-day supply, all of which enabled them to stay home if that was their choice. But as the Secretary was just saying, I think the most important thing that we did was we made sure that they were vaccinated. And if they were having difficulty getting vaccinated, we made sure that somebody went to their home and did it for them. We're continuing to do that with the booster shots. And like everything here, anybody who called in and needed help getting vaccine or finding a place to get vaccinated or needed to have it in their home, we took care of them.
Let me just add to that. Pennsylvania is actually #1 of the